Chapter 3088, No Need for Words. We will rid 3 immortals of a traitor today. Divine Moon Progenitor coldly said. Fine. Fire Ancestor nodded without becoming angry. If you all can kill me, then that will solve my obsession, no need to continue on this torture. Let's do it then, victory or defeat doesn't matter. It's best to stop being in this state, neither human nor ghost. Sword Saint, Skysplitter Saber Ancestor, and Divine Moon Progenitor exchanged glances. They then picked one position and slowly circled around Fire Ancestor. They had to work together in order to stop Fire Ancestor. There's no chance of winning for any of them in a one-on-one scenario. The group watched with bated breath, a battle between 4 progenitors. This should still be brilliant even though all 4 weren't at their peak condition. Fire Ancestor was the most impressive, going 1-on-3. No wonder why he was a member of the Decemvirate. Clank. Sword Saint's sword released its intent. His style wasn't majestic and imposing but rather very low-key. However, just one strand was enough to penetrate the reincarnation and karmic cycles. Clank. On the contrary, the Saber Ancestor's saber intent was monstrous like a primal beast. It billowed and engulfed the entire world, ready to lacerate and create a scene of hell. Buzz. The divine moon above the 3rd progenitors lit up once more. It looked exactly like the moon in the night sky, bright and perfectly round. It represented a supreme grand Tao, as immaculate as can be. The awakening of this moon illuminated all the firmaments. Various visual phenomena manifested around it, gods and various worlds. This moon was all-encompassing, capable of storing the entire world and allowing the various cycles to take place. But upon closer inspection, one would find that the various cycles and the worlds there were frozen. They weren't actually moving in a natural order, seemingly sealed by the divine moon. Poof! Fire Ancestor's evil flame lit up again, far brighter than before. He clearly had recovered some energy lost from using Immortal Blast earlier. The short period of rest did the job, taking him back to 70 to 80% power. Forgive me for what I'm about to do. Fire Ancestor smiled. Despite this being a fight to the death and that he had fallen to the darkness, his actions and words befitted that of a gentleman, quite a strange duality. One could only imagine how amazing and charismatic he used to be when he was alive. No wonder why so many emperors, everlastings, and even progenitors were willing to follow him into the expanse. Buzz. He raised his hand engulfed in fire, turning it into a phoenix claw. A metallic and sharp noise resounded. He slashed straight towards Sword Saint, wanting to dig out his opponent's heart. The move wasn't restricted by space and time, instantly appearing before the Sword Saint's chest. This happened with a single thought. The claw seemed to be unstoppable and undodgeable, even for someone as powerful as Sword Saint. His slashes wouldn't be able to stop the sad fate of having his heart pulled out. The group felt a sharp sting by their heart, feeling as if they were the victims with their bloody heart clawed out. They felt completely powerless regardless of their ultimate techniques and treasures. Nothing mattered before the Phoenix Claw. None could ever hope to defeat this claw, no exception. Whoosh! The claw pierced Sword Saint's skin in no time at all. However, a brilliance instantly engulfed Fire Ancestor. It came from the divine moon above. Each strand of light looked like a water pillar with a diamond-like glow. It immediately sealed time, resulting in mass stagnation in the area. Even a split second became as long as 1,000,000 years. This included the area around Sword Saint. Thus, Fire Ancestor himself couldn't break through this temporal defense right away, unable to kill Sword Saint. Instantaneous manifestation. Hui Qingxian was shocked. This was a lost technique of Divine Moon Progenitor, also his greatest. He had spent many years with Fire Ancestor during their expedition and had a great understanding of the latter's power. Thus, he immediately resorted to his best technique. Unfortunately, using this move meant paying a great price. His hair withered and white, his skin dried up and became wrinkly. He didn't mind wasting the leftover true blood in his corpse in order to perform this move to its limit. Remember, there was no way for them to replenish their true blood. True death would come the moment they run out. Nameless Sacred Sword. Sword Saint also made his move with his blade. Whoosh! The thrust pierced through the fabrics of reality. Distance and time no longer mattered. This sword could still instantly pierce through someone living 1,000,000 years in the future away from 3 immortals. It was formless and soundless, rendering evasion an impossibility. The spectators felt as if the thrust had crossed through all of 3 immortals, pinning it in place. Chapter 3089. The formless sword broke the myriad Tao. Pluff. Everyone could sense it piercing through Fire Ancestor's body despite its intangible nature, pinning him in place. Pieces of the phoenix armor broke with blood oozing out. The process was extremely slow, allowing the spectator to have a full view. Just imagine, harming someone of this level was easier said than done. He was also wearing an indestructible phoenix armor. A sword at the same level as the armor would still find inflicting damages difficult. However, the thrust still managed to do so, indicative of its power and precision, hitting the ancestor's weak spot. His body started falling backward. He would have been blown away if it wasn't for the temporal stagnation caused by the divine moon. Clank. The saber ancestor swung down his blade during this exchange as well. The blade became resplendent and poured out the most mystical light in this world, akin to the explosion of 1,000,000 stars. The explosion turned into a space-refining slash, severing the primordial chaos itself. Everything became clearly separated, all of the affinities such as yin and yang, cause and effect. Flesh and limbs would separate as a result. One could clearly sense their flesh being stripped off the bones in a perfect manner, the work of a master butcher. Pluff. It struck Fire Ancestor's shoulder. One could see the evil flame on the phoenix armor billowed. The armor itself exuded a bright radiance with laws in order to stop the slash. Alas, this was not enough and the blade still made full contact. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 times faster than a lightning bolt. From the start of the Phoenix Claw to Sword Saint's thrust to Divine Moon Progenitor's seal, ending with the Saber Ancestor's slash. The 4 of them virtually moved in unison, no first or last. On the side of the trio, they came to an agreement the moment Divine Moon Progenitor created his stagnation domain. The 3 instantly chose to use the most effective moves to take down Fire Ancestor. The shocked spectators saw everything clearly. No one could stop the fatal blows from these 3 progenitors. Just surviving further emboldened Fire Ancestor's claim to greatness. Only very few could do the same. Boom! The world nearly exploded afterward. The sacred light from the moon blew up so time started splashing chaotically like a tsunami. The spectators were blinded by this explosion. Darkness came next and no one could see a thing. Once they could open their eyes again, they witnessed the trio being blown away. The battlefield had a gigantic void zone, freed from time and space. Only a gray expanse remained. This wasn't a return to the origin nor mere destruction. It was as if the affected area had never existed in the first place. Blood could be seen everywhere on the trio. They have clearly suffered considerable injuries after that explosion. The spectators turned their attention towards Fire Ancestor. He was holding a cauldron with a flickering evil flame inside. He bested their fatal techniques, albeit with grave injuries. His chest plate was cracked, clearly pierced through by Sword Saint's thrust. The actual damage inside remained unclear. This was the case for his shoulder plate as well, split open by the Saber Ancestor's slash. Nonetheless, the spectating group remained unoptimistic. The trio required their best techniques at the same time to harm Fire Ancestor who was weaponless. Phoenix Cauldron. Holy Frost Emperor shouted. The group became stirred since Fire Ancestor has finally taken out his weapon. The explosion earlier stemmed from this. It suppressed the 3 and sent them flying. They have heard about the legends of this cauldron before. Rumor has it that it was created from a mature phoenix. It accompanied Fire Ancestor, helping him achieve supremacy. Some even said that any battle would be over the moment he took it out because no one could stop this unbeatable weapon. Fire Ancestor and Phoenix together, a symbol of invincibility. The trio's eyes narrowed after seeing the cauldron. Gentlemen, you can't win. Fire Ancestor showed no sign of arrogance or complacency, as if he was speaking to friends. If it wasn't for the unexpected development back then, you all wouldn't be here right now. You couldn't escape death either. Skysplitter Saber Ancestor retorted. Fire Ancestor fell into silence. He was completely covered in armor, so one couldn't see his expression right now. However, it should be a complicated one. No one can escape death. He eventually sighed and shook his head. We all did what we thought was right. You have disappointed us. Divine Moon Progenitor said, and your master too. The spectators became drawn into this conversation. Fire Ancestor's identity was very mysterious, even more so for his master. Rumor has it that his master was one of the 3 immortals. We're just chess pieces, that's all. Fire Ancestor said, I have repaid my debt and merely done what I should, that's all. Don't drag us together with you. Divine Moon interrupted him and said, we have not done anything to be ashamed of. We can stare at heaven and earth along with all living beings with pride. On the other hand, you're a mass murderer, the killer of so many brothers who trusted you, who were ready to throw their lives away for you. Divine Moon seemed to be very close to Fire Ancestor, unlike the other 2 progenitors. This was understandable. Divine Moon chose to follow Fire Ancestor back then, giving the guy his full support. They must have experienced many trials together. Unfortunately, Fire Ancestor decided to take a different path. Yes. Fire Ancestor nodded and calmly replied, I have let everyone down, but if I have a chance to redo it all, I would still make the same choice. You maintain that you're on the side of justice, but I argue that our perspective is different. Chapter 3090, Fire Ancestor's calm response resulted in silence. The trio had nothing to say. Let's end this. It's time for our obsessions to die and return to the earth, far away from the mortal coil. He eventually said. Die. The Saber Ancestor directly answered by taking one step forward for a horizontal slash. Clank. The blade drew near, wanting to decapitate his foe. The slash was decisive with no take-back. He poured all of his strength into this strike. The saber itself wouldn't return to the sheath before drawing blood. Just imagine a progenitor going all out with one slash. The stars and the myriad ages were severed. One side must die as a result. It carried his indelible and reckless intent. He didn't put on any defensive line at all, focusing all of his strength into this slash. Whoosh! A sword glint crossed through the air. Though the Saber Ancestor attacked first, Sword Saint was even faster. A thrust left behind a permanent scar in the area, crossing through the spatial and temporal fabrics. People could still see the same scar millions of years from now. In fact, careless spectators would be injured just by looking at it. Whoosh! The fatal thrust surpassed everything else in speed and fatality, virtually piercing through Fire Ancestor's forehead in the blink of an eye. A murderous saber slash and an extreme sword thrust, this combination should be enough to sweep through any generation. Buzz. The divine moon's brightness suddenly doubled versus before. Its master, unfortunately, became older with a hunchback now. In order to seal Fire Ancestor, he had added all of his true blood to the moon. The trio wanted to take him down with this move. Buzz. Time suddenly became a quagmire around Fire Ancestor. Each of his actions became extremely difficult. The fact that he could even move was impressive enough. Anyone else would turn into a painting, never be able to move again. This powerful lunar light couldn't stop the Ancestor completely, but it did restrict his movements. The incoming sword and saber attacks should be able to connect given his current circumstances. However, Fire Ancestor remained nonchalant during this moment of life and death. Poof! His cauldron's evil flame suddenly rushed out with a metallic glow, filled with supreme power. There was an infusion of something akin to golden mud. What did this mean? It meant that the flame could burn the world into nothingness, then instantly rebuild it, an incredible effect. Boom! The river of time started shaking while the area was ravaged by this flame. The temporal fabrics here evaporated from the temperature. Karma and the various cycles disappeared around Fire Ancestor, allowing him to jump out of this world. Screech! The cauldron spread its wings and turned into a colossal phoenix. Space crumbled around it as a result. Its wings left behind 2 trails of golden powders with the ability to create life, a duality of destruction and creation. The birds seemed to be coming from the primordial era. It was the origin of everything, including time, space, and other affinities. This meant that a new epoch was starting, one belonging to Fire Ancestor. The old one was naturally buried as a result. Creation Phoenix, the group gasped after seeing this. They have heard stories about this frightening legendary move. After destruction came creation. He personally crafted everything again and became their lord. Boom! After a blinding explosion, everyone saw the trio suffering grievous injuries after being blown away. Skysplitter Saber Ancestor had the worst injury. He got struck by the bird's wing on the chest, so his ribcage was completely caved in, replaced by a bloody hole. His upper half was in shambles. The fact that he could still stand was amazing enough. Sword Saint had thousands of lacerations all over caused by the feathers. It was as if he had been cut by 1,000 swords. Fortunately, his sword Dao put up a good defensive barrier, or he would be a pile of meat right now. Divine Moon Progenitor had the easiest time relative to the other 2. However, he coughed out blood continuously, unable to stand up straight, just like a flickering candle. He used too much true blood, so his corpse was withering. It was only a matter of time now. The trio had utterly lost despite going all out. Fire Ancestor had enough firepower to sweep through any immortal level progenitor. Dissipate now. Fire Ancestor once again activated his cauldron, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Rumble. The world let out a sad bellow as a flame looking like an all-devouring beast rushed out of the cauldron. Flame waves ravaged the area like an endless tsunami. Clank. The trio roared and activated their Dao again in order to stop the flame. Alas, their barriers seemed feeble against this raging flame. It's not looking good. The group became aghast and thought that the trio was about to become ashes. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything. Joining in would be the same as meaninglessly throwing their lives away. Zheng, zheng, zhang. Suddenly, one could hear the tunes coming from a zither similar to pearls rolling on a jade tray. This sonic attack rushed closer and everyone could sense a refreshing presence, almost like the sea breeze, a clear contrast to the fiery tsunami. Boom! The 2 attacks smashed into each other, creating a terrible black hole in the process. Both the sound waves and the flame got sucked into the black hole and disappeared from sight. Chapter 3091, a figure descended along with the tunes, one peerless woman holding a zither, looking as transcending as can be. She looked ethereal and illusory with her appearance shrouded as if she was hiding in the river of time. People couldn't help wanting to take a look. Despite the vagueness of it all, she still overshadowed all the girls in this world. Even someone as gorgeous as Holyfrost Emperor paled in comparison, mainly due to the woman's ultimate temperament and aura. She seemed to have come out of a painting, as if she wasn't a real existence, only a legend. Zither Empress, the bull murmured. Is it really her? Supreme and the others exchanged glances, shocked. Fire Ancestor was mysterious enough for future generations. However, his tales and legends still passed down, especially his expedition. There were records of these historical events. Many wise sages of the past have met him as well. This wasn't the case for Zither Empress. It was as if she came to this world alone and left in the same manner, not leaving behind a system, her legacy, or descendant. Someone like her appeared briefly on the river of time before disappearing. Thus, her origin, skills, lineage, and everything else were a blur. The proof of her existence came from the ancient scrolls of a few Tao systems. Of course, nothing in detail. Nonetheless, this enigmatic progenitor's existence remained a contentious debate. Now, this legend was proven to be true. It's that zither again. Holyfrost saw the zither coming by to stop the soul summoning process a while ago back on the ship. A few ancestors activated their heavenly gaze but couldn't see through the Empress at all. Just a Tao avatar. Li Chie revealed while looking at her. A Tao avatar? The group became surprised before stealing glances over at the trio and fire ancestor. Everyone here was dead. What about her? Was she dead too? This question lingered in their head but none gave them an answer. Whatever happened in the past might have involved even more progenitors. One ancestor wondered. So far, there have been Phenom, Sword Saint, Skysplitter, Divine Moon, and Zither Empress. This made the group shudder. They realized that the scale of this event was massive. Many progenitors being involved meant that many of them might have died, evident by the group seen here. Thus, their own progenitors might either be dead or worse, becoming a fallen one like fire ancestor. Progenitors were considered supreme in their own systems. This seemed rather obvious. However, what if their progenitors did something to break this image and reputation? How could their descendants handle this? What about all the other progenitors that have entered the expanse? Supreme asked. For millions of years, virtually all progenitors have gone there. None ever returned. What did they experience there? The same fate as the ones here? This made the group very pessimistic. They were actually thinking that it might be best for some of the progenitors to die. At the very least, they wouldn't become someone like Fire Ancestor. The worst thing was, these possibilities were actually quite plausible. Empress, your Tao avatar is depleted. You can't stop me. Fire Ancestor said. Fire Ancestor, you are dead and should stop. The Empress' voice seemed harmonious with nature. Dead, but my obsession lives on for an eternity. Fire Ancestor said, never give up doing what must be done, that's the Tao heart all cultivators should have. A single erroneous thought leads to a mile of mistakes. The Empress continued, the karma here has been settled, you can't change it. I will still do what I must and leave the outcome to the heaven. Fire Ancestor replied. Nothing will come of it even if you succeed. You're only an evil thought that won't disperse, no longer the real you. She said. There is still a chance if I can get it. His eyes turned towards the sealed palace. This made the spectators look over as well. They didn't know what was hidden in there, but it was precious enough to make Fire Ancestor and the other progenitors risk everything. The teachers didn't leave that thing for you or me. It is meant for the three immortals and its inhabitants. The Empress shook her head. Its very presence will cause trouble for three immortals. He asserted. Those with wisdom see different things. She disagreed. I will cross your evil intent over to the other side today. As you have said, it is time for this to end and for everyone to return to the earth. This isn't our era anymore. You can't take me down. He said, our Tao are different. My darkness is eternal, not even the light can do anything about it. I am me now, not someone else. She fell into silence. Meanwhile, the group started pondering. They could see that Fire Ancestor wasn't the same as before. His power wasn't his own, it came from a mysterious source of darkness and allowed his flame to be indestructible. This was one of the reasons why the trio couldn't take him on. They were dead and relied on their true blood for empowerment. Once this source of power was gone, they would be no different from ordinary corpses. On the other hand, Fire Ancestor could always recover even after being utterly defeated, provided that he wasn't turned to dust in full. He could live for as long as the evil flame was around. This was also why he grew stronger versus his first appearance during the ceremony. The evil flame grew stronger with time and added more dark power to him. The only way to take him down was to annihilate him and the evil flame in one move, leaving nothing left. True. She finally admitted, I can't cross you over as I am now, but someone else can. Who? He asked. This fellow Taoist over there. Her eyes fell upon Wuxia. Fire Ancestor's eyes flashed brightly and looked over at Wuxia. His expression changed after recognizing the guy. The trio of progenitors also stared at Wuxia, the same with his own group. All eyes were on him now. Chapter 3092, Don't look at me like that, everyone, I'm shy. Wuxia chuckled and said. His allies nearly burst out in laughter because of the contrast between the joke and the solemn atmosphere. Jing'er standing behind Qingxian gave Wuxia the side eye. Meanwhile, the progenitors weren't laughing. Fire Ancestor had seen Wuxia's power before. The trio started staring intensely at him with bright flashes in their eyes, wanting to see his depth. I didn't wish to get involved in the matter of the old generation since an 18-year-old teen like me don't know enough about the world, too inexperienced for my own good. Acting cavalier might result in throwing my life away. Wuxia ignored their invasive stare and said, Your feud has lasted for millions of years and it continues even after death. What if I join in and all of you will start haunting me later? Zither Empress and her peers grimaced after hearing this. They had the urge to kick the guy flying for being so audacious. Wuxia paused for a bit before smiling again. However, I think that the thing in this palace should be kept by the living. As for your feud, do as you please. The progenitors became more intense after hearing about his intention. Fire Ancestor clearly wouldn't let him have this, perhaps the same for the other side. After all, they have lost their lives just to protect it. Why would they let a stranger have it? Fellow Taoist, you wish to implicate yourself into this mess? Fire Ancestor said. Addressing Wuxia as fellow Taoist meant that he recognized the guy's power. Wuxia shrugged in response, Nothing like that, I'm just a passerby so I don't care about killing the darkness or ridding 3 immortals of traitors or whatever. That's your master's job because he's responsible for his disciples' lackings. And yes, your master is not doing great in this matter, not taking you down completely. Master naturally has his reasons with his boundless wisdom. The criticism is unwarranted. Fire Ancestor said. He was still as respectful as before despite falling into the darkness. Interesting. Wuxia smiled, he destroyed you yet you still don't hate him. Quite rare. Supreme and the others took a deep breath after hearing this shocking news. First, leaving aside the identity of this master, just the fact that this person destroyed Fire Ancestor, a member of the Decemvirate, was shocking enough. Even this group of progenitors here couldn't take him down, albeit partly due to the unfavorable circumstances. However, his master still managed to destroy him. This person's power must be at an unfathomable level. Fire Ancestor didn't respond to Wuxia's taunt. Everyone says, pity the love of parents in this world. I would add masters to this line as well. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. He didn't kill you completely back then and didn't take care of these messes. Perhaps he still held some optimistic delusions about you in his heart. I do not dare to speculate on master's wishes. However, our Tao and choices are different, no right or wrong here. Fire Ancestor responded. No right or wrong? You chose the wrong path and didn't repent. You're nothing more than a scourge to all living beings. Zither Empress interjected. Perhaps you're right. Fire Ancestor calmly said, in case of success, would have been the savior of 3 immortals. There are no eggs beneath a broken nest, my method is simply different. On that day, all worlds would have been destroyed but our 3 immortals will still stand. You chose to fall. She said, calamities have always been around yet 3 immortals remain standing after so many epochs. Master has been watching and guarding. I'm afraid you lack information here. Fire Ancestor said, the darkness descent is beyond your imagination, no one and no world will survive. Not a single soul can do a thing about it. Supreme and the others became afraid. It sounded like Fire Ancestor was trying to intimidate them, but there was no need for him to do so. He has experienced so many things in life. How could he be so pessimistic about facing the future back then? Just who did he meet? It seemed so hopeless if Fire Ancestor himself felt powerless. Enough talking. The Empress shook her head and turned towards Li Chia. Fellow Daoist, please lend us a hand. All living beings will owe you a debt. That's too much. Li Chia chuckled. I don't care for such flowery words. However, it seems like the old geezers will owe me even more. I suppose it's fine to take care of this little problem for them, then extract double. Sword Saint and his allies heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fellow Daoist, I might not be able to stop you even if I were alive. However, killing me won't do anything. I'm eternal as long as the spark survives. I'll just be reborn one day. Fire Ancestor wasn't afraid in the slightest. This influx of information naturally startled the listeners. True. Li Chia nodded. You're no longer you, no longer a simple obsession. This power is from the darkness, but that's fine. I don't have to destroy you myself, someone else can do it. Clank, clank. He then took out a long iron chain. It didn't look special at first sight outside of having a crimson hue. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it was made from millions of tiny laws weaving together. They were refining the most precious immortal metals. Their value was incalculable. Fire Ancestor staggered backward after seeing the chain, akin to a traveler spotting a venomous serpent. The spectators naturally saw his trepidation. How could this great progenitor fear this crimson chain? Just what was this treasure? I'm sure you're familiar with this thing. Li Chia smiled. It was taken from great desolate heavenly prison, chained around a skeleton. Its prisoner used the greatest true fire to burn it before to no avail. Master's kindness is as immense as a mountain. Fire Ancestor eventually said. So you knew how to open this chain? Li Chia said. Just the Tao heart, but unfortunately, that's too difficult. Fire Ancestor sighed. I do feel bad for the old geezer, going through so much effort and clinging onto a sliver of hope. Li Chia shook his head. It's a shame that our paths are different. Fire Ancestor paused for a bit before nodding with a respectful expression. Only the Tao heart can unlock this iron chain. The two of them knew exactly what was going on here. Chapter 3093, Clank. Li Chia slightly moved the iron chain. Fire Ancestor had a complicated expression because the iron chain carried special significance to him. I'm no longer me, that thing is useless now. He eventually said. Really now? Li Chia smiled and calmly said, you're indeed no longer the Fire Ancestor back then, no longer the hot-blooded youth. However, there is still a part of you in there, otherwise, that guy hidden in uncrossable expanse would be standing here instead of you. The replacement hasn't taken place, so you're still in there. He then pointed at his heart. Fire Ancestor didn't say anything, his eyes still fixated on the iron chain. Meanwhile, everyone watched with bated breath and could see the special connection between the chain and Fire Ancestor. Okay, let me cross you over so that the old geezer will owe me one. Li Chia moved the chain again and said. We'll see if you can do that. Fire Ancestor remained calm, seemingly accepting the situation or whatever his fate may be. I'm not the one doing it, it's the old geezer. Li Chia smiled. All the same. I'll be able to rest if you can do it. Fire Ancestor said. Poof. The flame inside Phoenix Cauldron surged again to the sky. Just one spark was enough to destroy a system. It seemed to be the true fire of the mythical beast, capable of incinerating everything and more. Screech. A phoenix slowly emerged and filled the world with its scorching heat, nearly melting the area in the process. The spectators retreated far away because this heat was still too much for them. True emperors still couldn't withstand it. Clank. Li Qie threw the chain straight at Fire Ancestor with lightning-fast speed. It seemed to have its own life the moment it left his hands, no longer needing his control. The chain itself was attacking Fire Ancestor now. The millions of laws contained the most profound Tao and represented an unquestionable supreme will, once awakened. Screech. The phoenix sent out an all-burning flame. Even the laws of heaven and earth here instantly melted before its frightening power. Clank. However, one end of the iron chain instantly coiled around the phoenix and the other end, Fire Ancestor. Screech. The phoenix tried to fly up again but couldn't move at all. The iron chain's seal caused its flame to shrink. The temperature gradually decreased. It pulled Fire Ancestor and the phoenix closer, tying them up together. Activate. Fire Ancestor roared and released an evil flame filled with dark power. A dark expanse appeared on his chest. The evil flame alone was blinding enough with unbearable heat. However, this dark expanse added even more force to both him and his flame. Clank. The chain was stretched to its limit by this explosion of power, on the verge of breaking at any moment. Boom. This attempt from Fire Ancestor was apocalyptic, to say the least. The shock waves emanating from it could flatten the entire world. The already crimson chain became as red as can be from the heat, nearly turning into molten metal. The spectators felt their heart hanging on a thread after seeing this. Will the chain break? Holyfrost worriedly said. What item could handle Fire Ancestor's evil flame? Even the toughest immortal metal would eventually turn into liquid. It was only a matter of time. Don't worry, he would have melted it long ago if he could. Li Qie smiled. Clank. The laws on the chain became bright. Its brilliance looked like a current consisting of 1,000,000 stars. This starry light contained an ancient and peerless force belonging to 3 immortals, virtually unstoppable. Clank. 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 The burning chain immediately tightened, nearly dismembering the ancestor. His power surge instantly subsided, same with the flame engulfing the sky. This looked like a bonfire running out of firewood. Clank. The chain continued to constrict both the ancestor and his power. The spectators couldn't believe it and became speechless at the chain's effectiveness. Fire Ancestor was strong enough to take on 4 progenitors at the same time. However, he couldn't do a thing against this chain. Just who created this amazing artifact? Poof! The evil flame on the ancestor struggled several times to rise again but eventually extinguished fully. Boom! Next, his phoenix armor shattered from the pressure, revealing his body. It wasn't made out of flesh and blood but rather flowing fiery Tao runes. It looked like some evil flame was still left in him. This form of his resembled a massive volcano, always ready to erupt. Clank. 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 The 2 ends of the iron chain suddenly pinned onto the stone steps in front of the palace. It then dragged Fire Ancestor over as if he was a prisoner. What is it doing? The spectators wondered. Chapter 3094, Clank. The iron chain tightly wrapped around Fire Ancestor with the 2 ends pinned on the stone steps. Struggling was futile. This chain seemed to be specifically crafted for the sake of imprisoning him. Buzz. The palace suddenly had waves of light emanating from it. They illuminated the sky vault and made the structure look majestic. A figure appeared within the light, not large in size but impressive enough to suppress the firmaments and all existences. He sat there, seemingly for an eternity already. His existence brought endless possibilities as if he was the creator of the world and its laws. The pulse around him made him look like a true immortal belonging only in the legends. After all, only an immortal could have everlasting life. Even the progenitors present lowered their head. This figure has yet to exert his dominating aura and suppression, but everyone could still sense an immense disparity, something akin to an ant looking up to an elephant and feeling inadequate. The young ones here suddenly felt an illusion that they were seeing a true immortal, at least from their perspective. This impression has been imprinted in their mind forever. ZZZ, fire ancestor started burning. Ancient runes emerged from the crevices of his being and imprinted themselves into each inch of his flesh. This was a bizarre scene since his form was actually made from evil flame already. Ah! He couldn't help screaming to the horror of the crowd. A being of this level should have indomitable willpower. He has experienced numerous pains before and probably never screamed until now. Pop! As the runes imprinted themselves on him without showing any mercy, cracks started appearing on his flesh. Poof! The flame around him started to change color, from an evil to a purer color. Meanwhile, the figure continued to sit there while illuminating the ancestor. This seemed to be a purification process. Pop! From the cracks came strands of light looking like they originated from the primordial chaos, coming from the start of time. No-oh! Fire ancestor bellowed. The appearance of this light caused his evil flame to pull back. His flame no longer had an evil affinity. It became purer with a golden hue just like the one seen during the rebirth of a phoenix. Yes, this phoenix flame used to be his original power. It began to grow stronger and larger. That's the real him. Sword Saint quietly said after seeing the return of the phoenix flame. The power of darkness was being banished from his being. The evil flame eventually dissipated, leaving behind only the golden flame. Ah! The completion of this process made the phoenix flame soar towards the horizon. A wondrous phoenix emerged with supreme Tao runes on its back. Each rune was derived from the ultimate Tao. It looked capable of shouldering the myriad Tao. This bird itself was a series of apex merit laws. When the phoenix spread its wings, one could see the old form of fire ancestor returning. He looked impeccable with a flawless temperament. This was the true fire ancestor, a brilliant talent rare across the ages who possessed matchless charisma. The others were amazed to see his original form. It was an honor to see a member of the Decemvirate. It's a shame that he eventually faltered to the darkness. Pop! His body crumbled to pieces and the ancient runes left his body. They contained the power of a phoenix, each looked like a spark that could melt the earth. This was a primal source of the fire affinity. They eventually gathered together and flowed towards the figure above the palace. The figure raised his hand and took all the runes into his sleeve. They seemed to be very happy like little birds returning to their nest. The entire event happened smoothly and in tune with the rhythm of heaven and earth. The fragments of fire ancestor's body eventually turned into particles and seeped into the earth. Buzz! The light from the palace also disappeared, the same with the figure. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. The spectators were naturally awestruck and curious, especially about the figure that had taken fire ancestor's runes away. They were also curious about this being's identity, thinking that this might be his master. Just who could train someone to become a member of the Decemvirate? Plus, according to fire ancestor himself, his master was far stronger than him. Chapter 3095, Fire Ancestor no longer existed. His final marks in this world have also been erased. The other progenitors had a complicated expression, especially Divine Moon progenitor. Fire Ancestor used to be a great man worthy of respect. Divine Moon even fought together with him. Who would have thought that they would eventually become enemies, turning their blade on each other? They had been fighting for many years even after death. Their obsession and grudges remained. Today, Fire Ancestor was finally gone and they didn't know what to think. Sword Saint and the Saber Ancestor sighed and sat back down on their stone chair. The Ancestor embraced his saber again and Sword Saint put down his sword on top of the table. The two of them resumed their original position and looked like two statues. How lamentable. Divine Moon progenitor said before disappearing as well to an unknown location. His obsession was still free to move wherever. Zhang. Empress Zither plucked the strings once before also disappearing from sight. Only the Zither remained floating in the air. With the disappearance of her Tao avatar, the Zither broke through space and went its own way. Who knows where it was going? Perhaps to look for its master. The Empress remained an unsolvable puzzle. No one here knew whether she was dead or alive. The snowy peak seemed peaceful again as the cold breezes returned. Coldness and tranquility made a perfect pair. This place seemed perfect for those looking for reclusion. Supreme and the others stared at the two progenitors, becoming very sentimental. These two obsessions would always stay here in order to defend three immortals. This was truly worthy of respect. A while later, the group tidied up their outfit, some took off their hats. All then bowed towards the two progenitors. Now we can take that treasure, right? The bull's indecent laughter suddenly broke the dignified atmosphere. Wuxia chuckled and walked to the front of the palace, looking at its entrance. Here I come. The bull pushed the gates with its large hooves. Unfortunately, nothing moved. Remember, it had enough force to push mountains out of the way. Shit, it's sealed. It cursed. Obviously. Wuxia gave it a look of disdain. It wouldn't be here right now if anyone can just waltz in. The key is right here. The bull's eyes lit up as it stared at the chest held by Jinger. It was hidden in the boulder that fell on Sky Pass back then, clearly carrying special significance. This treasure was found by you, Dao brother, so you should be the one to open this door and take the item. You're the only one who can keep it safe as well, the rest of us can't. Hui Qingxian smiled at Wuxia and said. She couldn't be clearer with her intention of handing the item inside over to him. He smiled and opened the chest, taking out 2 scrolls inside before astonished eyes. He had already placed 1 scroll on each of the doors before anyone could react. The scrolls had ancient characters possessing majestic divinity. They looked like 2 grand Dao hanging on the doors with immense weight. Others would never be able to move them. Now, the physical doors gave the impression of being a peerless portal. Of course, some were also surprised to see the 2 scrolls. Everyone assumed that the chest would contain an incredible treasure. They took a closer look at the scrolls and eventually realized that they were truly precious. The 2 scrolls represented 2 supreme grand Dao, more profound than any Dao they have seen before. They tried their best to memorize the runes in order to research them after returning home. It was impossible to understand anything in a short period. Creak. The doors automatically opened. Wuxia smiled and walked inside. The rest followed right behind after regaining their wits. The main hall wasn't large and had perfect lighting with warm sun rays. This made it a very comfortable place to be. There existed a table with 1 rock inside, nothing else to the disappointment of the ancestors. They thought that they would see some immortal artifacts inside, not a single rock. On the other hand, Wuxia has been fixated on this rock the moment he got in here, the same with the bull and Hui Qingxian. The rock was only the size of an adult fist with a white color and the texture of crystallized salt. It exuded a muddled glow due to the presence of a milky liquid inside. All in all, pedestrians on a street wouldn't give this rock a second glance. It just looked too common. The group thought about it again and felt that this rock should be a big deal. They carefully inspected it and thought that there should be something special. Sure enough, the crystallized shell seemed to be a barrier capable of containing an entire world. The liquid inside should be all the essences necessary, enough to give birth and strength to all creations and laws. The muddled light seemed to be the beginning of all things. It was necessary to be the beginning mark of history. Without this light, there would be no river of time. So what is it? The ancestors became more and more intrigued by this rock. They realized that this was an immortal rock above all else. It's just that they couldn't understand it yet. I think this looks like a fake. The world can't have something like this. The bull murmured. You've seen the real thing, master? Lu Yanbai was naturally lost. If I did, I wouldn't be saying that it looks like a fake right now. The bull laughed and said. Chapter 3096. The rock has been left here for so long, for who knows how many millions of years. The most important question was the age of the rock, not how long it has been here. One would think that it has been here before the formation of three immortals, before the creation of the world, and even before the appearance of all things. I feel that this rock is older than our world. One ancestor murmured after carefully looking at it. Others shared the same fascinating thought. If this rock was indeed this old, it should contain an unreal energy inside. Its identity remained a mystery to the ones here, but they still knew that it was special in some ways. Boom! Suddenly, all of Sky Ruins quaked and interrupted their speculation. The spatial fabrics here seemingly became overfilled and started twisting and expanding. 10 million miles of space expanded in a short time, perhaps even more. Rumble. Explosions accompanied this spatial expansion. It felt as if there was a massive beast awaking. Just one turn of its massive frame could destroy space. Ascension Pond exuded boundless light and fog into the air during the explosions. The area became filled with an ancient aura. Just one strand was enough to crush the firmament or kill emperors and everlasting. Shit, something bad is happening. Many were scared out of their mind. We need to run now, Ascension Pond is about to explode. Another shouted. Numerous cultivators were hanging around Sky Ruins and saw the sudden development. They no longer dared to stick around and immediately ran. Unfortunately, some weren't strong enough and became frozen from the pressure stemming from Ascension Pond. They couldn't get up at all. Boom! The thunderous detonation actually spread to immortal lineage. It was as if a supreme being was awakening in Ascension Pond with enough power to suppress everything. Many realized that they were nothing more than ants despite their cultivation level. Something is coming out. One invincible master's expression changed as he took a deep breath. This is terrible. Another peerless ancestor gazed sternly at Sky Ruins. Meanwhile, the people back in the palace heard rustles. Some roof tiles were falling down. Though the palace was in a different dimension, it was still affected by this invincible power. What power is this? The ancestors inside became afraid. An ancient monster is coming back? Supreme Emperor took a deep breath, aghast. The bull instantly turned back and exuded 2 rays from its round eyes. Its expression became serious right away. Ascension Pond. The overlord there is up and salivating for this thing. It then turned towards the rock. Ascension Pond was extremely mysterious and dangerous. Even someone like Desolate Saint returned empty-handed or perhaps even suffered some setbacks. Who could stop this power from obtaining the rock? Ha ha ha, sir, I'll leave you with the responsibility of defending this divine rock. The bull laughed before running away with its disciple. Get the hell out of there already. It crossed through numerous dimensions and its voice echoed back. Supreme and the others regained their wits and started running too. Be careful, Dao brother. Hui Qingxian cautioned Li Qia before disappearing from sight. Running away without fighting was normally a shameful choice for cultivators. However, because a powerful senior like the bull ran away so shamelessly, these juniors could afford to run as well. Their expression wasn't that awkward and embarrassed when running for their lives. This was especially true for the older ancestors. Li Qia chuckled and grabbed the rock after seeing this. Meanwhile, the bull moved with lightning speed out of Sky Ruins. The rest eventually caught up with it. The moment they got out, the invincible power erupted like the water surging through a broken dam. They looked back and saw the fog of Ascension Pond covering all of Sky Ruins. One could faintly see the light emitted from the pond, similar to a lighthouse guiding the way. Unfortunately, it didn't give the same calming presence as a lighthouse would. People actually feared the light since it resembled a beast opening its eyes. This light was nothing more than the flash of its eyes. The fog surrounding Sky Ruins seemed eager to swallow the entire place whole. Just one inhale from this beast was enough to devour all of 3 immortals. The powerful spectators became petrified while thinking about the potential outcome. Whatever this thing was, it was strong enough to massacre their entire worlds. What kind of monster is this? One ancestor stared at the fog. No one had an answer to this question. Boom! The fog suddenly gathered together into a monstrous palm of incalculable size, surely large enough to crush a mortal lineage in one blow. Fortunately, it wasn't aiming at 3 immortals right now. Rumble. The fingers were closing down, resulting in earthquakes in immortal lineage. Its sheer size made even the slightest movement capable of affecting the spatial fabrics. What is it doing? The horrified spectators wondered as the palm surrounded the meteor. Supreme and the others exchanged glances, aware of its goal, clearly wanting the rock inside the palace. Will His Excellency be all right? One ancestor became worried. Chapter 3097. The world-grasping palm could render everything to powder with a slight clench. This applied to all of immortal lineage. Supreme Emperor's group who had just witnessed a fight between progenitors shuddered at this sight. They thought that a progenitor might not be able to escape that palm unscathed. The power there was beyond their imagination and instilled despair into them. As emperors and everlastings, they stood at the top of immortal lineage. Alas, the palm showed them otherwise. Just one touch from it would make them scatter away with the wind. Thus, the entire party became worried about Wuxia with the exception of one being, the bull. You all should be worrying about Ascension Pond, hee. The bull shrugged and had a gloating smile. Boom! No one could see the situation inside the palm, but they felt that the large meteor was in pieces now. Suffocation struck them with the closing of the palm, thinking that they were victims just like the meteor. They wanted to scream, but no sound would come out of their wide-open mouth. The world became soundless, voices were robbed and courage was taken away. After the palm closed, Wuxia found himself standing in the deepest reaches of Ascension Pond. The pond water engulfed him in a special manner. He didn't perform any art to avoid water, but the water wasn't making him wet at all. In front of him was a crystal Tao platform. Those who have been here before knew that it was used as an altar. One just needed to offer their most precious thing in order to make a successful trade here at the altar. Wuxia looked at the shiny altar freed from imperfection and smiled, seemingly amused. Want to rob me? Quite bold. He said. The pawn didn't answer as if he was the only one here. Aren't you the greatest trader? Wuxia leisurely said, very well, if you can handle my most precious thing, I will give you the rock. If you can't, I'll be stating my conditions. The crystal altar didn't answer. However, its light slightly flickered akin to a passing shooting star in the night sky. Wuxia placed his palm on the altar. Buzz. His chest exuded a faint glow. As time passed, this glow intensified and became increasingly brighter. Space trembled as a result. His light seemed to be opening a new era. After reaching a certain level, space and time became frozen. Everything has been sealed by him. Boom! A majestic force erupted from his chest as a floating heart emerged. All of immortal lineage could feel this. It looked like a resplendent world. No creature could keep their eyes open here, gods or not. The heart shrouded in radiance had a beat in harmony with heaven and earth. Each beat could break through all barriers in existence while opening a new world. This was a primordial beat, a song from the start of time, a rhythm leading to true immortality. Everyone outside of Sky Ruins saw a shocking scene. A sparkling beam soared towards the sky, piercing through all in its path including the massive palm. Crack! The palm instantly crumbled into pieces and the beam disappeared. Jaws dropped to the ground because this palm should have been untouchable. However, this bright beam managed to piece through it in no time at all. The inhabitants of immortal lineage didn't know who destroyed the great palm, only Supreme's group was privy to this information. This told them that Wuxia was far more monstrous than that palm. Crack! A hair-thin crack appeared on the crystal altar. It was virtually impossible to see, but yes, there was indeed a crack. Still can't handle it. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Earlier, Li Chia placed his peerless and unbeatable Tao heart on the altar. Ascension Pond was a place where one could offer their most precious item for whatever else they wanted. Alas, the pond had nothing worthy to trade for this Tao heart, resulting in a clear defeat. Everyone would be shocked if they were to find out about this. Okay, time to talk now, Li Chia said. Buzz. The light of the altar gathered together like the stars and turned into a cosmic maelstrom. Li Chia showed zero hesitation and walked into this maelstrom. Once he could see again, he found himself in a mysterious dimension. Wondrous lights flashed in this dimension along with divine images. The place seemed illusory and dreamlike, causing people to think that they were in a dream. Li Chia took a quick look around and nonchalantly said, "Not a bad place for hiding." Of course, it's probably not a good feeling being a cowardly turtle hiding in its shell. Chapter 3098, Humph. A scowl frightened the heaven and earth along with the celestials, for it was filled with might. The souls of emperors and gods would still scatter away after hearing this scowl. Alas, it had no effect on Li Chia. Buzz. The stars gathered with haste and formed an ethereal face in the sky. It looked so surreal, one would forget about this face right away, akin to waking up in a dream. They would remember that they have dreamt about something, just nothing in detail. Everything starts with the heart devil, desires, and resentment. Li Chia smiled after seeing the face. What is your heart devil? A voice came from the depth of this space, almost sounding like a lamentation. The voice echoed in one's mind instead of being heard through the ears, akin to speaking to oneself. This discomforting phenomenon could frighten a weak-willed individual. My heart devil? It is me, since one thought is enough to become a devil. Li Chia smiled, not minding the voice in his head. That's not what I'm talking about. The voice answered. No, it's the same thing. Once I go crazy, even I get scared of myself, so I'm my own heart devil. Li Chia responded. The voice seemingly pondered the comment, or perhaps, it didn't disagree with this logic. However, since Li Chia was his own heart devil, he wasn't afraid of turning into anything nor cared about other temptations and desires. So can we talk now? Li Chia smiled. The existence in this plane didn't respond. He wanted the rock but didn't expect to provoke someone like Li Chia. The guy exceeded his expectation. He hasn't seen a being of this level for a very long time now. There are only a few things I can offer. The existence eventually answered. I disagree with that. Li Chia smirked in response. Let me ask you first, what is your ranking among the 36? There is always a vaster sky and a greater man. The immensity of the grand Tao is beyond your imagination. Sure, your Tao heart is unmatched in history, but loftier existences are around, even more unfathomable. The existence took some time before speaking again in a serious manner. It didn't sound like an excuse. Just imagine, this was a being capable of beating an immortal-level progenitor. His words needed to be taken seriously. How are they compared to the villainous heaven? Li Chia remained calm. Comparable. The voice revealed. Interesting. Li Chia slightly raised his brows. What's outside is truly unfathomable. You have achieved a lot, but it is only the beginning. The voice continued. No, it's still within expectation, just a little exciting and worthy of anticipation, because if this is it, it'll be boring and lonely, to say the least. Li Chia chuckled. It's lonely at the top, or so they say. In Li Chia's mind, his enemy was himself, and this could get quite lonely without suitable opponents. What do you want? The voice got to the point. Not much. Li Chia said, this place isn't bad, so I want to borrow it to refine some weapons, maybe have a little chat about some interesting matters, that's all. There's nothing interesting about this world, only blood and tears. The voice said. That's fine too, it's not a bad topic. After all, I'm not a merciful saint and don't mind talking about bloody stuff. Li Chia smiled. What's your pursuit? The voice asked. Your pursuit is that thing, hence stuck in hibernation here for years. Li Qie didn't answer his question. We're not on the same path. The voice replied. That's the only reason? Not because the spoils aren't evenly distributed? Li Qie implicatively smirked. Humph. The being let out another intimidating scowl, clearly filled with dissatisfaction about Li Qie's comment. Li Qie ignored the scowl. Don't assume everyone is as despicable as you. The voice insulted. I'm certainly no gentleman, but do you dare claim that you have never had a similar thought during that period? I know that none of you play nice. Li Qie chuckled. I wouldn't be waiting all this time then, in that case. The voice clearly disliked Li Qie, judging by its tone. Nevertheless, it still answered. Not necessarily, a fat fish is better than a skinny one, and this requires feeding and patience. The latter isn't enough to even be an appetizer. Li Qie said, I'm sure that things like this have happened before, and you yourself harbored this idea once. The existence didn't respond this time. That's why as long as people can think of it, it can be done and is probably done before. Li Qie smiled. The only person worth trusting in this world is the villainous heaven. The villainous heaven? How is it different from us? The existence coldly uttered. Looks like you all are very unhappy with the villainous heaven. Li Qie chuckled. Our actions are all the same. The voice said. You don't think there's a difference between eating a fish and killing a fish? Sure, this isn't a perfect analogy, but it's suitable here. Li Qie said. All the same, both the purposes and actions. The voice coldly uttered. I see, looks like you have some grudges against the villainous heaven. Probably suffered a bit to it, right? Li Qie taunted. Humph. The voice scowled once more. Li Qie's smile grew thicker. After a while, he became serious and said, Okay, let's not talk about the villainous heaven, that's old stuff. What about the person you have been looking for? No idea. The existence didn't entertain the new conversation. Afraid, huh? What about the being in uncrossable expanse in comparison? Li Qie's eyes narrowed. Just a child. The voice decisively said without needing to think, clearly have a good idea beforehand. Interesting answer, so that's an apex existence. Li Qie laughed and said. The apex, the one and only. The same applies to you, not on the same level. The voice said. I see. It's because there are no immortals right now. Li Qie didn't become angry after being insulted. It would be over if there are immortals. The voice responded. I would still test my might against them. Of course, if they actually exist, they wouldn't allow for fake ones like you to be around. Li Qie seriously responded. The likes of you can't understand what a true immortal is anyway. The voice said. Really now? I'm definitely interested in a meeting. Li Qie smiled. Unknown whereabouts. The voice gave an abrupt answer. 1. Note that I don't know the pronoun for heaven. The author didn't use one, so I'm using it. It can be he, she / they. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3099. Immortal lineage trembled in fear after finding out about the battle where Li Qie annihilated Metalkin war gods and his legions. So many experts kept their mouths shut afterward, no daring to comment on fiercest. Of course, they were doing it with their friends and sect members in secret. Everyone learned that a third progenitor has come out. This era would become a prosperous one. Will this be a time similar to Gao Yang's? An expert wondered. Gao Yang's generation was considered to be one of the most brilliant in history. Talents came out in waves and eventually became emperors and everlastings. Due to this wonderful period, Gao Yang was elevated to a new height. Some considered him to be not only a member of the Decemvirate but also among the top 3. Now, the current generation had Luminous Master, Orchid Sage, and Fiercest. A trinity of powers. Yes, this generation will be prosperous but also quite bloody. One ancestor murmured. Common wisdom dictated that a mountain can't have two tigers. War was inevitable between these progenitors. That's only if the sides are balanced. War will definitely come, and so many systems will be dragged into this mess. Their people will let out cries of anguish. But, if there's a clear winner, we'll have peace. An everlasting side. A war between progenitors would be dreadfully destructive. Millions of casualties would be the best-case scenario. Destruction of systems might be the worst. This had happened before in a mortal lineage. It was one thing when they exercised restraint. Otherwise, war would rage between many systems. Yes, just like Gao Yang back then. An ancestor added. Everyone heard the story of Gao Yang's sudden appearance. He became invincible after becoming a progenitor and directly defeated another progenitor of that same generation, cloud-crossing progenitor. Gao Yang was just too brilliant and powerful. With the defeat of cloud-crossing progenitor came the end of the progenitorial war. There can only be one Gao Yang. A different ancestor shook his head and smiled wryly. Most agreed with this, so they thought that the incoming conflict between the progenitors would last for a while. Maybe Fiercest can match Gao Yang. An expert had this opinion. You're underestimating Gao Yang too much. Another cultivator aware of the history behind this disagreed. Gao Yang was insane. He went into any forbidden grounds and swept through anyone. That generation far exceeded ours, and he still dominated all the same. Fiercest is not on the same level. Of course, no one would argue for them being evenly matched. Nonetheless, some started analyzing Fiercest's strength. From what we've seen, Fiercest is the strongest, probably 30% stronger than Orchid Sage. One ancestor said. That's within the realm of possibilities. How about versus Luminous Master? Many agreed with this point. Luminous Master should be stronger because Fiercest is the latest to make his debut. He probably doesn't have as strong of a foundation because Luminous Master has reached this level a while ago. One ancestor said. I'm not so sure about that. Fiercest has been unstoppable and I haven't seen him use a weapon yet. In my opinion, he has yet to go all out. His real strength is probably beyond our imagination. That's why Orchid Sage is so respectful towards him. An Everlasting had a bolder conjecture while tilting his head in contemplation. Thus, after numerous discussions, some believed Fiercest was strongest while others put their money on Luminous Master. The latter definitely had an advantage for reaching this level first. He had more time to accumulate resources and enlightenment versus the other two. Rumble. Not long after the recent shocking events, explosions came from uncrossable expanse again as if a monster was leaving the ocean. This naturally attracted everyone's attention. Boom! Everyone saw a massive wave forming in uncrossable expanse. The formation of this wave was due to a moving continent piercing through space. It seemed to have crushed numerous dimensions deeper in the expanse and instantly got out. Rumble. Space trembled continuously, unable to withstand the weight of this new landmass. Another thing is coming out of there. Everyone started clamoring in immortal lineage. What now? Some naturally became afraid. First was the meteor, then the ships filled with reanimated undead. Now, a continent? What was it bringing to immortal lineage, hope or despair? Loud rumbles accompanied this continent wherever it went because of its immense weight. It's massive. People gasped at this sight. It didn't look too fast to the naked eyes, but it was naturally traveling at an insane speed. Is it going to hit Sky Pass? An expert became worried. Sky Pass might not be able to withstand the impact. Even if it could, heavy damages were inevitable. Fortunately, this continent also only skirted by Sky Pass, a daunting spectacle without any real danger. The soldiers in Sky Pass heaved a sigh of relief since they weren't ready for the impact. The cultivators in immortal lineage felt the same way. The destruction of the frontier meant the other systems were next. What's on that continent? This question popped up as the continent flew towards sky ruins. Curiosity still got the best of them. Some decided to give chase. No, don't do it. Have you forgotten about the dead creatures on the ships? Many were worried. Alas, a few ancestors confident in their abilities still wanted to climb up there to take a closer look. Fortunately, they got up there and didn't meet anything dangerous. They saw magnificent waterfalls and rivers with numerous tributaries, verdant mountains, and blue clouds. This was akin to entering an entirely new system since they were met by a pristine and majestic atmosphere. An excavated land? One ancestor became impressed by the scenery ahead. Systems were refined by progenitors. Many chose to bring a piece of landmass down from space in order to use it as the base of their system. Chapter 3100, A Continent from the Expanse Devoid of Danger? This naturally attracted many cultivators. It didn't take long before they ran there in waves and found pristine nature waiting for them, a paradise with surging rivers, verdant peaks, and endless plains of green. Not a single native could be seen. The newcomers realized that this was an unexcavated land. No one else has been here before. So what is this place? The experts wondered. Ordinary cultivators didn't think too much of this event, but the ancestors and everlastings worried about the significance of this continent. It wouldn't just float out the mysterious uncrossable expanse for no reason. This was exactly the same case as the expedition ship. However, they just haven't figured out the reason yet. Maybe that vast ocean has many unexplored continents. One ancestor murmured, I'm thinking that some progenitors saw these paradises and decided to stop there. Many ancestors agreed with this statement. Their progenitors might have started new factions there. There's good stuff here. Other explorers found things while the ancestors were chatting. What is it? An expert asked right away. Traverse ancestor found an incredible spring on top of an 80-feet peak. Its water is so sweet and can open all the veins and muscles. He himself confirmed that it is comparable to some types of sacred dew. This news came along and it wasn't the only one. An elder from Biyao found a golden pearl under a lake capable of purifying evil. Cloud Creek schoolmaster found a really rare 3-jade mushroom in a cave. A vagabond dug out a violet lotus grass on the plain. It's incredible as a longevity medicine. News like this came from all over the place. Those who came have benefited from the trip. The news traveled back to immortal lineage and attracted more cultivators. Sure enough, as more people came, more great items were found, treasure trees, spirit medicines, mystical rocks. They were no different than a swarm of locusts, instantly stripping the land of anything valuable. After all, there was no danger here. This made everyone excited and they traveled a long way to the floating continent for the treasure hunt. Heaven must be blessing us. One of them excitedly said, yes, this is a gift to immortal lineage, a treasure land from uncrossable expanse. Of course, the ancestors present definitely disagreed with this comment. They believed that there was another reason for its coming. Rumble. Numerous bronze carriages loudly crossed through the horizon and interrupted the enthusiastic treasure hunters. They came with lightning speed and landed on the continent, startling everyone in the process. The number was too few to be considered an army. However, this group had the toughness of a great wall, suffocating all spectators. They felt as if they had been surrounded and left with no escape path. Luminous Master's troops. Everyone shuddered after recognizing them. Luminous Master is coming? Someone saw a familiar face in this group, Flying Sword Marvel. The Master didn't have an entire legion like Metalkin War God. However, his cavalry was still unstoppable and earned the prestige of being one of the strongest groups in immortal lineage. After all, how could a cavalry taught by a progenitor be weak? Their appearance took everyone by surprise because Luminous Master rarely showed himself after becoming an imperial-level progenitor, the same with his cavalry. Rumor has it that he has been spending his time learning the Tao while his cavalry acted as his protectors in order to avoid any needless complication. So is he coming? One person whispered. Meanwhile, the crowd made a path for the cavalry to get through. Even ancestors didn't stand in the way. No one in immortal lineage would be dumb enough to hinder Luminous Master's path. Who would want to provoke a progenitor and his great system, Immortal Bronze Mountain? The cavalry didn't stop and continued forward. They obviously had a clear goal from the start. What are they doing? This piqued everyone's curiosity. A few experts decided to follow behind the cavalry in order to find an answer. However, they soon noticed that the cavalry has sealed off the area of their destination. No one was allowed to get close. They had no choice but to leave, annoyed. It would be foolish to take even half a step inside and invite the wrath of a progenitor. Creak, a horse carriage appeared on the horizon, made from wood without unnecessary adornment. The curtain was hanging down so no one could see the person inside. Only 10 guards accompanied the carriage, but they were all powerful true gods. Each capable of ruling over an entire domain. They looked like mighty pillars supporting the carriage. True Emperor Bachi. Some noticed the leading vanguard, a man wearing a hemp rope with an unrestrained expression. However, his actions and movements were brimming with power and momentum. He hid his aura and presence in order to keep a low profile. Nonetheless, this wasn't enough to hide his brilliance from the spectators. That's Luminous Master's disciple, so is he in the carriage then? This question popped up. Bachi True Emperor was a reclusive man personally taught by Luminous Master. Some believed that he had 10 palaces. Who else in the world but Luminous Master would be worthy of this emperor's protection? The person in the carriage remained low-key as well, their aura hidden. Yet, this didn't stop the crowd from bowing to show their respect. 1. The word here has too many meanings. Need more context: a Chinese foot, 1/3 of a meter, a ruler, a tape measure, one of the 3 acupoints for measuring pulse in Chinese medicine. Chapter 3101. The carriage immediately entered the designated area and didn't show up again. This made people curious. Was it really Luminous Master in there? Unfortunately, no one could give them an answer. None from Immortal Bronze Mountain divulged anything to the crowd. Of course, they weren't obligated to do so either. They didn't need to explain to anyone why they sealed off an area. None would dare to question them in the first place. Luminous Master and his system have reached a level high enough to be this domineering. Fellow Daoist, please leave this continent or face the consequence. A while later, an expert from Immortal Bronze Mountain finally announced. Leave the continent? Many became surprised. Why should we? On what basis are they making us leave? One guy became unhappy. Because they're under the banner of Luminous Master and members of Immortal Bronze, that's enough. His friend immediately whispered. The unhappy fellow and his group had no choice but to swallow this indignation. Yes, just the prestige of Luminous Master alone demanded cooperation and submission. Why is Luminous Master doing this? This isn't his style. The powerful Everlasting started wondering after hearing the announcement. Fellow Taoists, please leave. Immortal Bronze is carrying out official business. A formal seal was erected on the barrier not long after the announcement. The treasure hunters had no choice but to leave, losing their chance to get rich as a result. Some of the ancestors also left on their own accord, albeit begrudgingly. They knew that something big was going on because Luminous Master wasn't an overbearing person. Creak, another group came from above, only consisting of a few hundred members on a large carriage pulled by 8 dragons with an impressive bloodline. Auspicious clouds hovered above while a grand path stretched beneath the wheels. A divine bridge was slowly being formed on the carriage's path. It was made from the most precious heavy star wood. Draconic laws draped down on all 4 directions along with primordial chaos. Behind the carriage were mythical birds, white tigers, black tortoises, all-powerful demons. Zhelong is actually here. Not a single soul could stay calm at this sight. A while ago, a few proud ancestors chose to stay on the continent, confident in their strength. They immediately left after seeing this group. Something shocking is unraveling here, maybe an ultimate artifact. One ancestor gasped. So that's Zhelong. Zhelong's reputation wasn't inferior to Luminous Master. This was another top being looming above all in immortal lineage. Why? He was a Fardao everlasting. A being capable of challenging progenitors. In fact, across the years, many progenitors would still address him as senior. He became Luminous Master's Dao protector early on. This actually propelled Luminous Master's fame. After all, a person viewed highly by Zhelong should be special. Sure enough, time proved this since Luminous Master went on to become the most talented genius in immortal lineage than a progenitor. Orchid Sage wasn't as lucky to have such a capable Dao protector. Many considered Luminous Master to have the strongest supporting camp out of the current 3 progenitors. A surviving Fardao everlasting, so strong. The other everlastings watched the carriage slowly entering the continent with respect. Isn't everlasting Jiang still around? A junior said softly. In the contemporary, whenever people talked about everlastings, the first name that would usually come up was Everlasting Jiang. He was part of the 10 Radiants and had defeated a myriad-level progenitor before, True Fire. Everlasting Jiang's fame was akin to the brightest star up above illuminating the night sky. Everlasting Jiang hasn't appeared in a long time, even Longevity Hall doesn't know if he's still around. I've heard rumors about him dying during his final cultivation attempt. An Everlasting solemnly said. Everlasting Jiang was also a Fardao everlasting just like Zhelong. The latter had higher seniority but the former was superior in terms of talents. Unfortunately, most believed that Everlasting Jiang was no longer in this world. Thus, in this current generation, Zhelong was treated just like a progenitor, if not better. That's why the unhappy cultivators chose to leave, realizing that Immortal Bronze Mountain was not messing around this time. It didn't matter whether Luminous Master was here or not. Just Zhelong alone was enough to intimidate everyone. Furthermore, his very presence indicated the gravity of the situation. Provoking Immortal Bronze Mountain in this crucial moment was suicidal. No one knew why Zhelong was here. Was whatever inside worth him taking a trip here? All eyes became fixated on the continent, eagerly waiting for the next development. Rumble. Suddenly, they heard loud footsteps. Space was nearly crushed. Everyone could tell that a massive monster was moving over yonder. Sure enough, a while later, these large creatures became visible. Each of their steps crossed through 100,000 miles due to their sheer size. They looked as if they were walking slowly but their speed was quite impressive. These monsters looked like massive elephants. However, they didn't have a long nose. A thick layer of armor covered their shoulders. So how large were they? If they were standing in an ocean, the water would only reach their knees. Vigors, the spectators took a deep breath while watching the beasts. Vigors were rare ancient beasts with incredible strength, capable of lifting up heaven and earth. Perhaps only Zhelong would have these creatures in the contemporary. The crowd exchanged glances. They seemed to have a pretty good idea of what Immortal Bronze wanted to do and why Zhelong was here in person. Once they got close enough to the continent, they stopped and turned around. Clank. 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 Ancestors from Immortal Bronze were seen on top of their armored shoulders. One, Hibernation Dragon, not sure if it's a title or a name. Sleeping Dragon like Zhuge Liang is a better title but it's not the same character so I can't use it too. 10 Radiants used to be Radiant Decemvirate. The problem is that Decemvirate is also used for progenitors, so I'm changing it to 10 Radiants. Chapter 3102, These ancestors all held long and thick chains while standing on the vigors. They were made from dozens of crimson links. Each link was wide to the point where dozens of men could wrap around one, hand in hand. Thus, when these mighty ancestors were controlling them, others could also feel their incredible weight. This was akin to holding a mountain range. They were made from precious divine metals, extremely tough. The front end of the iron chain had an anchor as big as a peak. They could easily pierce through anything. Start. One of them shouted. Clank. The rest took action at the same time, instantly throwing the anchor forward. The clanking echoed in a deafening manner due to their sheer size. This was truly a magnificent scene, with the sky vault being pierced. Something akin to an iron curtain blotted out everything above, rendering others breathless. The anchors smashed into the continent. Mountains, valleys, and lakes were instantly pierced and destroyed. Mud and debris went flying as the continent suffered heavy damages. Immortal Bronze Mountain is so damn strong. The spectators shuddered. These anchors might not have been powerful enough to destroy a system right away, but still could destroy a dozen sects in the blink of an eye. It's a top system right now, probably among the top 3. One ancestor said seriously. Immortal Bronze Mountain was special. It was considered a system and the home of the Immortal Bronze race. However, it wasn't really a system in the traditional sense. Its great continent might not actually have a Tao source, hence the problem in viewing it as a system. The Bronzes themselves didn't consider their land as a system. Ultimately, system or not, it was immensely strong due to having a brilliant progenitor. By this point, everyone could see that Immortal Bronze Mountain must have this continent to send someone like Shalong here. Once the dust settled, the spectators could see the mess on the continent caused by the anchors and chains. Some have reached the deepest part of the land. The strongest ancestors managed to pierce through to the other side for a better grip. What a shame. Many let out a disappointed sigh. The continent had rich cultivation materials and huge mines. Most were gone now. Clank. The iron chains tightened. Their other side was then attached to the shoulder of the Vigors. What are they doing? Some watched and speculated. Of course, the majority already knew. I can't believe it. One expert said, they want to drag this continent back? Is this doable? Only progenitors usually do this. Idiot, is Luminous Master not a progenitor? His senior glared at him. Immortal Bronze Mountain indeed had the ability to do something like this. Does he want to create his own system then? This question popped up next. Remember, the 3 current progenitors have yet to create their own system. In history, not all progenitors did so. Some waited until the right moment or power level before spending doing so because it required considerable effort. It's only a matter of time. One ancestor nodded. Most agreed with this because Luminous Master has been around long enough at this level to start thinking about it. Of course, if Luminous Master were to create his own system, it meant that he would no longer be a part of Immortal Bronze Mountain in the future. For example, Orchid Sage was in the same situation. Though he had left strong grass, others still viewed him as a disciple of his system. The only way to change this was for him to create his own. I thought Luminous Master would wait until reaching the immortal level before doing this. It's earlier than expected. An ancestor quietly said. Well, maybe he's already at the immortal level. We just don't know about it. A different one said. As an Imperial level progenitor, Luminous Master was already qualified to create his own system. However, it would be limited at the same Imperial level. As long as he was alive, the system would also grow with him. Once he reached the immortal level, his system would also have the opportunity to improve. Will Sky Pass let them go through? Someone glanced back at immortal lineage. Pulling this continent back to their world required traveling through Sky Pass. It's not a problem in the past, but it's a different story now. Tai Inshi alone can't make a decision about this. One Everlasting pondered. Everyone agreed with him. Normally, Sky Pass wouldn't mind giving Luminous Master some face if he wanted to create a system. The problem was that this continent came from uncrossable expanse. There were too many unknowns. Start. One ancestor from Immortal Bronze roared after the anchors have firmly latched. Rumble. The chains were stretched to the limit, on the verge of breaking. Boom. The Vigors took one step forward and crushed the space beneath. They mustered all of their strength in order to pull the continent. The entire landmass quaked and shook for a bit, but in the end, it still didn't move in the slightest. It's just so heavy. The crowd took a deep breath after seeing the vigors failing to pull it forward. Rays descended from above. More ancestors from immortal bronze decided to join the fray. Their majestic aura was enough to suppress the 9 heavens, indicative of their might. They held on to the thick chains after arriving. Chapter 3103. These ancestors readied themselves to lend the vigors a hand, holding the chains tightly. This looked like a game of tug-of-war to the spectators. Their auras naturally frightened everyone. Immortal Bronze Mountain was impressive indeed. Very few systems in immortal lineage could come up with this level of force. Go! One of them shouted to initiate another attempt. Boom! 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 The old men released their vitality in the form of beams shooting in the sky. At the same time, the vigors roared and started moving their hooves at full force, working alongside the ancestors. The entire continent quaked again and still didn't move an inch, betraying everyone's expectation. Activate! The ancestors roared and used all of their power, the same with the vigors. Clank! 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 The iron chains were stretched to their limit by the unreasonable power exerted by the pullers. Some started deforming as well. Unfortunately, their effort was in vain. I'm impossible. The spectators couldn't believe it. These ancestors could pluck the stars from above. Moving mountains and oceans wasn't a problem for them. A heavy continent still had a ceiling. So many ancestors working with the vigors should have had zero problems pulling a regular landmass back to immortal lineage. This wasn't the case here. This makes zero sense. Another commented. It's not an ordinary continent, more like a supreme paradise or sacred ground, that's why it's so heavy. One ancestor immediately realized. The big shots nearby exchanged glances and agreed. After all, they were witnessing this event in person. A regular continent would have been bested by now. Alas, this one has shown its immeasurable weight. Maybe this has nothing to do with the weight of the continent but rather, a type of power, a seal, perhaps. That's why it isn't moving. One Everlasting's eyes flashed as he tried to use his divine intent to scout the place. There's a reason why Luminous Master chose this continent, it must be precious in some way. Everyone figured this out. Luminous Master had plenty of choices to pick from in the vast space, a star or some abandoned land. However, he picked this one from uncrossable expanse. People have yet to realize its potential. Keep on going. The ancestors didn't give up. Boom! Red radiance illuminated all of Sky Ruins. Raw! The vigors also exuded the same bloody glow. Both the ancestors and the vigors have resorted to using their life force, tapping into their true potential. This burning of vitality naturally shocked the spectators. The floating continent shook again. It was still as futile as ever. Clank. The clanking noises weren't as loud as before. The individual links have started deforming. The chains wouldn't last much longer. Meanwhile, the structure of the continent was having a hard time as well. Cracks appeared as mountains crumbled. One corner even fully broke off from the mainland. Some of the anchors lost their grip and sprung backward towards the ancestors and the vigors. Boom! Chaos ensued. Some of the beasts lost stability and started rolling forward while the horrified ancestors soared to the air in order to dodge. It took a long time before they resumed their original position while cutting a sorry figure. The continent was a mess now versus before, but it still didn't move. The ancestors didn't know what to do and had no choice but to give up on this method. Sky Ruins became quiet again since Immortal Bronze Mountain didn't have a next move. Zhelong and Luminous Master didn't show up despite this failure. They had been silent like a rock falling into the ocean ever since they stepped on the continent. The cavalry still didn't leave and didn't allow anyone else to enter. No one knew what the progenitor and Zhelong wanted to do. There is a great profundity in this continent. One ancestor finally commented after observing the deathly silence. Zhelong and Luminous Master are still researching. I think something amazing is in there. I think you're right, he might not only be trying to create a system with it. An Everlasting said. It could be a great treasure or some incredible Tao inside. The crowd didn't know the details. Nonetheless, it must be at the immortal level to attract these top existences. This realization made the big shots and many systems become overwhelmed with greed. A thing that could attract these two would be insane. No one would want to miss the opportunity of finding out the thing hidden inside the continent. The problem was, Immortal Bronze still didn't let anyone inside. Maybe it's worth taking a look. One ancestor became tempted. Though Luminous Master and Zhelong weren't ones to be trifled with, the existence of an immortal level item was too much. Some might be willing to take the risk. Sure enough, a mighty Everlasting took action. Going directly against Immortal Bronze was unwise, so he chose to use a heaven-defying art to sneak there. Another resourceful system utilized a secret Tao, allowing them to scout the continent from a distance. Chapter 3104. Though some top experts have managed to sneak inside, none had figured out anything. After all, the seal was quite strong, and due to Zhelong's presence, these experts didn't dare to get too close. Peace followed for a bit during the day, but it didn't last long. Boom! A pulse from the depth of sky ruins rushed to the sky, bright enough to force all to close their eyes. It turned the night into the day and got everyone's attention. What's that over there? The mass stared at the direction of the explosion. Ascension Pond, right? Many became startled. The world didn't have peace recently, with strange things floating out of uncrossable expanse, while sky ruins kept on having bizarre phenomena. An air of unrest permeated immortal lineage. The golden palm from Ascension Pond, and now this divine pulse? These were definitely ominous signs. I don't think so. It should be an unexplored area. One ancestor got a better look and said. Alas, the light was too bright and he couldn't see it fully despite using his heavenly gaze. The weaker cultivators would go momentarily blind the moment they stare at the pulse source. Fortunately, it was far away enough, or many would be permanently blind right now. Those even closer would be turned to ashes. Boom! A second explosion detonated. The pulse surged with greater intensity and power. It was as if something was being crushed up above, allowing for a portal to open. Look, over there. A keen-eyed ancestor saw a hole as blue as the sky opening. It looked like an azure expanse or an eye. This unexpected development naturally surprised the crowd. As the hole was opening, strands of heavenly power came out from within. They were extremely far from Sky Pass, but everyone there became frozen. This was akin to the high heavens scouting the mortal realm. Everyone had the urge to prostrate from this instinctive fear existing since their youth. Not to mention ordinary experts, even the Everlastings felt this fear. Ultimately, all cultivators were afraid of the legendary high heaven. What's happening? An attack against the heaven? One ancestor took a deep breath and said. His peers all stared at him since this was a taboo topic. People as strong as progenitors would refrain from ever bringing it up. Look, there's someone there. A mighty true god's eyes became resplendent, allowing him to see a figure in the pulse. Other big shots followed suit, and sure enough, they saw a figure in the center of the pulse. Alas, the blinding light shrouded this figure. They could only see it holding something. Who is that? One shouted. He's trying to attack the heaven? Another speculated. Others couldn't help but look up at the deep blue hole. Could this be a portal to the high heaven? He looks like fiercest. An Everlasting utilized his heavenly gaze to its limit by shooting out an extremely sharp ray crossing through space. He finally got a good look at the figure and what he was holding. You're right, that's fiercest. Others capable of seeing this carefully took a look after hearing this Everlasting and came up with a conclusion. Li Qie stood in the blinding radiance, unaffected. Everyone else watched with bated breath, not knowing his intention. Crack. Some heard a shatter as if something was cracking. The powerful spectators saw the thing in his hand flashing with lightning bolts. These bolts were different from ordinary ones. They contained the power of a heavenly tribulation and the judgment of a heavenly punishment. This seemed to be the will of high heaven. Those who could truly fathom the bolts shuddered with fear. The will of high heaven seemed to be pressing down and immobilizing them. Have you ever seen anything like this? One big shot asked. No one knew that fiercest was up to or the thing in his hand, just that this should be something terrifying. Boom. 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 The lightning bolts became crazy and started to escape. Some of them began striking him. He had no problem holding on in the beginning, but as time went on, the lightning bolts increased in power. The judgment of high heaven began to spill blood. The bolts crazily whipped him and blood splashed everywhere. What is the young noble doing? Holy Frost Emperor took a deep breath. She knew that she would have zero chance of surviving these bolts. However, Li Qie maintained his grasp on the item and let the bolts freely strike him. He's creating a weapon. The bull understood Li Qie the best and said after a careful analysis. You can do it like this? Violet Dragon Empress has never seen such a strange crafting manner before. This level of weapon is beyond your imagination, above progenitorial paragon artifacts. It is world-destroying, to say the least. The knowledgeable bull revealed. It's that strong? His group gasped in response. Ordinary fire had no chance of crafting this weapon. The bull continued, he wants to borrow the power of the high heaven, and I'm not sure if borrow is the right word here. Everyone naturally understood the significance of the high heaven's power. Just watch, it's about to get more fun, a spectacle of the ages. Progenitors can't do this, but he can. The bull finally concluded. Chapter 3105, Boom. 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 The waves of bolts continued to assault Li Qie. They emanated from the thing he was holding. It seemed to contain endless lightning as if it was the very source of this affinity. This was his newest weapon. The material came from the meteor found by the Jilin clan. His blood continued to splash in numerous spots, but he stood there with a tight grip. He had refined the weapon numerous times before, beaten to the point of maturity. However, it seemed to be outside of his control this time after the opening of the blue hole. The heavenly power coming from there was affecting his weapon, almost like a summoning call. It violently shook, wanting to break free from his hand and fly straight towards the hole. This was hard to believe. For example, someone mighty like a progenitor would have full control over something they created. The creator of the weapon was usually their true master. This didn't seem to be the case here. Something in that hole had a fatal temptation for this weapon. Alas, there was no escaping Li Qie's grip. The origin of the material was one thing, but he could still control his own creation. The only reason why he was letting this happen was to bait some fish, and this weapon was the perfect lure. It started with individual strands, but now, more and more came out and eventually formed something akin to a waterfall. Beautiful flowers of blood gushed from him to the horror of the capable spectators. However, his body was extremely tough. All of the wounds closed in such a short time. The only unchanging thing was his grip on the weapon. Rumble. Explosions still came from the blue hole. The sound was muffled, yet the effect was akin to the sky falling down and crushing everything beneath. Everyone felt an instinctive fear, almost like children being scared by thunder at night. Boom. They felt as if something had pierced through a barrier, that there was another world outside of three immortals. Something outside clearly wanted to break into three immortals. Rumble. More explosions added to their nervousness. Some spectators had goosebumps all over. A maelstrom appeared next to the hole with the shape of a funnel, pointy at the bottom and wide at the top. It moved like a tornado, slowly inching towards Li Qia's weapon. It seemed to have its own sentience and acted with prudence. As it touched his weapon, the latter produced even more lightning bolts, seemingly going crazy with greed. The waterfall of bolts hitting Li Qia immediately changed direction and aimed for the maelstrom instead. Rumble. The combination of the maelstrom and the bolts created an insanely powerful lightning current. The maelstrom served as a funnel, gathering more and more energy. This combination created a very strange scene. Numerous stars seemed to come into being in the blink of an eye. The cycles of creation were rapidly spinning within this maelstrom. Boom! Eventually, the maelstrom went insane and unleashed the empowered lightning current towards Li Qia. Many saw his body being instantly destroyed. No physical form could ever withstand this force. All of three immortals were affected by the attacking maelstrom. It could crush the three worlds into pieces. Everyone gasped at this sight. How could Li Qia survive being stuck in that lightning maelstrom? This looks suicidal. Many big shots thought. Just think about it, he invited the wrath of the high heaven straight on his body. Suicide was the right word to describe this. He played with fire and won't be able to survive. An ancestor murmured, frightened by Li Qia's insane choice. They stared at the maelstrom, wondering about Li Qia's fate. Wait, look over there. Although the maelstrom remained the spotlight, one particular ancestor noticed something over at the continent. He saw Flying Sword Marvel and a small group climbing up the highest peak. They were carrying a massive crossbow that would require many men to pull the string. It was made with precious silver moon metal, giving it a cold luster. It also had the aura of a progenitor. Even a fool knew of this weapon's level. Flying Sword Marvel placed an arrow on the crossbow, white from top to bottom and looked like a tooth. Dragon Tooth Heavenbane Crossbow. One ancestor recognized the crossbow and took a deep breath. Why does she have this? It is used by a progenitor to hunt ancient beasts. However, her target was obvious to the spectators, Li Qia. Fiercest is trapped by the maelstrom, he can't dodge. One big shot quietly said. Flying Sword Marvel clearly wanted to deliver a fatal blow during Li Qia's most vulnerable moment. The crowd knew of her animosity towards him. She was turned into a bloody mist once by him too. This vengeful act wasn't unexpected. Should we help the young noble? Holy Frost asked. Why should we? This will just give him an excuse to kill. The bull laughed and told her. Chapter 3106, Flying Sword Marvel had amply prepared on top of the peak. Her and the small group pulled back the string and poured energy into it, ready to exert the crossbow's true potential. The arrow had been set up, ready to shoot whenever. However, she stood there waiting instead of delivering the fatal blow. She wanted to wait until he was at his weakest moment. Women were the most vengeful of all beings, the same applied to Flying Sword Marvel. Being reduced to bloody bits was something she couldn't forget. Retribution must be had. Though Creek King had warned her to not provoke Fiercest again or no one would be able to save her, she still refused to accept this. She used plenty of resources to borrow this crossbow while biding her time. Fortune favored her, sure enough, Fiercest was acting suicidal right now and invited a heavenly tribulation. How could she miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take him down? Therefore, she lied to Creek King and led a small group here. Boom! Meanwhile, the blue hole in the sky was being torn apart by the power of the maelstrom. It really seemed like the wrath of the high heaven. All existences were mere ants beneath its will and could be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Li Qia was engulfed by this maelstrom. Everyone was certain that he would die. Buzz. The pulse coming from sky ruins suddenly extinguished like a lamp going out amidst the dark night. This made the maelstrom and the lightning current look even brighter than before. However, the blue hole also disappeared after the pulse was gone, seemingly closed again. The maelstrom lost its root and started becoming unstable. Rumble. Both sky ruins and immortal lineage became affected by this change. Earthquakes were violent enough to make people dizzy. If this went on, the maelstrom might pull these areas inside and crush them into nothingness. The unstable maelstrom was then pulled by the lightning current into the weapon. Say, if Li Qia's weapon was a basket to carry fish, then the lightning current would be the bait and the unfortunate victim was the maelstrom. Rumble. Something above seemed to be slamming into the sky vault repeatedly but couldn't break through. It was as if the high heaven was furious to have its power stolen. Unfortunately, the hole has been sealed once more. 3 immortals was no longer in reach. Insanity. Even a fool knew what Li Qia had done. Taking the power of a heavenly tribulation. An everlasting turned pale. No one really thought about doing something like this, not even a progenitor. This was a taboo matter and just one mistake could result in death. In fact, the entire world could be dragged into this mess. Thus, the most brilliant progenitors in history never treated this matter with slight. Now, Li Qia had just stolen some power from the high heaven and added it to his weapon. Only a madman would do something like this. A pale ancestor murmured. To do something so reckless for the sake of crafting a weapon? Who else was crazier or more domineering than Li Qia? Fiercest, yes, this title is so true. He deserves the est superlative. One big shot sighed and said. The truth was that many found the title, fiercest, to be overly haughty when they first heard it. This was no longer the case now. I think craziest is a better title for him. Probably more crazy than anyone else in history. One ancestor smiled wryly and shook his head. Those nearby nodded in agreement, liking craziest over fiercest. They started praying for this madman to act more normally. Otherwise, his insanity might bury all of immortal lineage. Boom. Boom. The weapon has finally finished taking in the maelstrom. It even made a noise that could only be construed as burping. The spectators felt that the entire thing was only a play earlier between Li Qia and his weapon, with the bolts hitting him and all. The goal was to bait the power of the high heaven. That would be ridiculous but not exactly out of the realm of possibilities. Maybe Li Qia wanted this the moment the blue hole in the sky opened. They saw him bloodied from top to bottom with thousands of holes as if he was the target of an archery battalion. He coughed out blood and seemed unable to stand straight. Most were actually focusing on his weapon. It was just in a fledgling state yet possessed enough power to easily destroy 3 immortals. A dragon among ultimate artifacts. This was the consensus. At the same time, Li Qia staggered back and forth, perhaps from his grievous injuries. Whoosh! A white ray crossed through the air first and the sound came after. In fact, people actually saw blood before the whoosh. Flying Sword Marvel shot out her arrow during Li Qia's weakest moment. Even the Everlastings couldn't see the trajectory of the arrow before it pierced through Li Qia. Time came to a stop for everyone else as he fell straight down like a meteor. Damn! Some shouted. A few people actually wanted to warn Li Qia, but it was too late. The arrow was unreasonably fast, perhaps the fastest some have ever seen in their life. No! Lu Yanbai shouted in horror. The others' expressions changed as well. Only the bull thought nothing of it. Chapter 3107, The scene of Li Qia being shot to death robbed the world of sounds. Everyone stood there, petrified, since a brilliant progenitor had just been ambushed. A few glanced over at Flying Sword Marvel. Perhaps she could be the only half-step everlasting to ever kill a progenitor in history. What a shame. An invincible progenitor can't die in this manner. One expert murmured. How frustrating was it to accomplish so much then go down like this? The heaven is jealous of geniuses. He was too gifted. One ancestor mourned. Some big shots stared at the marvel with disdain. After all, she came from an orthodox sect but still resorted to this type of despicable method. This would ruin the reputation of her system. Too careless, simply too careless, and arrogant too. This is to be expected. He should have been ready for anything before performing this monumental task. That's just how dangerous cultivation is, one can go down on this path at any time. Another commented. Yes, Fiercest was too young and not prudent enough. One more expert said. On the other hand, Flying Sword Marvel didn't care about any of this. She was overwhelmed with excitement and satisfaction while watching the falling corpse. It doesn't matter who you are, opposing me will end with death. She proudly said after an act of successful revenge. No one said anything back despite not liking her action. You think too highly of yourself. Suddenly, a casual voice sounded. An insect with a sharp stinger is still only an insect. Wanting to kill a progenitor with just a progenitorial weapon? Ridiculous. A figure floated not far above the marvel right now. It's Fiercest. Many shouted. I knew he wouldn't die so easily. Some became excited, even those who didn't like him. For everyone here, a progenitor dying in battle to a stronger opponent was regrettable. But one dying to a weaker foe via ambush? That's just embarrassing. Li Qiye was bloodied with the arrow still stuck inside him. However, his expression remained as normal as can be. Impossible. She jolted from fear, pale while staggering backward. He finally pulled out the arrow and blood gushed out. The wound closed right away afterward. It would be a miracle of the ages if a single dragon-tooth arrow kills me. Li Qiye threw the arrow and said. He then stared at her and asked, How do you want to die? By this point, she felt as if she had become nothing more than a walking corpse in his eyes. It's just a matter of how. The spectators knew that it was over for the marvel since Li Qiye survived. It didn't matter that she was Luminous Master's sister-in-law. No one will be able to protect her. They thought, aware of Fiercest's overbearing style. Go. She still wished to struggle despite knowing the futility of it all and commanded. After all, no one wanted to wash their neck and obediently face the blade. Kill him. Her group was absolutely loyal and rushed forward. He didn't bother looking at them. This group consisted of capable elites, at least in the eyes of others. For him, they were no different than ants. Pop. He flicked his index finger and all of them turned into blood, no chance to scream. He slowly floated down to the peak next. What do you want? She bellowed as her legs trembled with fear. Due to her status and cultivation, she normally never gave a damn about anyone, able to do whatever she wanted. Now, she was scared out of her mind and got the urge to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Arrogance and pride didn't matter before death. I'm thinking about the most painful death. Normally, I don't care for torture, but this is about sending a message, that a few things are far more terrifying than death. Li Qiye smiled. His casual smile scared all the spectators. Their legs started trembling as well. His smile looked just like the smile of a devil, the most terrifying smile in the world, accompanied by a stench of blood. It could become someone else's nightmare. They knew that if he so desired it, her death would be utterly miserable. Her beauty and talents no longer mattered. You, my brother-in-law is Luminous Master. She shouted. Pop. He sent her flying with a slap. It pulverized her once enchanting face. The fleshy pulps made others avert their gaze. Of course, he could have killed her with one slap if he wanted to. She struggled to get up and ran deeper into the continent because her saviors were there. Li Qiye wasn't in a hurry and started following her at a slow pace. Don't follow me. She looked back and became terrified. She continued screaming while running with all of her strength. He didn't seem to mind and maintained the same distance regardless of her speed. Many exchanged glances. This seemed to be a game of cat and mouse to Li Qiye. This sensation of fear and embarrassment was more excruciating than death to her. Alas, she had no other choice, hoping to make it far enough to find some protectors. A troubling wind is blowing, one ancestor murmured while watching her get closer to the sealed area. A battle between two progenitors soon. Others said. Could Luminous Master just watch as his sister-in-law begged for help? There was no way he would let Fiercest kill her. On the other hand, no one could stop Fiercest from killing his target. Therefore, a battle was inevitable. A storm is brewing. An Everlasting said, this will be the most brilliant fight of this generation. A fight between progenitors. Two emotions struck the crowd, excitement and anxiety. The level of destruction should be immense. One wrong development would result in unimaginable consequences. Will Luminous Master actually save her? A spectator asked. First, the Marvel brought this upon herself. This would only be a matter of pride or a constraint due to family ties. Chapter 3108, Flying Sword. Marvel had made it to the area barricaded by Immortal Bronze Mountain by this point while Li Qie strolled behind her. He didn't mind the army of Bronze Immortal Mountain ahead at all. Please halt, sir. The cavalry of Bronze Immortal moved forward to block his path, acting like an impregnable wall of bronze. The spectators watched with bated breath from the distance. A fight between Li Qie and Luminous Master might happen soon once both sides chose not to acquiesce. Wishing for death? Li Qie narrowed his eyes and uttered these three words in such a nonchalant manner. Remember, this cavalry was directly beneath Luminous Master. It might not be the strongest one under him but still quite mighty. Alas, Li Qie clearly didn't give a damn about them or Luminous Master. He meant what he said and would definitely carry it out. The troops exchanged glances and one of them cupped his fist. Sir, we are carrying out our duty, please excuse us, scram or die. Li Qie had an insipid expression. Sir, their expression soured due to the blatant disrespect. Unfortunately, the speaker couldn't finish before Li Qie started raising his hand. No, start the formation. The leading commander shouted in response and the cavalry assumed their position. Clank. 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 Swords and spears pointed at the sky. A massive slash with a long trail directly aimed for Li Qie's hand. This reaction was nothing short of impeccable. The cavalry strike was swift and powerful, tearing up the sky. Boom. Unfortunately, this couldn't do anything against the smashing palm. It had the same force as a falling sky and smashed all the nearby soldiers. The ground sank down as a result, imprinted with a hole in the shape of a palm. Those who tried to stop him earlier have become a meat paste. Blood seeped into the ground and stained it red. The soil seemingly became more fertile. The stench of blood wafted through the air, some to shudder. This was the obvious outcome, yet to actually witness it was something else entirely. After all, this wasn't an ordinary cavalry. It had swept through the realm before under the leadership of Luminous Master. Now, Li Qie effortlessly removed them as if he had just swatted some flies. Fiercest just kills so fast after a few words of disagreement. One ancestor commented. Those who were seeing him in action for the first time finally realized why Fiercest was such a suitable title for him. Li Qie didn't bother glancing at the aftermath of his attack and moved forward. Senior, please calm down. Someone eventually stopped him. True Emperor Bachi. A spectator recognized this person. The Emperor can't stop him either. An Everlasting shook his head. Li Qie had killed 8 masters working together previously. Even if true Emperor Bachi was stronger than expected as a 12-palace emperor, he still stood no chance. Senior? Do I look that old? Li Qie smiled at the guy. Of course not. The emperor bowed and respectfully said, You are a progenitor, the same seniority as my master, so you are my senior. I'm only 18, don't make me look old. Li Qie said. The crowd exchanged glances. The tense atmosphere earlier seemingly dissipated in no time at all. Young noble, please calm down. The emperor obeyed and bowed again, changing his address. Calm down? I'm not angry at all, just a few ants can't bother me. Li Qie chuckled. The emperor didn't really know how to respond. Out of consideration for your cleverness, stand aside and I'll spare you. Li Qie waved his hand. The crowd could only smile wryly in response. That's fiercest for you, always domineering. It would be stranger if he didn't act in this manner. True Emperor Bachi was exceedingly powerful, just not when his opponent was fiercest. How many people in the world could treat him in this manner? Probably only fiercest. Of course, no one would deny Li Qie's ability to kill the emperor even though the latter was Luminous Master's disciple. This wouldn't deter Li Qie at all. The emperor smiled wryly and bowed once more. Young noble, please be benevolent this time around. If you insist on interfering, then muster your true abilities to handle one move from me. Survive and I'll leave. Li Qie smiled. The emperor didn't say anything and stood there pondering. Meanwhile, the spectators who haven't seen Li Qie in action rolled their eyes. Defeating a powerful emperor in one move seemed too much regardless of his previous battle record. It's about to start again. An ancestor who had actually witnessed Li Qie in action became emotional. Please give me some pointers, young noble. The emperor hesitated for a moment before accepting the defeat. In his mind, he naturally didn't want to be on the side of the marvel. To put it bluntly, he couldn't give two shits about her since she brought this upon herself. Alas, he couldn't just watch the pursuer break into their rank. Plus, she was still his master's sister-in-law. He remained respectful towards Li Qie and showed no animosity as he prepared to take one move. Clank. A sword appeared in his hand, surging with imperial aura. Holding it was akin to holding the world. The name of this sword is Bachi, given to me by my master. I'm incapable and can only utilize 60 to 70% of its power, please forgive my inadequacy. He said. Go. Li Qie smiled. True Emperor Bachi was actually very powerful and famous. However, his master usually overshadowed him so he became forgotten. In fact, he shouldn't be that much weaker than Metalkin War God and the others. Moreover, Luminous Master had personally created a progenitorial weapon for him, that showed just how much his master valued him. Excuse me then. The emperor remained polite as if he was a junior asking for pointers. His actions so far clearly matched the style of a true master, worthy of being Luminous Master's disciple. Clank. He raised his sword up, paralleling his eyebrows. His target was Li Qie's forehead. I can't come up with another name for this. There's no context or anything. Chapter 3109. A parallel was created between his brows and the sword. Everyone felt as if the tip had already struck their forehead, drilling a hole inside to end their life. They felt how fatal it was even before the actual delivery. The target was already dead before the thrust, completely impossible to dodge. Not only did the emperor have a humble appearance, even his sword hid its sharpness and glint. Both gave off the feeling of returning to simplicity and the source, enough to cause others to shudder. A sword returning to simplicity was something to behold. Its existence only had one sole purpose, to kill. The emperor finally made a move, neither fast nor slow and devoid of thunderous explosions and aura, just a thrust straight at Li Qie's forehead, simple to the point of being boring and tasteless like water. The only goal was to kill. A few spectators thousands and thousands of miles away fell down with a small wound on their forehead. They were too immersed in this move and ended up becoming its victims. Impressive indeed, this murderous thrust. An Everlasting couldn't help but praise. The other Everlastings also thought about whether they could survive this move. Clank. The crowd felt cold after hearing a continuous sword hymn. Time came to a stop. They saw Li Qie stopping the fatal thrust with his index fingertip. Though it was only a slight touch, it felt as if the entire world was pressed down on the sword with an immeasurable weight. The emperor found it hard to just hold the sword despite mustering all of his strength into his grip. His face turned red as a result. Boom! Li Chia then flicked his finger in a casual manner, yet it sent out enough force to send 3,000 worlds flying, the same with the emperor. Boom! 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 The guy smashed through several mountains, causing debris and mud to splash everywhere. He got up from the pile and vomited several mouthfuls of blood, grievously injured. Those experiencing Li Chia for the first time couldn't keep their mouth closed from awe. Even the ones used to it still became shocked. True Emperor Bachi obviously stood no chance against Li Chia. However, to lose to a single finger flick? They became afraid and felt their heart beating faster in fear. I'll spare you. Li Chia looked at the blood-stained emperor and moved forward. Meanwhile, Flying Sword Marvel has been watching the whole thing. She started running deeper while shouting, "Save me!" Creak, a carriage drew closer from the distance. It's Luminous Master's carriage, is he in there? A spectator shouted. The ancestors became serious. All eyes were on this carriage, wanting to know who was currently inside. Sis, save me. Flying Sword Marvel hurriedly rushed over, thinking that her rescuer had arrived. However, the person inside didn't come out, the door remained closed. Sister. The Marvel shouted again after seeing this. It's Creek King. People exchanged glances. A few were disappointed to find out that Luminous Master wasn't here. However, if his wife was here, he should come soon as well. This made them excited again. Li Chia was getting close now with a smile on his face. Sis, please save me. The Marvel panicked more and more. Alas, no response came from the carriage. Sis, save me, we're from the same clan. The Marvel got on her knees and sobbed. Everyone started wondering about what Creek King would do. Many knew that they were from the same clan and were quite close. Would Creek King just watch? Sister. The Marvel was crying her heart out. Finally, a sigh came from the carriage. Creek King finally responded, "Look at what you have done, sister." The Marvel became ecstatic, thinking that it was going to be okay. On the other side, Li Chia stopped and simply watched these two. The crowd thought that this was to be expected. Even the wise Creek King still needed to save her clan sister. Her hands were tied. I'm afraid I can't help you this time. Creek King spoke again, surprising everyone in the process. What? Many thought they have misheard. The Marvel's smile became frozen, shocked. She then wailed again, "Sister, we grew up together. I always viewed you as my role model. I know, but your mistake is too grave. You didn't think about the sect either. You're no longer a child and need to take responsibility for your own actions." Creek King answered. Sis. I won't do it again so. The Marvel shouted. Remember, you are a disciple of Purification Creek. Stop acting so shamefully like a coward. Die with dignity. Creek King interrupted her. Sister, you can't do this, just save me this once. The Marvel's soul nearly left her body and hastily begged once more. No response came this time from the carriage. The area became silent outside of her cries. The audience definitely didn't expect this and knew that it was over for the Marvel since Creek King refrained from joining in. Chapter 31:10, Sister, the Marvel sorrowfully called out, but Creek King inside the carriage remained unmoved. It was as clear as day that Creek King wouldn't interfere right now. The Marvel could only rely on herself. She finally realized that Creek King wouldn't help her this time even if she cried her throat out. She wiped away her tears and quietly stood up, no longer begging for help because it was useless. The only thing she could do right now was face death. A somber atmosphere took over the crowd, a few pitied her. This prestigious and proud beauty had fallen to this level. Of course, some believed that she deserved it for courting death. Having a progenitor for a brother-in-law isn't enough. One youth sentimentally reflected. A senior immediately glared at him and said, "Deal with your own mess instead of relying on your seniors, don't get your sect involved. The scared youth naturally shut his mouth afterward. All seniors would follow this mindset. Provoking someone like Fiercest was akin to dragging their entire sects down the mud. Who would want to implicate everything over a junior's personal feud and vendetta? To do something so foolish would turn any senior into a sinner. They wouldn't be able to meet their ancestors with pride. The marvel had wiped away her tears and tidied her clothes. A while ago, she looked like a dog that had lost its master, looking as sorry as can be. Her glory and svelte as a genius of Purification Creek were nowhere to be found. Now, she had accepted her fate and decided to die a more dignified death after listening to her clan sister. She didn't want to shame her sect any longer. She was Flying Sword Marvel, a proud beauty, who must go out with a bang. Dying a humiliating dog death was unacceptable. She didn't ask for mercy since it was useless. If death was inevitable, then why not go in a way to not have any regrets? Li Chia stood there calmly, waiting for her to do her things. The crowd did the same, understanding why the girl became more unyielding instead of sobbing like before. How do you want to die? Li Chia asked after she was done. I won't forgive you even as a ghost. She stared straight at him. The fear earlier was gone, replaced by acceptance. Unfortunately, it won't be your turn. If people become ghosts after death, then those who want to kill me will take up all of immortal lineage. You'll be in the back of the line. Li Chia chuckled. Die. The marvel attacked right away. Her form turned into a resplendent sword with surging energy. Clank. It split into countless divine swords, all attacking him. They slashed apart the myriad laws, space crumbled as a result. The power of this strike was impressive indeed. She had reverted back to being the talented genius. Her sword Dao was worthy of pride. The impressive attack certainly moved the crowd. It reminded them that she was far stronger than most. Very few peers could rival her. Alas, her mighty sword Dao couldn't revert the tides. Boom! Li Chia released a palm strike that destroyed all the incoming swords, turning them into little pieces. Flying Sword Marvel faced the full brunt of the attack and withered before exploding into bloody mist. The crowd didn't say anything. This was the expected outcome since Li Chia was at the progenitorial level, a battle between a firefly and the sun. Their feud dispersed with her death. Creek King was quite wise for not getting involved. Perhaps Luminous Master could contend against Fiercest. However, doing so would drag Purification Creek and Immortal Bronze Mountain into this mess. The fires of war might spread across all of immortal lineage too. The death of Flying Sword Marvel spared everyone from this. Thus, no one would criticize her choice of not helping. Someone in her position must be mindful of the overarching scenario. Plus, Flying Sword Marvel brought this upon herself. It wasn't an unfair death. Only a wise woman like Creek King is a good match for a progenitor. A big shot quietly praised. The others nearby nodded in agreement. Luminous Master didn't marry her for her beauty and power, her wisdom was the bigger draw, perhaps. Li Chia patted his hands after killing the marvel as if he had just killed an ant. I fully apologize for what transpired here. It was my fault for not being able to educate her better. Creek King eventually broke the silence. Her voice seemed sincere with no hint of anger. This earned her some points from the crowd. She didn't try to avoid responsibility in the slightest. It's no big deal. I won't bother taking it out on your Purification Creek. Li Chia smiled and turned his sight towards the continent. This naturally relieved the crowd. A battle between progenitors probably wouldn't happen then. Thank you, young noble Li. She thanked him in good faith. Don't be so fast to thank me, do so after you save everyone here. Li Chia said. What do you mean, young noble? She didn't expect this response. The crowd felt the same way. The conversation went as if the feud between them was gone after the marvel's death. Because I've taken a liking to this land. That's why all of you here need to scram. Li Qiye nonchalantly declared to the astonishment of the crowd. Chapter 31:11, Creek King, the Army of Immortal Bronze, and Luminous Masters Dao Protector Zhelong were present. Li Qiye still told all of them to scram. This was the same as telling Luminous Master to scram as well. Who else in immortal lineage would dare to do so right now? No one with the exception of Fiercest. At first, many thought that they have misheard, but this was certainly not the case. Those around him had the same shocked reaction. This is too much, right? One person regained his wits and said. Creek King wasn't at the progenitorial level, but a Fardao everlasting like Zhelong shouldn't be weaker than Luminous Master or Orchid Sage. In the crowd's opinion, someone like Zhelong should be in the top 5 in immortal lineage, perhaps the top 3. Thus, most considered Li Qiye to be overly arrogant and domineering right now. After all, he was showing zero respect to 2 of his peers in public. Fiercest doesn't understand modesty. A few experts became dissatisfied. Modesty? The guy has zero ideas about politeness. A big shot shook his head. Have you ever seen him treat anyone as anything but ants? Emperors, everlacings, now a Fardao too. I've seen plenty of egotistical people that consider everyone else beneath them, just not to the level of Fiercest. A sect master let out a forced smile. Of course, no one would dare to loudly criticize him since he was too strong. This level of rampant arrogance was tolerable. Luminous Master and Zhelong should be unbeatable together. They can take down all of 3 immortals. Does Fiercest really think he can fight them alone? An ancestor analyzed. Creek King is too nice, would have been furious. Another said with indignation. Meanwhile, Creek King was pondering in her carriage. It took her a while before answering. Young noble Li, the profundity here is virtually boundless, why not share it? Creek King clearly gave a concession, wanting to share the continent with Li Qiye. Some found this surprising, but the ancestors understood the reason why. A progenitorial battle was too unsafe. She didn't want to underestimate him due to the potential risks. Share? Why should I when I have the bigger fist? Li Qiye smiled in response. Everyone felt as if he had just punched them despite the casualness of the remark. It was barbaric and overbearing, but sure enough, this was an unchanging creed in the world of cultivation. Might makes right. Reason stands with whoever has the bigger fist. Wasn't this the same case for Creek King's group earlier? They took over the continent and chased off everyone else. Li Qiye simply did the same again. Of course, he was far more blatant while they tried to be relatively polite. There's no trying to understand Fiercest. One everlasting shook his head. No one refuted the truth behind his comment, but in history, those in charge would never directly state this. He could have refined his statement and added some fake righteousness to it like other people. However, he chose to be blunt. If another had said the same line to Creek King, the crowd would laugh at him for overestimating himself. As for Fiercest, a few thought that he was being too overbearing, but none dared to laugh. He really had the power to fight Luminous Master or anyone else for that matter. Young noble Li, this place has special significance to my husband and immortal bronze cauldron. If you are willing to work with us, anything is negotiable. She eventually said, trying to negotiate in good faith. There's nothing to negotiate. Li Qiye shook his head, clearly not interested. Young noble Li, we don't want much, only one thing in there, that's all. We're also willing to trade anything for it. She didn't give up. The crowd thought that she was being very generous to state these unfavorable conditions. Remember, they were here first. You can't give me what I want. Li Qiye refused with haste. She fell into silence. Fiercest is pushing them too far. One spectator said. I don't see you standing up for anyone else when Immortal Bronze Cauldron chased them away from the continent. An older expert gave the guy the side eye. This spectator turned red and couldn't muster up a response. The young ones didn't like Li Qiye's aggressive style, but the older ancestors thought that this was karma. They kept these conversations as quiet and private as possible. No one really wanted to invite the wrath from either side. Young noble Li, we have no choice but to resort to tough measures, Creek King said. Wanting to negotiate and making concessions didn't mean that she was afraid of him. Nothing's tough about this, you're thinking too highly of yourself. This will be nothing more than throwing an egg at a rock. Though I have a good impression of you, I will still kill you if you continue to stand in my way. Li Chia chuckled and said. The negotiations seemed to be failing, so the crowd braced themselves for a potential storm. Fellow Daoist, your demand is imperious, to say the least. An old voice finally came from the depth of the continent. It was as if it came from the firmaments above. Though people couldn't see the person, they still couldn't help feeling reverence towards the guy. Zhelong. They all knew who it was. A Fardao everlasting was worthy of respect regardless of the era. The true gods, in particular, respected him even more. His power was definitely unquestionable, so all eyes were on Li Chia. Could a fight break out between these two first before Luminous Master gets here? Chapter 31:12. If you don't like what I'm doing, come and seek death. I don't mind another massacre. Li Chia smiled at Zhelong. The air suddenly became tense after this statement. People exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. Fiercest always conducted himself in a straightforward and aggressive manner, as if he didn't have a single bone of tactfulness and cordiality in him. Can't Fiercest be a little more likable? Being polite allows for more options. Now, everyone feels as if they're forced to save face and have to do this the hard way. An expert said. Everyone has skin and face, especially the top masters who especially cared about the latter. In fact, some wouldn't mind dying just to save some face. Thus, what Li Chia had essentially done was rendering it impossible for the other side to back off and breaking all pretense of civility. For example, both true Emperor Bachi and Creek King spoke with grace and propriety after carefully choosing their words. On the other hand, Li Chia was overly blunt, to say the least, easily offending others. This fella, did he come from the wild with no sect to teach him? One sect master smiled wryly. Idiot. An ancestor disagreed, it's because he doesn't bother with trite formality. Do you ever show respect to an ant? But he's talking to Zhelong and facing Luminous Master. Another expert said. Well, Fiercest has never given a damn about anyone since his debut, not a single person. The ancestor stared at Li Chia with a profound gaze. The crowd thought about it, and this was indeed the case. He has always been domineering and haughty ever since his first appearance. The succeeding waves will overwhelm the first. Zhelong said sentimentally, our bones are old now, no longer as fierce as before. He paused for a bit and continued, however, I'm still ready for a fight if you insist on provoking us, fellow Daoist. The politeness remained, but one could see a hint of aggressiveness. It felt as if one could see Zhelong in his prime once more. A fight it is then. Li Chia smiled. This had confirmed a battle for the crowd. They didn't expect for Li Chia to fight Zhelong first before Luminous Master. As a Fardao everlasting, Zhelong might actually be stronger than Luminous Master. This place is special to me. Zhelong said, thus, we won't hesitate from using any means necessary in this battle. Please excuse us, fellow Daoist. Nothing's wrong with that. If I were to lose, it means that I'm not skillful enough. Go ahead and use everything in your arsenal before it's too late. Li Chia didn't mind at all. I see. I haven't seen this level of confidence in a long time. Good. Zhelong laughed in response. His laughter made the stars above tremble, the sun and moon became afraid and dimmed down. Everyone else turned pale as a result. Everyone could tell the fury contained in this laughter and sympathized with Zhelong. As such an important character, the world always treated him with respect. But now, Li Chia didn't think much of him. In fact, Zhelong was doing a great job at keeping calm. I will also overestimate myself and join in, Please excuse me, young noble. Creek King spoke. That's fine, I already said that I would sweep through this place if you all don't leave. I don't mind how many of you come together. Li Chia smiled. Thank you, young noble. Creek King remained polite to her opponent. Zhelong didn't say anything either, clearly giving tacit approval. Many took a deep breath. This meant that Zhelong, Creek King, and the rest of Immortal Bronze Mountain had no plan of fighting Li Chia in a one-on-one situation. At the progenitorial level, they normally enjoyed fighting on an even footing instead of getting help. Plus, weaker cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything. They would only be in the way at best. That's why it was surprising for Zhelong to accept help from Creek King. She was definitely strong, but that's relative to the other experts in the world. She certainly wasn't at the progenitorial level like Zhelong. Even if she went all out, she wouldn't be able to help Zhelong at all. The two of you sound quite confident right now. I'm sure an intelligent woman like you will not do something foolish. Li Chia became amused. Your vision is far superior compared to us. I only have a little technique, nothing that impressive. She said. It was difficult to dislike Creek King. Just listening to her talk was an enjoyable matter. My progenitor was trapped in a forbidden ground and eventually comprehended something new with the help of Jiaoheng. This Tao is different from his original, so he didn't cultivate it, same with his descendants. I, on the other hand, have tried to learn it despite being so incapable. This was the first time anyone had heard of this particular story. The common tale told that Jiaoheng sold White Ash progenitor to a devil. This didn't seem to match her story. Or did Jiaoheng help the progenitor after selling him off? Or maybe it was part of their ruse to trick this so-called devil. The intricacies of this story remained a mystery to everyone. However, it was certainly more complex than it seemed. So I'll be used as a touchstone. Li Chia smiled. Of course not, I'm simply overestimating myself. She said humbly. Very well. Li Chia didn't mind at all. I want to see what Jiaoheng and your progenitor have created. After all, he is the heaven's favorite, far above all other geniuses in the world. The crowd didn't expect to hear such praises from Li Chia. He seemed to hold Jiaoheng in high esteem. Jiaoheng has been gone for a long time now, but Fiercest still liked the guy so much. This felt quite strange to the listeners. Isn't Jiaoheng that one dishonest merchant? One of them didn't agree with Li Chia's assessment. The merchant that created the monstrous arrogance enterprise had a bad reputation. Back during his era, many Dao systems suffered from his ploys. That's why everyone in the contemporary world didn't hold a good opinion of him and found Li Chia's praise confusing. I'll be starting. Creek King interrupted their train of thoughts. This made everyone watch with full attention, waiting to see her ultimate move. Her strength was at the level where someone like Metalkin War God would think twice before provoking her. It had nothing to do with her being Luminous Master's wife. Chapter 31:13, I'm starting. Zhelong's ancient voice pierced through the myriad realms as the first to initiate the battle. Just his voice alone was enough to deter anyone. They knew that he was serious and treated Li Chia as a mighty foe. Poof! A heatwave emerged along with a three-legged golden crow before anyone could react. It looked magnificent, seemingly cast from gold from top to bottom. It was resplendent just like the sun itself. Its flashing legs could crush the ground with one stomp. Poof! It spread its wings and added more flames to the sky. Zzz. The forests on the continent immediately turned to ashes, the water in the rivers evaporated. This is Zhelong's avatar, I believe he has 7 before showing his true form. One ancestor became startled. His avatars have threatened the ages because they consisted of the strongest divine beasts. Thus, he normally didn't need to do anything, just his avatars were enough to take down the mightiest foes. He didn't start with his true form because he wished to gauge Li Chia's true strength. He chose to be cautious because one mistake could end with death against someone so strong. Screech! The bird opened its mouth and spewed out endless sunfire towards Wuxia. This refined sunfire was immensely terrifying. Smoke started appearing everywhere since the ground was melting. However, Wuxia had a faint glow around him, rendering him invulnerable to the fire. He stood there nonchalantly and the waves of flame couldn't break his light, let alone touch him. Boom! The bird became furious. Its light erupted to the point where no one could open their eyes, not even with their heavenly gaze. Its wings became massive enough to blot out the 9 firmaments. Numerous suns began to float behind the bird, a total of 10. Zzz, the continents started burning and drying up even before the suns sent down their flames. All the trees couldn't survive. Boom! The gathering of the fire finally erupted. Flames poured down and drowned out this area. No existences were lucky enough to survive if caught. The spectators shuddered at this sight since just one drop of flame would be enough to kill them. The ground finally melted in full, turning into gushing lava. The place became hellish as a result. Such a monstrous flame. Numerous big shots became afraid. Wuxia reacted by opening his mouth and actually devouring the incoming fiery tsunami. The crow was obviously infuriated by Wuxia's attempt. It sent out more and more, doubting his ability to absorb so much refined sunfire. Rumble. Unfortunately, his mouth seemed to be a bottomless abyss. This didn't seem to be enough to fill him up. This is possible. Jaws dropped to the ground after seeing this. This sunfire could incinerate the firmament, yet Wuxia treated it as a delicacy. The two sides went at it for a long while, the crow exuding boundless flame while Wuxia didn't waste a single spark. If this continues, it would have released enough fire to drown all of immortal lineage. A spectator eventually said. The golden crow found it hard to keep this going, running out of refined sunfire. My turn. Wuxia took note of this and said. His mouth became blinding as if 1,000 suns were about to come out. Boom! He shot out a solar pulse. All other lights felt like darkness in comparison. The only light left in the world right now was this pulsing ray. The crow immediately shifted its wings to the front in order to stop the pulse while erecting a barrier of fire as well. Boom! These two defensive lines were useless before the pulse. It instantly penetrated the defense and the bird's body. Oh. The massive bird instantly turned to ashes from the heat, scattering to the wind. The pulse coming from Wuxia's mouth slowly disintegrated after a successful takedown. The crowd couldn't believe it and fell into a stupor. They knew that a 3-legged golden crow was a sun god. Its refined sunfire was beyond imagination. This divine beast had reached the limit of the fire Tao, but now, it was destroyed by its own flame. This was akin to a fire god dying to fire, utterly unbelievable. Alas, they all saw it with their own eyes. Wuxia took down the bird by just opening his mouth, nothing more. A few everlastings became afraid. They wouldn't be able to stop that crow avatar just now. That thing was enough to destroy their systems. This only made Wuxia look even more frightening. Incredible, the future generation will surpass us. There's no need to worry about being defeated with a grand Tao like that. Zhelong himself sighed and said. You're getting old. Wuxia smiled. Indeed, but I'm not afraid just yet. Let's go again. Zhelong laughed in response. Chapter 31:14. Meanwhile, Creek King remained inactive as if she didn't see the fight at all. Perhaps she was biding her time until the best possible opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. This wouldn't be considered an ambush either because she had already expressed her intention prior instead of attacking from the shadows. At the same time, Wuxia seemed to be in no hurry to attack her. Sooner or later, the result would still be the same in his eyes. The crowd was still shaken to see him destroying the 3-legged golden crow so easily. His power continued to surpass expectations. Of course, Zhelong wasn't going all out either since he didn't resort to his true form. Nonetheless, something told them that Zhelong was a heavy underdog. This intuition was hard to believe because Zhelong was a famous Fardao everlasting. On the other hand, Li Qie was a late newcomer. He shouldn't have an advantage in any category. Fellow Daoist, for this next round, any wound will potentially become fatal. Be careful now. Zhelong spoke, wielding the proper manner of a dignified senior. I'm eagerly waiting. Li Qie smiled. Boom. Another divine beast arrived and made the ground tremble, seemingly unable to withstand its weight. This was a Qilin standing not far away from Li Qie. It emitted a sparkling radiance, seemingly made from a perfectly polished crystal. Its radiance looked like particles flying around the sky, seemingly a manifestation of time. Strange, looks like the flow of time. One ancestor murmured while looking at the crystal Qilin. Everyone else took a closer look and came to the same conclusion. They found that the light and the particles were flowing towards one particular direction. This might be the flow of time turning into various streams and strands inside the Qilin's body. When it took one step forward, the ground immediately suffered extreme weathering akin to the passing of millions of years. Yes, this is the temporal affinity. The ancestor shuddered. In the next moment, the Qilin moved its other foot forward and touched the ground. The seeds buried deep below suddenly bloomed with an unbelievable speed. A lush lotus grew and raised the Qilin into the air. It should have required thousands of years to bloom to this level. One death, one life. Many experts exchanged glances. Each foot of the Qilin seemed to represent two completely different powers, life and death. No, it's still just one. An everlasting disagreed and revealed, it's the power of time from this avatar of Zhelong named Crystal Qilin. It's not the best but definitely among the top 3. Many shuddered and held their breath after hearing this, eagerly awaiting the power of this top avatar from Zhelong. The Crystal Qilin slowly walked towards Li Qie, creating a duality of life and death in its wake. Flowers and foliage blossomed in one go then withered the next second, quite a magical scene. It's beautiful beyond words. This is time. Li Qie praised while looking at the Qilin. Yes, nothing else is more beautiful than time or makes people long for it more. Zhelong sentimentally said. The young ones didn't think about time as much. Only the existences that have lived for years like Zhelong understood the preciousness of time. This is not time control yet, but you are not letting down the title of Fardao to be able to understand its profundity to this level. Li Qie nodded approvingly. Fellow Daoist, you're too kind. I'm actually embarrassed that this is all I have learned after 5 full generations. My foolish aptitude can't compare to the great sages. Zhelong humbly revealed. The crowd couldn't believe it. The mighty Zhelong took 5 generations but only learned a bit about the temporal affinity. Just how difficult was it then? Of course, most believed that he was only being humble with his words. How could a Fardao be foolish in any way? Let me see your temporal power then. Li Qie seemed interested for once. Be careful, fellow Daoist. Zhelong spoke seriously because a wound caused by temporal power would be difficult to reverse. This particular exchange was very important to Zhelong. If his Qilin couldn't injure Li Qie, he would need to increase his assessment of the guy's power even further. Meanwhile, the crowd could see that Li Qie appreciated the Qilin while Zhelong respected having such a powerful foe. The Qilin moved forward, looking quite beautiful. In terms of appearance, people felt as if it wouldn't be that much offensive potential. It looked cute more than anything. Plus, it was walking towards Li Qie like a docile pet, devoid of any aggression. Nonetheless, the crowd took it very seriously, especially the mighty everlastings. The latter had a good understanding of the temporal affinity's potential. This was one of the most terrible forces in existence, extremely hard to defend against. The Qilin didn't attack after arriving. It simply circled around him like a cute beast wanting to make him its master. Appearance can be deceiving. The Qilin was actually leaving behind temporal strands with the rotations. Most importantly, space ceased to exist in the vicinity. This meant that no longer where one tried to run off to, they wouldn't be able to escape their own timeline, forever trapped by the Qilin. Thus, the only thing around Li Qie right now was the fabrics of time. The fabrics of space were no longer present. More and more temporal strands were being piled up in this unique dimension. Nothing's happening to him. A few disciples murmured. Idiot, this is because Li Qie is too strong. Any of you kids would have been turned to ashes after one rotation. Look at the spatial fabrics. A senior immediately scolded them. These disciples took a closer look and sure enough, chaos began to fill the area due to the spatial damage. The Qilin wasn't disrupting space but simply withering it. The area experienced millions of years and became aged. Space started flowing away. Time can wither down anything. One expert trembled after seeing the spatial degradation. The temporal affinity, perhaps this force was strong enough to make even the high heaven older. Chapter 31:15. Who. As the Qilin moved faster, so did the temporal flow. Everything around Li Qie became bright. More temporal affinities piled around him and he started to change. His robe began to disintegrate, seemingly from the passage of time. Wrinkles appeared on his face, the regular aging process of a mortal. His body became older as well, his hair grew white. He should be around 70 to 80-year-old and now in mortal age. The crowd took a deep breath. They all knew that Li Qie had the power of a progenitor. Most importantly, he was extremely young and full of vitality. His lifespan should be evaluated at around several 100,000 years, his vitality as vast as an ocean. It wasn't easy for someone like him to grow old. Moreover, due to his cultivation level, his physical constitution was insane. Not even a progenitorial weapon might be able to hurt him. Thus, this aging phenomenon meant that he was losing considerable vitality, the same with his lifespan. So this is the power of time. One everlasting shuddered. If old men like them were in his shoes, they would be nothing more than bones right now. First, they weren't as strong as Li Qie. Second, they didn't have the same vitality stemming from youthfulness. This was an invisible way to kill, no need for techniques and merit laws. A Fardao can do something like this. The Everlastings realized the gap between them and the Fardao realm. Just Zhelong's avatar alone could easily annihilate them. A little worth seeing indeed. Time is one of my favorite domains. The old Li Qie smiled, seemingly in no hurry. Buzz. He posed with both hands behind his back before activating something. A light instantly engulfed him while issuing loud rumbles. A sea of blood was churning deep inside his body and releasing vitality strands, adding vitality to every inch of him. People could feel this life force, akin to standing in a primal forest filled with life. He had enough vitality to support the lifeforms on 3,000 worlds at this moment. Buzz. He turned young again, hair becoming black and skin becoming smooth once more. He used a mighty life force to overcome the withering of time just now. That's a progenitor for you, anyone else would be dead. All were impressed with this show. Injuries caused by time were extremely hard to reverse. Only a progenitor like Li Qie could do so. Meanwhile, the Qilin has been rotating the entire time. It became a maelstrom made of crystal, fully trapping him. Zzz, the influx of temporal power was weakening and aging Li Qie's radiance. Nonetheless, the latter remained effective as a shield. In the next second, the time strands accumulated around him started surging like a river. Remember, the Qilin has done numerous circles around him, resulting in a timeline spanning for millions of years. It finally let this timeline go free. The result was obviously terrifying. This meant that someone with the longest lifespan and most majestic vitality still wouldn't be able to handle the millions of years passing by. Pop! The radiance around him instantly crumbled and time assaulted him, causing his back to bend. He reverted back to the appearance of an old mortal. Damn! Numerous masters felt their legs trembling. Being bathed by that timeline would instantly turn them to dust. Their Tao systems would separate and eventually collapse. Not a single soul could survive for this long. Even the mountains and oceans would change. Rumble. However, boundless life continued to rush out from deep inside him. His vitality billowed like an ocean of blood and changed him back to his young self. It became a competition between two affinities, life and time. The spectators gasped while imagining the power necessary to gestate so much life force. This rendered Li Qie virtually unkillable. He could stand still and let them assault him non-stop. 1,000,000 slashes probably weren't enough to take him down. He seemed like the legendary laurel tree, eternal and impossible to take down. One could try for 10,000 years and still fail to chop it down. It would just grow back again. Suddenly, a flute could be heard from inside Creek King's carriage. She finally decided to join the battle. Woo dash, the first sound made numerous spectators in the distance fall down, deep asleep. The fallen ones included a few everlastings. Leave. The powerful everlastings instantly retreated with insane speed back to Sky Pass after this first note. It didn't take long before virtually all spectators were unconscious on the ground. Some everlastings and emperors couldn't handle it. Those who were far enough away or fast enough to escape felt a chill coursing down their spine after seeing this. Chapter 31:16. The flute rendered all opposition meaningless, causing them to sleep on the ground. Fully covering one's ears was useless. Even a deaf person was no exception. The sound of this flute wasn't actually an audible one. It aimed directly at the brain and soul. Thus, even a deaf person could hear it and be affected. Upon hearing this sound in their mind, their heart would soften as if something was rekindling their most beautiful memory. They could have a heart as cold as stone surrounded by numerous layers of emotionlessness. They could have buried all of their memories, never letting them see the sun again. However, the flute sound bypassed all of this. A heinous devil and brutal butcher would still have a special memory or a moment of weakness. Such memories were precious and worthy of remembrance. It could be their life's greatest or most beautiful moment, rendering them unable to let go of this comforting and warm feeling. They would rather be forever lost in this moment instead of waking up. The flute allowed them to live in this moment, the apex of their life. That's why thousands of people fell into a deep slumber after hearing one sound. What type of Tao is this? Meanwhile, even back in Sky Pass, some were still affected by this faint nose, nearly dropping on the ground. They knew that this flute harbored zero evil affinity. This wasn't a heretical Tao but rather, as righteous and orthodoxical as can be. The unknown Tao created by White Ash Progenitor with the help of Jiaoheng. People recalled her statement earlier. This Tao created by the duo has never been cultivated successfully in Purification Creek until now. Just one flute from this terrifying Grand Tao was enough to subdue her opponents. However, this was its first appearance in the world so no one knew its name. Gentle Home, this Tao's name is Gentle Home. An old ancestor had deep ties with Purification Creek and knew the name of this Tao. Gentle Home? Many murmured this name, thinking that it was quite fitting for the effect of this Tao. Creek King's actual Tao wasn't aimed at the spectators. However, the majority still faltered. Her main target naturally suffered the brunt of it. Li Qie's figure was shaking back and forth, seemingly unable to stand straight. Look, he's listening to the flute. A big shot became startled. Li Qie seemed drunk right now, slowly becoming intoxicated with gentle tunes. Maybe he can't withstand it. Another said after seeing the progenitor tumbling back and forth. Even progenitors can't handle this musical attack. An ancestor took a deep breath and wondered. An old everlasting put on a serious expression and said, all living beings have a moment that they cherish, no exception, not even someone as powerful as Fiercest. It's about whether he is willing to recall it or not. People exchanged glances then stared at Fiercest. He was clearly willing to recall this memory. They began to ponder the implications of being so powerful. The top experts have experienced plenty of things and should have a higher standard for what can be construed as their best memories. An invincible being wasn't devoid of emotions, contrary to the popular phrase. It's just that at their height, the world seemed crueler and they shouldered greater responsibilities. Thus, those good memories during the early days weren't coming back. Thus, it seemed obvious that he was amidst remembrance due to his instability. Beautiful, really beautiful. He sighed and enjoyed the flute like a drunkard, on the verge of falling down at any moment. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as he closed his eyes in enjoyment. He seemed to be like the others, falling into a dream state. He's falling down. Someone shouted, thinking that no one in the world could resist this flute. Boom! The earth quaked and the sky turned dark with the appearance of another gigantic beast. Everyone saw a creature with one leg blotting out the sun. It had enough presence to shoulder the firmaments. Boom! Boom! Lightning currents flowed on its body. A kuei. An ancestor shouted in astonishment. This avatar might be stronger than the crystal Qilin, one of the strongest. An everlasting revealed. The kuei wasted no time in sending terrifying lightning bolts, enough to drown Li Qie. They turned into chains and fully immobilized him. Clank. It gathered more energy to create a lightning spear capable of piercing all beings. Boom! The spear swung him up high before pinning him onto the ground. Damn! Many shouted after seeing this. However, the kuei moved with a speed too fast for anyone to react. It slammed its foot down on him with ample force to crush any emperor or everlasting. They would never be able to get up again. Boom! The ground sank down as a result and Li Qie disappeared into the massive crater. The world became quiet, the spectators speechless. The flute stopped as a result, but its victims still remained unconscious. The question became whether Fiercest was alive or not beneath the kuei. Creek King didn't say anything either and patiently waited. This was also the case for Zhelong. He showed no sign of complacency or arrogance after taking Li Qie down. Chapter 31:17. The kuei's foot could imprison the gods and devils for an eternity. However, even an unbeatable progenitor like Li Qie too? The spectators shuddered for two reasons: Zhelong's power and the more important reason, Creek King's terrifying abilities. Her gentle home was simply too effective with no need for fighting or techniques. It was beautiful, too beautiful. People couldn't help but fall into the trap. Those on the ground were still sleeping right now. They could also see that Zhelong's kuei avatar alone wasn't enough. It might be able to injure him, but completely suppressing him was a different story. The real ace card here was still the flute from Creek King. Zhelong took advantage of this to deliver a potentially fatal blow. Is he dead? No one could see through the crater beneath. This wouldn't even be a question if it was anyone else, but Fiercest deserved the benefit of the doubt. Most believed he wouldn't die so easily. He has to be. One expert found it illogical for anyone to survive that. He was lost in a dream and couldn't resist. Struck by the lightning spear first, then stomped into the ground into a meat paste. This was logical as well. It wouldn't make sense for someone to survive the combination attacks, progenitor or otherwise. Creek King's Tao is so scary. The spectators maintained a far distance since thousands of people were still sleeping. Among them were sect masters, kings, ancestors, and even a few everlastings. Many stared at the carriage with respect in their eyes. They thought that she was the perfect match for Creek King. Rumble. The ground started shaking violently with increasing intensity. The kuei's foot started moving as if something beneath was resisting it. Fiercest is still alive. A spectator shouted right away. Boom! Boom! The kuei channeled all of the lightning flowing on its body downward like a waterfall, fully activating its power. Bam! The foot pressed down again, increasing the size of the crater. This sudden eruption of force still didn't amount to anything. Cracks appeared along with loud detonations on the ground. The area was on the verge of collapsing, then the entire continent. The Kuei eventually got lifted off the ground by an unimaginable force. "See, he's still alive, I told you," one expert shouted. Countless spectators took a deep breath after this sight. How is he still alive? Is he indestructible? Another murmured with fear. The Kuei got lifted high enough to reveal the crater beneath. Boulders were falling down as more cracks appeared. Everyone saw lightning currents flowing around a tiny figure beneath. That's him. They finally got a clear look at this figure. Fiercest was still surrounded by lightning chains that wanted to devour him. However, he didn't give a damn, not even about the lightning spear piercing through his body. Moreover, he seemed to still be in deep slumber with his eyes closed. He simply used one hand to lift the Kuei while floating upward. The Kuei was mustering all of its might but couldn't push down at all. He had no difficulty raising the divine creature as if it was as light as a feather. The sudden reversal naturally shocked the crowd. "He's not human." One spectator got chills all over. The others felt fear, speechless. Li Qia's power had surpassed their highest expectations. What a beautiful feeling. His voice contained satisfaction, akin to someone waking up from a wondrous dream. He slowly opened his eyes, looking quite pleased and not minding the Kuei above him. "I haven't had such a good sleep in a long time and the dream is truly worth remembering. Thank you." Li Qia glanced over at the carriage. Creek King paused for a bit before finding her words. "It has nothing to do with me since you already had the beautiful experiences but chose to bury them deep in your memory. I simply dragged some of it out. If you didn't wish to remember, my tune wouldn't have done anything." She knew that Li Qia didn't lose to her Tao, but he purposely chose to fall under its effect. Chapter 31:18. The past wafts away like mist. Li Qia sighed and continued, "I don't remember many things and try not to remember others. You need warmth while embarking on the wintry Tao." Creek King said, "The higher, the colder, you need to turn around in order to remember the important things." True. But that's all they are, just the past. Now is the time to fight. Li Qia smiled. Boom. All the lightning chains around him immediately crumbled. He reached up and grabbed the Kuei's massive leg. Oh. The Kuei tried to get out but struggling was useless, unable to break free from his firm grip. Rumble. Li Qia slammed the Kuei on the ground repeatedly before the awed spectators. The mountains nearby got smashed to pieces by this continuous violent storm. The Kuei became bloodied, groaning quietly and was on the verge of death. This divine beast had no chance of stopping him, looking just like a fish on the chopping board. Crack. He then tore the Kuei's leg off, causing blood to gush out. This scene of carnage naturally frightened the spectators. Those unused to it started vomiting. Here's a present in return. He threw the leg at Creek King while smiling. Boom. The lightning bolts around him suddenly became far brighter. A while ago, these lightning bolts drowned Li Qia, but now, they were far stronger and gathered into a pulsing ray that shot towards Creek King with overwhelming might. Rumble. This tsunami of lightning could destroy everything. Numerous mountains in its path became dust. Crack. The destructive force actually destroyed the carriage even before the ray itself. Remember, this carriage belonged to Luminous Master and had an insane defense. However, the lightning pulse was something else and easily dismantled it. It continued to surround Creek King, seemingly as hungry as a primordial beast. It's not looking good for Creek King. An expert shouted. Many felt that she might not be able to withstand it regardless of how strong she was. Death seemed to be the most likely outcome. Fiercest is just too strong. Someone said. He showed no mercy against a beauty, still as brutal as before. Poof. Golden light descended from above and turned into a curtain blocking in front of Creek King. This magnificent and beautiful curtain released golden particles. Each seemed to be alive, jumping and playing before taking roots on the ground. Boom! The contact between the light curtain and the lightning pulse resulted in both dispersing away. However, the golden radiance remained. The world seemed to be livelier with these jumping particles. A figure appeared and slowly walked out of the radiance as if he came from a higher world. Boom! Everyone felt an explosive Tao resonation within them. Rumble. The myriad Tao in harmonization was a scene to behold. A progenitorial aura struck the area like a tsunami, wiping away the dark clouds above along with all darkness. A youth stood there, not as tall and sturdy as his aura would suggest. However, his shadow stretched for an eternity on the ground, making him look majestic. The spectators thought that he was as tall as heaven itself. People couldn't help looking up to see him. He was the source of the golden particles, the origin of life in this world. Luminous Master. Numerous spectators yelled. We finally see him. The youths couldn't contain their excitement. He was a legend in immortal lineage. The young generation, in particular, viewed him as their role model, all aspiring to reach his height. Luminous Master stood there, not trying to exude his aura. However, just one remnant strand could still crush the sky vault. Many bowed to show their respect, finally able to see their idol in person. Handsome would be a strong word to describe him. However, his facial lines exuded determination and power. He had a bright glow around him and seemed more charismatic than anyone else. Dear, go back first. His voice was soft and magnetic. So many women in the audience swooned over his voice. Of course, they knew that only Creek King was worthy of someone like him. Be careful, young Nobly might be too strong for you. Creek King nodded before disappearing from sight. Everyone thought that this was really a pair made in heaven and became envious. Luminous Master stepped forward, his eyes also contained flowing light of a golden hue. Tao brotherly, I have heard stories of your exploit, it is my pleasure. He spoke without any animosity. I have also heard of you many times. Li Chia smiled. Brother Orchid said that you are unbeatable. He has nothing but respect for you. Luminous Master continued with a dignified expression. You're stronger than him, but he has boundless potential. Li Chia, on the other hand, looked quite leisurely. I respect Brother Orchid the most because he lives his life freely yet still possesses such incredible mastery of the Tao. His wisdom and intelligence are superior to mine. Luminous Master praised. This conversation surprised the crowd. All along, they assumed Orchid Sage and Luminous Master were rivals. Now, they seemed like two friends. Chapter 31:19. They also didn't expect for Luminous Master to admit inferior versus Orchid Sage's innate talents. In their mind, Luminous Master was superior, whether it be his cultivation or talents. It didn't sound like empty words of humility either. It seemed that they have been underestimating Orchid Sage all this time, at least relative to his peers. This might be a result of him always keeping a low profile. Well, very few people can be called a sage. The world just didn't know. An ancestor calmed down and stated. Many agreed with this statement. A person with this title should have impeccable talents. Alas, Luminous Master has been far more famous in this generation on top of having stronger cultivation. That's why many assumed that the Master also had better innate talents. Tao brother, you are the strongest person I have seen. Luminous Master said seriously. That's normal. Li Chia smiled with no intention of acting humbly. I'm very curious about your origin and have been looking into it to no avail. Truly confusing. The Master asked. So it turned out that the Master had been paying attention to Li Chia long ago. He even tried to calculate Li Chia's origin but came up with no result. This surprised him to no end because he had some attainments on the path of prophecy and calculation. I'm just a passerby, nothing to be curious about. That's all you need to know. Li Qie smiled. I see. Luminous Master had this guess already. This finally confirmed it. The listeners noticed the two of them speaking like old friends without any anger, let alone animosity. This type of polite conversation probably meant that a fight wasn't going to happen. All previous feuds were going to be erased. This is a treasure ground that has deep ties with our immortal Bronze Mountain. Luminous Master turned his gaze towards the land. More than that, it is a great fortune. Li Qie smiled. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn and everyone felt the atmosphere growing tense. Perhaps a fight would actually break out after all if the negotiation failed. A great fortune indeed. Our race can be traced back to the ancient era. We're probably one of the oldest races in immortal lineage. Luminous Master nodded. Why did he bring up his race? The crowd wondered about the shift. They certainly agreed with the content. Immortal Bronze was extremely old and had plenty of tales about it. Some believed that they might be even older than the stone carvers. The wise sages of our race have tried to figure out our origin by traveling across the realms in immortal lineage. Alas, not much was found. Luminous Master continued. I know, Immortal Bronze is old indeed and does have some fateful ties with me. Li Qie chuckled. He wasn't trying to build a connection with Immortal Bronze Mountain but was only stating a fact. Of course, no one else knew the stories behind it. I have been paying attention to this continent the moment it came out from uncrossable expanse. It might give us an answer regarding our origin. Luminous Master said. In the beginning, everyone thought that Luminous Master was trying to refine his own Tao system. This didn't seem to be the case now. Perhaps, but not that likely. There is one item here that can help you break the bottleneck though to become an immortal level progenitor. Li Qie nodded. This casual revelation made everyone gasp and stare at each other. It was one thing for the continent to be connected with Immortal Bronze. But now, there was a supreme artifact here capable of helping Luminous Master become an immortal level progenitor. It didn't take long before some people started feeling regrets, especially the ancestors who got on it earlier. If they knew that there was such an amazing artifact here, they wouldn't have wasted time on the spirit materials. They certainly benefited from the trip and harvested many grass and herbs. However, these things were not worth mentioning versus an artifact of this level, nothing more than weeds. They should have tried to reach the depth of this land instead of wasting time. No wonder why Immortal Bronze Mountain must have this continent. That's why Zhelong is here too. One ancestor said, thinking that he should have known from the start. How could a big shot like Zhelong come here for no reason? Incredible, Dao brother. Senior Zhelong and I calculated and noticed this possibility. We weren't certain so we came to take a look. You seem to be sure of its existence, looks like you're one step ahead of us. I'm ashamed of being inferior. Luminous Master spoke with sincerity. It's no big deal, I just know more. Li Qie said. This knowledge wasn't due to divine calculation. Because of his ties with Immortal Bronze, he had access to certain secrets. Well, a fight is definitely inevitable. One Everlasting concluded. The two were on good terms right now, but there was a priceless artifact involved. Both Fiercest and Luminous Master would never give it up for any reason. After all, becoming an immortal level progenitor meant reaching an entirely new realm, a true supreme existence. Sure, both imperial level and immortal level progenitors shared the same title, but there existed an immense power gap between the two. The crowd thought that these two were overwhelmed with greed right now for this artifact. The supreme artifact inside is precious indeed. Luminous Master gazed deeper into the continent. He seemed to have calculated the location of this item. That's why the experts from Immortal Bronze immediately headed there upon arrival. This comment confirmed his determination to get the item to the crowd. They became nervous since a storm was coming. 1. The initial title is Talented/Gifted Sage, but I omitted Talented for brevity. Chapter 31:20. Luminous Master withdrew his gaze and had a natural expression. He said, though the continent has deep ties with our system, it's not that we must have it. Of course, if you are willing to make concessions, we will give you whatever you need as long as it is within our capability. Many nodded approvingly after listening to this reasonable and logical response. Of course, some everlastings thought that this so-called negotiation was only happening because of a perceived understanding of the two sides' power. If it was any other cultivator or sect, Immortal Bronze Mountain wouldn't even let them talk, let alone Luminous Master negotiating himself. They would just kick the other party out of the continent. Plus, most people wouldn't dare to compete against Luminous Master in the first place. This wasn't the case for Fiercest. He wasn't afraid of Luminous Master and Zhelong in the slightest. Therefore, Immortal Bronze would be courting death if they wanted to use force against him. No need. Li Qie shook his head and refused the peace offering right away. The crowd wasn't surprised in the slightest since Li Qie hasn't given anyone face ever since his debut. He did everything in accordance with his whim. Your true power is beyond our imagination. Luminous Master didn't become angry. I don't need this continent then. Our origin can be slowly figured out, and as for the immortal artifact, Luminous Master paused for a bit here. The crowd became anxious, waiting to hear a response. After all, an item capable of boosting someone to the immortal level was too tempting. Luminous Master should be strong enough to not give up this item, at least in the eyes of the spectators. An item that can make me reach the immortal level, but in history, how many immortal level progenitors needed external help to get there? Luminous Master let out a free smile, full of charisma and confidence. He wasn't a handsome man, but his charm exceeded all the good-looking fellas. I'm sure I can reach the immortal level without it, so I don't need it either. He concluded. The crowd simply couldn't believe it. How could someone resist wanting this great artifact? Moreover, they could see that it wasn't out of fear. He simply chose this option, thinking that it was the best one. That's why he's a progenitor. Someone praised. Li Qie also approved and clapped. Well said, the Grand Tao isn't easy. Relying on this artifact will shorten your path. You'll have potential problems later on too. I'm sure you're not here for it. Luminous Master asked, not feeling smug at all from the praise. On the contrary, I'm just an ordinary person who can't resist the item. It has uses for me. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Some believed that Luminous Master had won in this first round, at least in terms of mindset. Luminous Master was flexible and patient while Fiercest desired this artifact at all costs. The latter lost in terms of heart and magnanimity. I understand. You must have your reasons for wanting it. Luminous Master nodded. I know you won't be leaving though. Li Qie smiled. You got me. Luminous Master happily responded, looks like you know my reason for being here then. Just about. Li Qie replied. I'm here today not to talk about the feud nor to compete for that artifact. These things are inconsequential, no need to waste time with them. Luminous Master sincerely said. The crowd didn't expect this because Li Qie had just fought against his wife and Tao protector. There should at least be some hostile feelings present. And not for the artifact either. I wish to fight you, Tao brother. Luminous Master finally revealed his intention. And that's why you're here. Li Qie wasn't surprised. Luminous finally confused the weaker participants among the crowd. There was no need for this if he was willing to give up this continent and the artifact. Why would he fight Fiercest now? However, the top masters stared at his expression and immediately understood. How can the sparrow and swallow know the will of the great swan? Ordinary people wouldn't get his domineering style. Yes, just for a fight, please give me pointers. Luminous Master put on a respectful expression. But there's no motivation now. Li Qie actually seemed disinterested to the astonishment of the crowd. To be viewed so highly by Luminous Master should be the ultimate honor, but Fiercest didn't care at all. Don't tell me Fiercest is afraid. One youth said. No way. An expert shook his head. Afraid is a strong word, but since Luminous Master isn't contesting the continent, who would be stupid enough to fight? Fiercest already got what he wants. Many agreed with this comment. There was no need for Fiercest to fight. Please give me pointers. You won't be able to make everyone drown in despair without fighting. Luminous Master didn't give up. Your battle spirit is surging. Li Qie smiled. The spectators didn't see this at all. Luminous Master looked amicable and natural enough right now with no aura visible. It's hard to find an opponent. Brother Sage kept on praising you, so I wished to overestimate myself in order to witness the apex of the Tao. Luminous Master said. It's cold and lonely up high. Li Qie could sympathize with this progenitor and nodded. The powerful ancestors and everlastings understood the comment. In history, Luminous Master wouldn't be considered the greatest progenitor or anything. But in terms of this generation, he could be considered peerless. His only rival in the past was Orchid Sage, but unfortunately, the sage rather traveled the world instead of being competitive. The master met powerful foes during his youth, but as he grew stronger, these foes became insignificant. He was certainly unbeatable now up in his lonely peak. He looked around and found 0 suitable opponents. Chapter 31-21, Invincibility Bred Loneliness. Most wouldn't be able to say this without getting laughed at, but not Luminous Master. He has been unstoppable since his debut. So many have lost to him, including the most talented ones in this generation. Even the mighty everlastings from the previous generations failed to win. All in all, calling him the number one in this generation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thus, others couldn't understand his loneliness, his desire to find a worthy foe or even a stronger combatant. To have a powerful rival wasn't a threat in his mind. In fact, this could motivate him to move forward and work even harder. This goal would make his future more remarkable. That's the reason why he wanted nothing more than to fight Li Qie right now, a foe from the generation as him. The continent and immortal artifact weren't as important. Li Qie smiled while staring at Luminous Master's eyes. He couldn't be more familiar with this gaze. It had nothing to do with a love for battle, only a desire for a worthy foe. The immortal emperors he trained back then also had the same expression. I guess I can entertain you. What should I do in order to stimulate your potential to the fullest? Li Qie smiled. All out. Luminous Master pondered for a bit before seriously answering. It'll be a quick fight then. When I go all out, maybe you will turn into ashes. Li Qie smiled. Luminous Master had thought of this possibility before but was still shaken. Li Qie's casual demeanor showed that the guy had full confidence in defeating him. Existences at their level had no need for blind arrogance nor humility. Li Qie was simply stating facts. Moreover, Luminous Master was strong enough to gauge Li Qie's true power. A foe that could kill him. Just the thought made him excited. Very few could calmly face death. The ones that truly didn't care were either twisted in some ways or had no other choice. Luminous Master was neither, so his expression became austere. Meanwhile, some members of the audience became unhappy, especially Luminous Master's fans. So haughty already before the start of the fight. One of them said. The majority of everlastings believed that Li Qie definitely had the power of a progenitor. However, his confidence right now made them question themselves. Is he really that strong? No way. They exchanged glances. Because Luminous Master's strength was well documented, these top experts found it hard to imagine Fiercest easily killing him. An ephemeral radiance is still bright all the same. Luminous Master eventually made up his mind and stared at Li Qie. A rock lasting for 1,000,000 years will be nothing more than a rock, utterly meaningless. Well said, a rock can't comprehend the beauty of a bright ray. So be it, let's fight. Li Qie nodded. Thank you, Tao brother. Luminous Master cupped his fist, looking excited. The world suddenly became filled with his battle spirit. It was as if it didn't emanate from him but from heaven and earth. His battle spirit was different from Metalkin War God. The latter always put his battle spirit on display as if wanting to tell the world that he was craving for a fight and that provoking him would end with a clan massacre. In reality, Luminous Master's battle spirit far surpassed the War God. However, he had enough control over it to keep it as calm as the water in a well even during battles. He was fearless during the most perilous situation or when facing the toughest opponents, always ready to fight to the end. This disparity made him a greater cultivator than the War God. Dao brother, I will go all out. His bright expression made others think that he was brimming with life. This wasn't to say that he was dispirited a while ago. He simply transformed from a supreme existence to a hot-blooded 20-year-old youth, a return to his early years. The period of frivolous arrogance and confidence is the best time in someone's life. Li Chia commented with a smile, very well, I will show you the apex of the Tao. The apex of the Tao. Luminous Master was shaken by this domineering comment. Li Chia sounded confident as if he was invincible across the ages. A fight between progenitors is happening soon, don't miss it. The spectators shouted excitedly. Both the young and old couldn't contain their excitement. A battle of this level was a dream come true for many cultivators, a life worth living. As for the everlastings and true emperors, witnessing this was extremely beneficial for their Tao search. Who would want to miss something like this? Therefore, everyone paid full attention, not wanting to miss a single detail. Of course, they were smart enough to back off from Sky Ruins and moved back to Sky Pass. The destruction from this fight would be unreal. Maybe everlastings could die from the shockwaves. Thus, moving back to Sky Pass was the safest choice. Many systems started building temporary Tao platforms in Sky Pass so that their disciples can have a better look. Ordinary disciples normally wouldn't be able to see a single thing. These two progenitors were too far away on top of being too fast. They needed heavenly mirrors in order to learn anything. Li Chia started floating into Sky Ruins with Luminous Master right behind him. They didn't wish to involve the innocent, so fighting in deep space was the best choice. Neither side exuded their invincible aura just yet during the start of this fight. Take out your weapon. You're not my match fighting barehanded. Li Chia smiled. Clank. Luminous Master took out a great hatchet and placed it on his shoulder. Just the sound alone showed just how heavy it was. Well, it would have been obvious regardless, since the hilt was as big as a mountain range, the head was as large as a continent. He was as big as an ant compared to his weapon. Chapter 31-22, calling this hatchet gigantic wasn't enough. It was massive, enormous, and colossal. Its master looked smaller than an ant in comparison. Some spectators were actually worried about him being crushed into a meat paste by his own weapon. Fortunately, he held it on his shoulder without any issue, still looking relaxed. Remember, he didn't have a stout, muscular build. Thus, this weapon should look out of place with him. Strangely enough, people actually found the two to be a natural pair, perfect for each other. The first impression they got was one word: invincibility. Yes, it seemed that only this great weapon could be a match for Luminous Master's domination. Skysplitter is its name, left behind by Bronze Progenitor, capable of splitting the sky and separating the earth. Luminous Master calmly said. Skysplitter. Everyone found this name to be suitable. It was as if the hatchet was created specifically to fit this name. However, the older experts became startled. It's not just a name, this hatchet can really split the sky apart. Bronze Progenitor was born in an ancient era, too old to be assigned a particular date. He was at the immortal level. Rumor has it that he might have been a member of the Decemvirate if he had been born later. This hatchet was left behind by him. It's unknown whether he was its creator. Good weapon. Li Chia nodded approvingly. Earning such praise from Li Chia naturally wasn't easy. He wouldn't react to just any ancestral weapons. Please take out your weapon, Dao brother. Luminous Master remained respectful. Don't have any suitable one, let me see. Li Qiye scratched his head before searching. Isn't he too careless? One dissatisfied spectator said. They were fans of Luminous Master and thought that Li Qiye was putting up an act in an attempt to be cool. Does he want to fight barehanded against that hatchet? One expert felt the same way. Of course, a few ancestors didn't think so. Li Qiye hasn't used a weapon ever since his debut. The only exception was the Sword of Repentance. Clank. Li Qiye finally revealed his weapon, a spear. Not using a weapon is a little disrespectful. Li Qiye smiled and took a look at his weapon. This should be okay. The crowd was surprised to hear Li Qiye insinuating that he would be fine fighting without a weapon against Luminous Master and his ancestral hatchet. Such confidence was unbelievable, to say the least. Just facing Luminous Master alone was tough enough without taking Skysplitter into account. Many began staring at his spear. It was black from top to bottom with miasma circling around, clearly born from the darkness. Even a fool could tell that this thing was dangerous. This spear is from a forbidden ground. Luminous Master became surprised as well. You know your stuff. It was born in fiendish ground, an extremely dangerous weapon. Li Qiye nodded and smiled. Fiendish ground. Those who knew this place became frightened. Yes, it has to be a monster among weapons. An everlasting murmured. Fiendish ground was dangerous enough to startle people upon hearing its name. Thank you for being considerate. Let's start then. Luminous Master knew that Li Qiye was being respectful by taking out this weapon. The guy was clearly confident in beating him without one. Nonetheless, he still took out something quite impressive. Go. Li Qiye smiled. The ghastly miasma floating around the spear looked like specters wanting to rush out. This particular spear was taken from Solar Daoist with the name of Terra Damnation. Excuse me then. Luminous Master took a deep breath and held his hatchet with both hands. Luminous Master began exuding his progenitorial aura like the rising tides. This process lacked loud explosions and lights. However, even those back in Sky Pass became frozen because of his aura. Their throat became gripped by an invisible hand. They felt as if they were fish on a chopping board. They had no chance to resist. In fact, they couldn't even kneel down to worship him right now. Boom! The aura finally erupted in full force. He turned into the rulers of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the sun and moon supporting 3,000 worlds. The celestials floated around him even in sky ruins. His position became the source of many galaxies. All existences needed to prostrate before him. They would lack the courage to even look straight at him. This was Luminous Master, a being capable of destroying a world or excavating boundless space. Luminous Master. A few people suddenly became emotional after looking at him, crying hot tears of joy. Die. He let out a roar that can intimidate the gods or break the courage of a true dragon. Boom. The hatchet simply slashed vertically forward. The high heaven split apart. Lightning bolts rushed out like a galaxy from above in a fascinating manner. The spectators naturally became frightened. They felt as if their body, system, and world had been torn asunder. The only thing they could do was watch. This made them realize how unbeatable the attack was. Meanwhile, Li Qiye remained nonchalant and raised his spear. Boom! A world of darkness appeared with numerous fiends and ghosts, ready to devour the world of the living. The spectators became shocked once more, shuddering with fear. Boom! The hatchet immediately cut this dark realm into 2 halves, killing millions of fiends in the process and bringing light back to the world. Clank! Skysplitter struck Eternal Damnation directly and sparks went flying. Each spark could crush an entire planet or melt part of the galaxy. The resulting detonation looked like the most beautiful fireworks in history. This was the most magnificent scene some have ever witnessed in their life. After the smoke and fire dispersed, they saw the spear successfully stopping the hatchet. Chapter 31-23, Skysplitter's power far exceeded regular ancestral weapons. This applied even at the immortal level. Its power in addition to the full swing from Luminous Master resulted in a cut true to its name, splitting the sky. It was enough to split a mighty system into two halves. In case of a direct impact, Skysplitter should have been sharp enough to nick another ancestral weapon. However, Eternal Damnation managed to stop it without suffering any damage. One could see how tough this spear was. Just what materials was it made of? Viewed in a vacuum, one would guess that the spear was actually superior to the hatchet. People took a deep breath after seeing this. They didn't know the origin of this spear since it wasn't as famous as Skysplitter. At the same time, they thought about how Fiercest just picked out a random weapon. How deep was his actual arsenal? On the contrary, the actual experts placed their focus on Fiercest instead of the spear. They noticed that Wuxia didn't move at all from the impact despite the destructive swing. He just stood there and leisurely blocked it. Go! Wuxia whirled his spear and pressed down on the hatchet first before thrusting it at Luminous Master. This move seemed to be without thought but still contained a mighty force. Boom! The celestial bodies surrounding Luminous Master instantly crumbled as a result of the thrust. Dazzling radiance suddenly appeared all over the sky in the form of waves. Time is flowing backward. One Everlasting shouted after seeing this. Wuxia didn't perform a merit law for a temporal reversal. Just his spear alone made the temporal domain flow backward, resulting in bright flashes wherever the spear went. Activate. Luminous Master retaliated by raising his hatchet to the sky for another vertical swing towards the spear. Boom! More temporal particles crumbled from their attacks. This ended with Luminous Master being sent flying, breaking through the temporal walls. The chaotic flow poured down like a surging river wherever he went. The crowd had a hard time reacting to this scene outside of leaving their mouth wide open. Some felt suffocated, akin to having a stroke and nearly falling to the ground. A fight between progenitors was too devastating. Systems would have been destroyed if it was taking place in immortal lineage. The most shocking thing was Luminous Master being sent flying after one thrust. So many viewed him as their role model, thinking that he had achieved the most in the current generation, an unsurpassable peak. However, he had lost his first exchange. His fans themselves felt that they were the ones being sent flying. Can Fiercest already be an immortal-level progenitor? One spectator murmured in awe. This shouldn't be possible since it would be too cruel to the spectators. It has been a while since I felt this good. Luminous Master stood up among the ruins. Though his golden radiance was unstably flashing, he looked to be in great spirit. Anyone else's mental state would be affected negatively. After all, from becoming invincible their whole life to being beaten in the first move? Luminous Master, on the other hand, became more invested in the fight. His battle spirit surged. He wouldn't regret dying in battle right now after finding such a powerful foe. Not bad, your cultivation is decent enough to put up a fight. Wuxia nodded. People would have chastised him a while ago for making these arrogant comments. Alas, they didn't say anything now since he looked unbeatable at this moment. Your power is immense, I've never seen anything like it. It would be disrespectful if I don't use my grand Tao and an overestimation of myself. Luminous Master said. The world praises you for your brilliance, let's have a look at your grand Tao then. Wuxia laughed. It doesn't compare to the wise sages of the past, but I'll gladly show it to you. Luminous Master smiled. The crowd regained their wits and became excited again. He's about to use his grand Tao. All eyes were wide open in anticipation. Luminous Master's grand Tao was brilliant. He reached it and jumped out of the grand Tao belonging to Immortal Bronze Mountain. He was eligible to create his own system but didn't do so yet. He became invincible after proving his Tao, so the world rarely saw it again. That's why everyone became so excited. Buzz. He recalled his auras, both his progenitorial presence and divine lights. The stars and 3,000 worlds also disappeared, the same with his laws. He seemed to be degenerating from a progenitor to a mortal. All cultivators were mortals once. They gained strength through training and cultivation. Now, cultivation atrophy was happening to Luminous Master. People would question if he was still the same person if it wasn't for his determined expression and profound eyes. Though he looked like a mortal youth, his temperament and gaze remained unchanging, still that of a progenitor. His figure slowly disintegrated like snowflakes in the sun, eventually turning into water and seeping into the soil. He was a part of this world now, the individual seemed to no longer exist. However, everyone felt something extremely magical. He seemed to be omnipresent instead of being gone. A falling leaf? Luminous Master. A strand of light? Also Luminous Master. The same with a speck of dust. People looked around and felt his presence all around. Chapter 31-24. No one could spot the real Luminous Master as if he had vanished into thin air. The area became silent, the atmosphere was replaced by a suffocating feeling. They felt as if they were living under his shadow. Whenever they looked up, they could feel a massive figure looking down. This type of invisible pressure could drive someone crazy or force them to submit. Luminous Master had returned to the origin and withdrew all of his progenitorial aura and divine might. Alas, this new state of his made it harder on the spectators. The world and all living inhabitants were living beneath his reign. Luminous origination. This is his grand Tao, all laws returning to their origin. One everlasting said. Those who have experienced this grand Tao before still felt fear. They knew just how mighty this progenitor was. Among the spectators were actually invincible everlastings that have lost to this grand Tao before. They still remembered this grand Tao's aura so well. Of course, they should be proud because after becoming a progenitor, he rarely needed to use his grand Tao in a fight. The fact that they were lucky enough to lose to this grand Tao was a testament to their strength. It had escaped the boundary of immortal Bronze Mountain and could open a new Tao source for another system. Pop! A ray of golden light emerged out of nowhere with enough power to shoulder the various worlds. One person walked out from this ray, Luminous Master, albeit different than normal. Previously, he was definitely a supreme progenitor. Now, the one walking out of the ray looked young and vigorous. He carried a simple temperament that could last an eternity. As he walked out of this ray, all of his time reverted back to when he was 18. Regardless of whether he came from the past or the future, he would still have this youthful form. Excuse me, Tao brother. He appeared before Li Qie and instantly unleashed a vertical palm strike, direct and simple. It felt like the attack of a mortal martial artist during a spar, lacking loud explosions and crackling. Nonetheless, this casual strike encompassed everything, 3 immortals and all of its inhabitants. Everyone felt themselves flying into the air, they and the world were being lifted up by Luminous Master. His hand and everything else became the ultimate weapon. Just imagine the force behind this swing, it had the weight of all of 3 immortals. That should be enough to crush the strongest masters into meat paste, or even specks of dust. Li Qie retaliated by swinging his spear with both hands in order to stop the incoming hand. Boom! The impact resulted in a massive earthquake everywhere. The spear slightly bent as a result while Li Qie tumbled backward. Just imagine, Skysplitter failed to damage Eternal Damnation earlier but Luminous Master had successfully done so. After all, the entities encompassed within that strike earlier were insanely heavy. Luminous Master unleashed a flurry of punches next, acting as an unstoppable tornado. It was as if all of 3 immortals were slamming into Li Qie. Bam! 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 Eternal Damnation was being bent to the limit from the barrage. The spear was bent repeatedly and would morph back to its initial appearance. However, due to Luminous Master's non-stop flurry, the bending position couldn't spring back fast enough. It might actually break if this continued. The impact point has been accumulating power all of this time. Once it reached the limit, it exploded and headed straight at Li Chia. Boom! He got smashed into the empty expanse, crushing through one dimension after another. When he came out of one dimension to be in another, people saw his body being surrounded by primordial chaos. Stars were destroyed in the process too in a dazzling manner. The blow was strong enough to not only crush space but also revert it back to its origin. So strong. One spectator shouted after seeing this, thinking that just one smash would have been enough to kill him, let alone a non-stop barrage. His fans became excited enough to turn red. Yes, that's how you do it. Teach him a lesson. Luminous Master is unbeatable. One of them raised their fist into the air and applauded. That's right. You're unbeatable. The other fans joined in, teach this arrogant man a lesson. Luminous Master will always be triumphant. They were immersed in his invincible style and crazily chanted. Luminous Master, forever triumphant. These chants echoed across Sky Pass. The experts from the previous generation and the ancestors smiled wryly after hearing this. Some could sympathize because Luminous Master has been dominating in recent years. Li Chia flew for a long time and Luminous Master took advantage of this. He caught up and swung his hand again towards Li Chia's head without showing any mercy. Li Chia had no defense while the master was extremely fast. It's not looking good. Many blurted out. A successful strike would certainly end with death. Clank. A heavy swordom resounded as if numerous sword embryos were forming in the 3,000 worlds. A heavy sword Dao emerged and surrounded Li Chia like a defensive earth barrier. Boom! 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 Luminous Master didn't relent and struck the Dao several times. However, this Dao was immensely thick and tough. It flashed with a bronze shimmer, seemingly eternal. Luminous Master's flurry failed to break through. Earth's immensity. Li Chia roared and activated his sword Dao, finally launching an offensive. Chapter 31-25. Li Chia walked on his sword Dao and turned into a sword immortal. The Dao has been accumulating even before he had a sword in his hand. It felt as old as heaven and earth. Clank. All swords started resonating as a result. The experts felt their own swords waking up, seemingly possessing spirituality. Rumble. The sword users suddenly fell to the ground. This wasn't due to an external force, their swords simply became too heavy and dragged them downward. This scared the hell out of everyone. Sword users naturally understood their sword the best out of anyone on top of possessing perfect mastery. So why did their swords become so heavy? It was as if it was no longer theirs. Clank. Li Chia finally raised both hands and swung down. This slash relied on pure weight, nothing else. Crack. The immensity of the sword crushed space and time along with the karmic and reincarnation cycles. Three Immortals' world was certainly heavy. Alas, it felt as light as a feather compared to this slash. This sword Dao surpassed everything in terms of weight. Even the most massive world started from a single point. This sword Dao was as heavy as that start and more. Luminous Master was surprised to see this incredible Dao. He roared and grasped the yin and yang, then life and death, throwing all of these affinities forward. A might suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The existences in 3 immortals couldn't breathe. Boom! The slash cut through the various affinities and struck the progenitor, resulting in a destructive explosion. Blood splashed in space, looking beautiful yet sad. He got sent flying for who knows how long. An indelible scar remained in space. Luminous Master protected himself with the affinities but still suffered grievous injuries. Others would have died on the spot. The spectators naturally trembled as a result. Some became paralyzed on the ground. The weaker ones pissed in their pants after seeing this insane power. Everyone was glad that this fight was taking place in sky ruins. Numerous systems would have been destroyed otherwise. Damn. One pale ancestor regained his wits and said. Who could actually stop that slash earlier? Not even Luminous Master and his Grand Tao. His fans became deathly white, no longer having the courage to cheer. It was hard to describe the slash with anything other than unbeatable. Luminous Master eventually returned. He coughed out blood but still looked calm. The weight of that slash is peerless. What technique is this? He praised. Finality Sword, one of 9 Dao. Li Qie smiled and said. Finality Sword, everything ends with the sword. True indeed, that slash was incredible. Luminous Master said while staring at Li Qie, I'm not a match for you in terms of Grand Dao. Your power far exceeds mine. Many stood there in a daze after hearing him as chills ran down their spine. This was especially true for those who believed in Luminous Master and his fans. They felt quite uncomfortable and distressed, even sorrowful. They knew that Luminous Master had accepted defeat to fiercest. They considered him to be the peerless genius in this generation, the very unreachable apex. Thus, the reality was too difficult to accept. On the contrary, Luminous Master took it quite well and wasn't affected like the spectators. After all, becoming a progenitor meant experiencing numerous trials. Losing was part of being a warrior. Plus, being defeated in a fair duel to someone stronger? There's nothing shameful about it. It's no big deal. Li Qie smiled. This nonchalant attitude of his was too much to take. Defeating a progenitor like Luminous Master was unimaginable for most people, a matchless honor and an achievement worthy of pride. However, Li Qie didn't care at all, as if it was just another day to him. If a progenitor was an easy defeat, then what about the rest of the world? From this, it made them wonder who would be a worthy foe for Li Qie. This loss is an honor, I only regret that I still have one unused move. Luminous Master said. His fans suddenly found hope again after hearing this. Luminous Master still got something else up his sleeve? One expert became excited. Sounds like you're very confident with this move. Li Qie became interested. No, I don't have confidence in this move. But, I'm confident about you. Luminous Master said. Oh. Interesting. Li Qie replied. This move is my finest creation, but it's too dangerous. I believe that no one could survive it until today. Luminous Master revealed with a serious expression. The spectators took a deep breath. Someone like Luminous Master wouldn't make baseless comments. This move should be monstrous indeed. I would like to experience and see how magnificent it is. Li Qie smiled. This move is not only dangerous to the opponent but to me as well. Luminous Master pondered. The spectators exchanged glances in astonishment. It sounded like the creator of the move himself would be in danger, not having complete control over it. A forbidden art that will hurt both sides? One everlasting speculated. This wasn't unprecedented in history. Progenitors have created moves like this in order to defeat enemies stronger than them. The price was high, potentially fatal. What a shame. Li Qie said. But since you are willing to see it, I should have the courage too. Luminous Master's eyes flashed as his battle spirit rekindled. If you dare to use it, I'm willing to be your target. Li Qie declared. Very well, it's not easy to find a tough opponent, especially someone like you who can also serve as a teacher. I can't ask for more. Luminous Master laughed and made up his mind. 1. First scene in chapter 2351. Chapter 31-26. Luminous Master was in high spirits, seemingly experiencing the proudest moment of his life. Some could understand why he looked like that, akin to a mortal scholar placing number 1 on the official test. Losing shouldn't have been an exciting moment. Others would be dejected right now, but the opposite was true for the master. As a progenitor, He had experienced numerous happy events before, but none made him feel this way. However, only the everlastings or top cultivators present understood why. Finding a foe that could also serve as a teacher wasn't easy for an invincible progenitor like him. On the other hand, losing was no big deal at all. Furthermore, to have an ultimate art yet no worthy foe? That's a terrible feeling, similar to a master sculptor creating the finest piece, yet he was forced to hide it and be the only person who could see it. Today, the sculptor could finally show it to a friend who could appreciate it, a truly joyous moment in life. A fight to the utmost of the Tao, what more can one ask for in life? The spirited master said. Everything is possible through the Tao, go for it. Li Qie smiled. I named it Luminous Spark. Where there is life, there will be light. The master said. Luminous Spark. Li Qie murmured, carefully sensing the guy's Tao rhythm. The name actually didn't impress the surprised crowd at all. Luminous Master considered this to be his ultimate move and virtually unstoppable. In their opinion, it should have some domineering title. Just Spark alone seemed insufficient and rather common, not fitting with its prestige. Meanwhile, a few powerful ancestors and everlastings held their breath to also sense his Tao rhythm. Only those at a certain level could sense this uniqueness, a power at a higher level. Ordinary cultivators couldn't touch this realm. In the rare chance of reaching it, they would already be near death. What is this? The big shots noticed this strange Tao rhythm emanating from him. It seemed like gentle ripples in a lake permeating across the world. This magical feeling didn't seem dangerous at all. In fact, these big shots thought that this power level was incompatible to Luminous Master's might. This progenitor might not be a match for fiercest, but he could still easily suppress the firmaments or cause incredible devastation. Now, this Tao rhythm seemed as gentle as can be. Wait, I can't move. One ancestor shouted in astonishment. This made everyone else notice that they couldn't move either. What is going on? Even the powerful everlastings were immobilized. They utilized their strongest merit laws in order to escape to no avail. Normally, this type of imprisonment was oppressive and obvious. In this case, the power at work was intangible. People didn't even notice that they were imprisoned until it was too late. The ripples worked in a gentle and mysterious manner. Moreover, it was capable of trapping everlastings and everyone else. Why do I feel like I'm a scandal right now? One everlasting said. The thing burning is your hope. Luminous Master said softly, but still made everyone shudder and become extremely afraid. Quite magical. As long as there is hope, there is desire, and that's the fuel for binding. Li Qie was also immobilized. He's not the one trapping us. We're trapping ourselves. One ancestor understood Li Qie's point and took a deep breath. Some big shots, upon hearing this, immediately tried various methods to break it. Unfortunately, these methods seemed useless. Why? Because there was no opponent to resist. Everything came from oneself. For example, a muscular warrior could lift anything but not himself. That's the scariest thing about this Tao. Burn away without regrets, the same with my desires. Thank you for fighting me, Tao brother. Luminous Master sighed. Poof. He seemed to be incinerated to nothingness, only leaving behind a flashing radiance. Buzz. Li Qie instantly lit up, entering a powerful defensive state. Luminous Master no longer existed by this point, only a flickering light around the size of a soybean and on the verge of extinguishing in any second. Despite its feeble nature, it still strangely looked eternal while burning away all desires in this world. Heart, hope, and desire, all existed together and were being burned. Spare us. One everlasting felt the threat and shouted. Poof. Others heard a fire-starting sound and saw themselves being lit on fire. Not good. They activated their strong merit laws but couldn't do anything to stop or avoid the burning process. Why is it like this? Some were scared out of their mind after failing to extinguish the fire. Each inch of their flesh was burning, eventually spreading to their muscles and bones, Tao foundation, then true fate while they could only watch. Power and invincible treasures were useless here. Even the imperious ancestors started panicking as pieces of ashes fell off their body. Our various desires and emotions are burning: ambition, survival instinct, love, hate, kindness. Even a little bit is enough to fuel this fire. Your heart needs to be as cold as ashes, devoid of hope and desires. Otherwise, it'll burn you to nothingness. One Eternal realized the flame's property. The experts realized that it had nothing to do with power and laws or even the Grand Tao. One needed to be a rock or be emotionless. Otherwise, death seemed inevitable. No, this can't be true. Some started yelling while watching their body being burned away. Chapter 31:27, No. Screams bellowed across the realms, filled with despair and unwillingness. It was one thing to be crushed by an ultimate technique or killed by an unbeatable treasure. At least they lost against absolute force. However, there was no chance to even resist this flame. They felt like fish on the chopping board, powerless and hopeless. Even the powerful ancestors and peerless everlastings were subjected to this torment. This scene was magnificent. Virtually every cultivator was experiencing this. No one could move an inch while dying to their own desires. It sounded unbelievable, but all of this was unfolding in real time. A hush fell upon the land as if all of its inhabitants had been burnt to ashes. This lasted for a long, long time before being interrupted by a loud exhale. All of the dead finally leaned forward slightly. This sensation was bizarre. They thought they were dead earlier, but now, it seemed like a dream. I'm okay. They instantly looked down and saw that their body was still intact. We're alive. Someone yelled excitedly. To come back to life was an incredible feeling, inferior to none. They realized that they weren't ashes now. However, then what was that experience before? They clearly felt it deep to their bones. It's because Luminous Master is merciful. One everlasting quietly said, he didn't ignite us, we were only experiencing an illusion beneath his power. The crowd took a deep breath in response. This meant that Luminous Master could have repeated the same thing on a whim, except for real. Peerless everlastings and emperors would still die without being able to fight back. Their lives were completely in someone else's grasp. This was a scary thought. They turned their attention towards the battle, and Luminous Master was still in the form of a tiny light. Luminous Spark. The spectators quietly repeated this name, something that they would never forget. This rather common name was more domineering and impressive than anything else in their mind. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly dazed all of them. Fiercest is still burning. They saw a pulsing light coming from Fiercest deep in sky ruins. Each inch of his body was on fire just like everyone else earlier. He was using a supreme technique and various merit laws, but they didn't stop the flame. Even a monster like Fiercest couldn't stop this technique, let alone them. It's unavoidable if one has hope and desires. One ancestor sentimentally said. Luminous Master only served as a catalyst. Hopes and desires were the things fueling the flame. They were the ones killing themselves, not Luminous Master. Someone as strong as Fiercest should have an ambitious desire and pursuit. Thus, this technique became even more effective. What a terrifying move. People finally realized why Luminous Master was so confident in this technique. It had jumped out of the boundary of power and Grand Tao. This was a historically great invention. Moreover, they also knew why he hesitated. In order to use this technique, he needed to lit himself up as well. Poof! The fire on Fiercest eventually reached its limit, culminating in him fully turning to ashes. He's dead. One spectator concluded. Fiercest is dead, an ancestor couldn't believe it. This technique is insane. Even Fiercest couldn't handle it. Some of the crowd gasped, thinking that this was the greatest technique they had ever seen. Boom! Bright radiance suddenly came from his ashes and multiple palaces flew out. Look, his palaces, he's still alive. Someone commented. How can this be? He was reduced to ashes. Even the ancestors were astounded. All of them have experienced this technique and failed to overcome it, albeit in an illusory state. Boom! The palaces suppressed the firmaments, stopping all techniques and forbidden arts. What the hell, are you guys seeing this? One spectator screamed. 13 palaces. Jaws dropped to the ground in disbelief. 13 palaces really exist? A supreme everlasting became frozen. First a terrifying technique, now a miracle like having 13 palaces. The crowd couldn't take much more. Everyone knew that 12 palaces were the limit regardless of how strong a cultivator might be. So many brilliant progenitors have appeared in history: Gao Yang, Desolate Saint, 5-element progenitor. These peerless beings only had 12 palaces. Now, Fiercest had broken this conventional wisdom and a limit in cultivation. Alas, this was not a dream. 13 palaces, as real as can be, were floating in the sky right now. Chapter 31-28. The 13 palaces horrified the world, causing people to become empty-headed. So many said to never think about obtaining the 13th one. Sure enough, this was indeed the case. None has ever surpassed the hard limit of 12 palaces, not the top emperors or the brilliant progenitors. This was true at least in the historical records. Today, an existence with 13 had broken everyone's understanding regarding the palaces. 13, the crowd remained stunned, unable to accept this fact. This is impossible, one person said despite witnessing it in person. The floating palaces were just too much to take. Numerous figures have attempted to break this limit to no avail. Thus, what Fiercest has done was simply unbelievable. No one knew how he achieved this miraculous feat. Fiercest, is he also the number one in history? And Everlasting felt nothing but respect. From now on, he would have a long section written about him on the River of Time. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him Prime, meaning that he was the greatest of all time. Fiercest should be a member of the Decemvirate. One true emperor said softly. No, this achievement is enough to earn him the number one spot. A time-worn Supreme Everlasting said. Some actually became emotional and contemplated. They eventually nodded and conceded, thinking that this evaluation was about right. The Decemvirate was a list of the most peerless cultivators and biggest contributors in 3 immortals. Only the best of the best made it here. For example, Gao Yang, Desolate Saint, and Fire Ancestor. Today, no one would really object listing Fiercest among them. A few actually believed that he deserved the number one spot for having something as unprecedented as 13 palaces. Boom! The palaces lit up and turned into a matchless sky filled with primordial chaos. Time reversed for the sake of creation. The palaces could do whatever they wanted, allowing Li Qia to be the lord of all. Many felt as if he had transcended everything, even standing above the high heaven. They watched this vast expanse in awe. The incinerated Fiercest began reforming his body, but this process was completely different than others. Time was reversing, allowing him to have a clean start without any problem. Fiercest appeared before the crowd again. The flame on him was no longer there. Not even a strand of hair was missing. Meanwhile, the 13 palaces floated above his head, looking quite peaceful. No one dared to breathe loudly, thinking that they might bother him. He stood there without exerting divinity or aura. He had no defensive barriers either, looking like a regular mortal that could be found anywhere. Of course, one couldn't use the word regular or common to describe him when the floating palaces were up there. This alone made him extraordinary, a supreme existence commanding respect and fear. He was the master of 3 immortals and the universe right now. Fiercest didn't need to say anything. Everyone already knew that Luminous Master had lost. However, losing to Fiercest and his 13 palaces was an honor, nothing to be ashamed of. Just being able to fight him was indicative of one's might. Fiercest has become a sort of test for all cultivators, similar to a tribulation. Reaching this level alone proved one's worth. Boom! The palaces started flying outward with enough force to pierce even the eternal high heaven. They surrounded the flashing golden radiance that was Luminous Master. Poof! The light stabilized and everyone could hear a fiery ignition. Luminous Master appeared again, surrounded by progenitorial laws and flames. He was clearly burning himself too. More than half of his body had turned to ashes by this point. This double-edged technique was outside of his control now. He could no longer extinguish this flame and it wouldn't take long before death. Many shuddered at this sight. A brilliant progenitor was going to die to his own technique, quite a sad ending. Sadness took over some members of the crowd because Luminous Master was worthy of respect. 13 palaces, the progenitor had an astonished expression. This was obviously his first time seeing 13 palaces. I have no regrets in life after seeing this miracle. Losing to you is an honor, same with dying to these palaces. He seemed cool and collected without fear despite knocking on death's door. How many people could face death in this manner? Strangely enough, a few twisted minds in the crowd actually became envious of him. After all, everyone would eventually die. Being killed by these palaces would be a heroic and impressive way to go. 1. The GOAT, just like Kobe Bryant. I know, some of you will be commenting furiously about Michael Jordan and LeBron. Chapter 31-29. Various emotions struck the silent spectators. Luminous Master had plenty of future potentials. So many respected and viewed him as a role model in immortal lineage. Alas, he was about to die in battle today. Nonetheless, this was as good as it could get, dying to fiercest. Any last words? Li Qie smiled and stared at him. The tense crowd held their breath and stared at him, waiting to listen. Death was inevitable. It's just that Luminous Master was still too young. He had plenty of things left to do in life. The initially calm Luminous Master knew that he didn't have much time left, so he sighed with a sad expression. He turned towards the direction of Creek King, the kingdom-toppling beauty with few peers. I have no regrets in life. Being lucky enough to marry you is the greatest happiness and honor. He looked at his wife and said softly with love-filled eyes. Becoming your wife is the proudest thing I've done in life. Creek King's eyes were also filled with love as she gently responded. The two of them stared at each other and time came to a halt. Meanwhile, the crowd became sentimental and said, this couple was a match made in heaven, perfect for each other and made everyone else envious. What more could a man ask for after marrying someone like Creek King? The same applied to any woman and Luminous Master. This tender moment seemed to be lasting for an eternity. No one dared to make a sound and interrupt the love between these two. They didn't need words to express their feeling, just one glance was enough. A long time later, Luminous Master eventually withdrew his gaze and looked over at Zhilong. Thank you, Senior, for protecting me all this time. I apologize for letting you down. He said. No, you are my most excellent student, my pride. Zhilong said. I apologize for letting all of you down as well. Luminous Master then told the members of Immortal Bronze Mountain. They kneeled and bowed towards their worthy leader. Words weren't necessary for them to show him the greatest reverence. The ancestors and everlastings felt sad too. They had been watching this young progenitor all this time. As I am near death, may I make a request, Dao brother? Luminous Master solemnly asked Li Qie. The flame was about to burn his entire being. Only ashes would be left soon enough. What is it? Li Qie smiled. I'm not afraid of death, but I do wish to go out in a certain way if you are willing. Help me by using the power of the 13 palaces to destroy me. Luminous Master said. The crowd stared at Li Qie, aware that Luminous Master wished to go out in a different manner. Dying to his own flame seemed tasteless versus an honorable death to the 13 palaces. It's too early to talk about dying. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. Luminous Master froze for a moment before smiling wryly. I know how terrible my creation is, only death awaits me once ignited. Not even an immortal can save me. I might not be an immortal and there might not be one in this world, but I do have 13 palaces. Li Qie calmly said. You can save me? Luminous Master became surprised, the same with all the spectators. First, putting aside his ability to do so, Luminous Master was still his enemy. There was no need for Fiercest to save him when he's dying to his own forbidden technique. They probably wouldn't save him if they were in Fiercest's shoes. I've killed plenty, so saving one is no big deal. Plus, there are a lot of people in the world but only a few are interesting. Li Qie leisurely responded. Many took a deep breath and found Li Qie worthy of respect. He was powerful but also had plenty of haters. However, even this group found him slightly more tolerable. Boom! The 13 palaces suddenly oozed out a light bright enough to illuminate the entire world. This dazzling radiance enveloped the progenitor and stabilized the flame burning him. Zzz, the palaces then exuded light particles that successfully extinguished the flames. He's actually doing it. It's working. Thunderous applause resounded. Luminous Master couldn't believe it, just like everyone else. His devouring flame was subsiding. Boom! The palaces then poured down primordial chaos and forcefully reversed time while adding life affinity. This chaotic expanse began reconstructing Luminous Master's body. This gave a clear answer as to whether Li Qie could save the Master or not, so everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Incredible, 13 palaces are special indeed. One Everlasting commented. Those at their level knew just how impossible it was to stop that flame. Treasures and merit laws were useless. However, Fiercest extinguished the flame on top of helping Luminous Master create a new body. One and only in history, a miracle of the ages. I think we shouldn't be surprised that it can create more miracles. Another ancestor said. Others nodded in agreement. 13 palaces should be far more magical and profound compared to 12 palaces. Thus, they became curious. What else could these palaces do? 1. The word for immortal here is actually Grand Firmament Golden Immortal. You can say that this is a classical cultivation level for original CN mythos, the one in Divine Investiture or Journey to the West. This doesn't exist in ED. Maybe the mortal realm has myths about it, but ED never really started at the mortal realm, only the cultivation world. The author has done this several times in the past. The Chinese readers that know the myth wouldn't really have a problem with it. Nowadays, it is used colloquially to describe something impossible. For example, in a modern urban novel, not even a Grand Firmament Golden Immortal can save you. That's a typical usage. It's just a little weird to see it in ED, and it becomes even weirder for English readers lacking the context. So I'm reducing it to immortal. Chapter 3130. The recreated Luminous Master was still the same, a peerless progenitor. He didn't show signs of pessimism nor dejection after losing. His temperament and style were still as dominating as ever. Cheers, shouts, and other emotional exclamations could be heard. Some were in awe at the 13 palaces' abilities and Fiercest's magnanimity in this case. Only someone like this was worthy of being considered number one. Fiercest has the heart of a peerless progenitor, he's suitable to take charge. One ancestor said. Well, there are great aspects of him that should be imitated. Those who didn't like him before had to admit that he had made a good choice. Many considered Fiercest to be invincible right now, on top of showing mercy and compassion when applicable. Luminous Master would never kneel to anyone, but today was an exception. He got on his knees and said, "My gratitude is boundless since you have given me a second life. If you ever need me or Immortal Bronze Mountain's help in the future, just say the words." Creek King and the members of Immortal Bronze also bowed towards Wuxia, a magnificent and enviable scene. A progenitor had pledged his allegiance, the same with his sect, truly a mighty and useful force. Fiercest alone was unbeatable enough, but he had plenty of supporters too: Academy of Light, True Dragon Court, Longevity Hall, and Immortal Bronze as well. He would have no problem ruling Immortal Lineage and the two other worlds at the moment. Three Immortals has a new ruler now. One spectator quietly said. The ones here believed that no one would try to stop Wuxia from taking over. They were powerless anyway. Fiercest didn't need to conquer the individual realms because he had become a crownless king with total authority. No one would dare to disobey him. Back in Sky Pass, many experts and even the ancestors also got on their knees. Those who didn't like him still lowered their head to show subservience. Fiercest stood there calmly as others paid their respect. He didn't exert any pressure on the crowd since it wasn't necessary. They wholeheartedly respected an existence with 13 palaces that can defeat progenitors. Rise, no need for this. Wuxia glanced around before nodding. We can have peace of mind now that there is a master like you in charge of three immortals. It's time to retire for me. Luminous Master stood up and said, slightly emotional. The comment garnered decent support. Because Fiercest was so powerful, everyone else in this generation paled in comparison. No wonder why Luminous Master felt an urge to be reclusive. I'm only a passerby, coming here in a hurry and will be leaving just as quickly. I won't leave anything or do anything for this world. It is still yours and it requires your effort and protection. Wuxia shook his head. Dao brother, this normal world can't hold you. If there are immortals, ascension is only a matter of time for you. Luminous Master understood Wuxia and eventually said. Some everlastings jolted after hearing this. It was a topic rarely discussed in public. There are limits to their growth. What was next after reaching this point? Many sages and progenitors chose to enter uncrossable expanse, hoping that there was a path towards ascension. Of course, this was nothing more than mere speculation. There are no immortals. Wuxia refrained from delving into this topic since there was no need. The progenitor carefully thought about it before nodding. He let out a sigh and said, You're right, this world still needs us. Yes. Wuxia smiled. A conversation with a smart man was so easy. He turned his attention towards the depth of the continent with a gaze profound enough to pierce through the entire thing. What kind of artifact is it? Luminous Master stared in the same direction. It came from an ancient age. Wuxia smiled and said, As you said, this thing has a deep connection to your sect. Take a look later. See if you can benefit from it. I'll try. Luminous Master didn't dare to be careless at this mysterious continent. Wuxia finally started moving deeper into this place, the master right behind him. Fiercest is going to take that immortal artifact. One spectator enviously said. What is it? A grass that can give immortality? Or an immortal fruit? Discussions sprung up all around. People surely desired this artifact capable of boosting a progenitor to the next level. However, the competition was fiercest right now. To provoke him right now meant courting death regardless of one's backing and power. So if this continent has deep ties with Immortal Bronze, it must be extremely old. Immortal Bronze is one of the oldest races in our world. Some believe that they were around during the era of the three immortals. One person speculated. This made people exchange glances because this era belonged only in myths and speculations. No one denied that the Immortal Bronze race was old, but the exact timeline remained unknown. The members of this race themselves had no idea. I'm so damn curious. Another said while patiently waiting. Zhelong and Creek King became tense as well. They have analyzed and understood this continent more than the others. However, numerous unsolvable mysteries remained. They couldn't open certain places, hence the lack of harvest. However, they believed that Wuxia should know how to unlock these secrets, having absolute confidence in him. This was especially true for Luminous Master. He watched Li Qia's entry and noticed something, slightly raising his brows, and his expression became dignified. Others noticed the change in his expression but didn't see anything special. Chapter 31:31. Only reticent breathing could be heard after Li Qia entered the area. No one knew how long he had been in there. They didn't care about the passing time either. Boom! An explosion caught them off guard and the continent instantly collapsed. What? Zhelong couldn't believe it. He had tried this method a while ago, but this landmass exceeded imagination. Alas, this was fiercest, a person who had 13 palaces. There was no point in being surprised by his success. Many could see that this wasn't an ordinary collapse. Li Qia didn't punch it into smithereens or anything. The pieces fell in a particular manner, making it seem that the continent was assembled from numerous pieces placed together. They were simply falling apart right now. Each piece was special and possessed its own laws. The continent looked like a perfect work of art made by a devilish master. Look at that, a gigantic entity emerged and floated in space. People saw that it was a colossal bronze humanoid, larger than any other statue in the world. Of course, this thing was a living entity, not a statue. He seemed to be born in an ancient era. His eyes were close, seemingly asleep with a peaceful expression. A faint glow surrounded him. This slumber could last until the world becomes old. The impressive size understandably astounded the spectators. They then turned towards Luminous Master and the members of Bronze Immortal. Their race was the same, born with a body made of bronze instead of flesh and blood. However, they would change after cultivating. For example, Luminous Master gained a regular body. Of course, keeping their bronze body was another potential path. Everyone instantly thought that this bronze giant might be a member of this race. Alas, the knowledgeable ancestors have never read anything that would indicate that this race could grow to this size. In fact, the ancestors from Bronze Immortal couldn't think of a forefather of this size either, at least not in the records and legends. Now, everyone knew why Luminous Master said that the continent had something to do with their race. Even if this giant wasn't from this race, he should be related to them in some ways. What a miracle! Zhelong became emotional and shocked. So many Bronze Immortals kneeled and bowed towards this giant. Though they didn't know his origin, their instinct forced them to do so. Some started crying tears of joy as well. Luminous Master shot out 2 rays towards the giant, wanting to see some clues. "May I climb up there, Dao brother?" he asked because the giant belonged to Li Qia. "Why not? A harvest is up to your own fortune." Li Qia smiled. "Thank you." Luminous Master bowed before landing on the giant. He rubbed the body while becoming emotional. He was gentle as if he was caressing a lover. Li Qia headed straight for the chest area since he had a pretty good understanding of this giant. He had seen one before back in the 9 worlds. In fact, the primordial will consisting of 12 laws was taken from a chest held by that bronze giant. What's that? Some spectators noticed that the giant seemed to be sleeping with both hands placed on its chest. However, there was a bronze bottle in its hands upon closer inspection. This bottle was actually massive, but because of the giant's size, it was easy to miss it. They started thinking that it might contain the immortal artifact desired by Luminous Master's group. That has to be it. Everyone held their breath as Li Qia was approaching the bottle. They were naturally tempted, just too scared to do anything about it. Luminous Master didn't look at the bottle. All of his attention was focused on the giant. "Another gift, I won't hold back then." Li Qia stared at the bottle and smiled before grabbing the bottle. Taking this bottle should be impossible, but Li Qia had reached the apex. Boom! His 13 palaces began suppressing and transcending everything again. Impossibilities became possibilities. The crowd felt an unfathomable might and couldn't stand up straight. Rumble. Li Qia seemed to be pulling on the world itself. If the world had a physical handle, Li Chia could easily lift it up with one hand. Everyone felt themselves being lifted up to the air during this process. Boom! He successfully took the bottle in no time at all. He got it. One spectator blurted out. Some started fantasizing that it was them who got the bottle. It would be amazing since they would soar towards greatness. Good stuff. Li Chia looked at the content and praised. Everyone couldn't help stretching their neck up a bit while wishing to see what was inside. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. Many wanted to ask him as well, but the words returned to their throat. They didn't dare to ask, plus he might not tell them anyway. Rumble. The bronze giant became dazzling and started shaking at an increasing intensity. Time to go. Li Chia put away the bottle and glanced over at Luminous Master before jumping off. Luminous Master continued caressing the giant, not wanting to leave. This moment seemed too short, but he had no choice. Rumble. The shaking became violent by this point, so Luminous Master leaped to the sky. Boom! The bronze giant broke through the void and traveled through numerous domains, disappearing from the astonished spectator's sight. Chapter 31-32. The bronze giant broke through the void and disappeared as everyone watched in a daze. They didn't know who this figure was, but he should have great significance. Just think about it, he came out of uncrossable expanse on top of still being alive and not turned evil. There must be something special going on in the background. What a shame. Luminous Master regretted not having enough time to learn since the giant left too quickly. If he had more time, he would be able to learn more mysteries about it along with the origin of his race. He only managed to learn a tiny bit. Alas, he also knew that given his power, he had no chance of holding the giant back. Its power and profundity were beyond his control, so the only thing he could do was watch. Thank you, Dao brother. He calmed down and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. Li Chia was the one who gave him this chance. Though his harvest was limited, it was still a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No big deal. Li Chia said before looking at the sky, "It's getting late though, time for me to leave." You're leaving? Luminous Master became startled, aware that Li Chia was talking about 3 immortals, not just this place. Maybe I can stay a little longer, leave it up to fate. Li Chia said. Luminous Master's heart sank a little after hearing this. Anyone else would be happy because it wasn't a good feeling to have someone so strong looming above them. However, the Master viewed it as a great loss for both immortal lineage and him. It meant that he would lose his role model and an opponent who could serve as a teacher. As for immortal lineage, it would lose another layer of protection. In my opinion, it's coming soon, very soon. Li Chia read his expression and stared towards the direction of uncrossable expanse. The Master also did the same, becoming more and more dejected. He had stayed by the shore of that place for a bit but couldn't calculate an exact date. Now, Li Chia confirmed his suspicion. A progenitor like him was considered invincible in 3 immortals. Alas, he had zero confidence to face the incoming calamity. What was coming? Perhaps a thing that 3 immortals didn't want to face the most? Are you prepared? Li Chia asked the silent progenitor. I will try my best because it is my responsibility. Luminous Master took a deep breath and replied. So duty-bound. Li Chia casually said. Dao brother, please be merciful and aid us. Luminous Master said with respect, asking for help. Li Chia's involvement would give more hope for 3 immortals. I'm just a passerby, so it's not my responsibility. Li Chia said softly, however, I do need to exercise more. If it comes during this period, I will warm up before my journey to build more enthusiasm. This was the same as accepting Luminous Master's request. The Master happily bowed towards Li Chia and didn't say anything else. Go get ready then. Li Chia glanced at him and said. See you soon, Dao brother. The Master bowed to say goodbye, the same with all the experts from Immortal Bronze. In fact, even the spectators in Sky Pass bowed because he had proven his worth with his 13 palaces. Everyone watched his departure in silence. He had become a legendary figure, almost like a real deity. Withdraw. Luminous Master shouted out the order to his sect. The army of Immortal Bronze hurriedly marched away, following their progenitor. Many also bowed respectfully towards Luminous Master. The two parties were gone from Sky Ruins now, leaving behind a creepy expanse. It's finally over. One spectator murmured. The outcome of the battle betrayed many's expectations. Nonetheless, most felt an unprecedented satisfaction after receiving the benefits. They got to witness a fight between progenitors that left a lasting impression. They saw Luminous Master's spark technique, but most importantly, the one and only 13 palaces in history, a true miracle. Maybe we're the luckiest in history, to be born in the same generation as Fiercest. This is the only generation that has 13 palaces. One cultivator reflected. It's also a source of despair. Another ancestor smiled wryly. The most brilliant and peerless geniuses will have to play the role of a side character from now on because of Fiercest. Others put on a bitter smile as well since he made too much sense. Fiercest was unreasonably powerful and unsurpassable. Everyone would pale versus his dazzling radiance. So can cultivators really create 13 palaces? A Supreme Everlasting began discussing this issue. Now that this possibility has been proven, these top masters still didn't know how to get one. What's the actual method? People racked their brains to no avail. I think regular people like us will never be able to have it. Even the Supreme Everlastings became dejected. It's nothing to be ashamed about. So many greater beings than us in history with incredible achievements, progenitors and Fardao Everlastings, they couldn't do it either. A friend consoled. You're right. The crowd felt much better. After all, even the brilliant ones like Gao Yang and Fire Ancestor couldn't do it. There was a big gap between them compared to these beings. Thus, so what if they couldn't get the final palace? What Fiercest had done is really the miracle of the ages. The failed experiments made people respect Li Qie even more, realizing how peerless he was. He was the only exception in history, the only person with the 13th palace. I think he should be the leader of the Decemvirate now. One ancestor suggested. No one refuted this claim since Li Qie was truly qualified for the position. Chapter 31-33, An illusory space with flashing stars, a dreamlike location. This place was deep in Ascension Pond, a place where no one has been before outside of Li Qie. He was refining a weapon brimming with the power of the high heaven, majestic and mighty beyond imagination. You're entering the expanse to kill? An ethereal voice sounded. Not necessarily, just going with the flow. I do hope he's smart enough to back off, but the opposite is more than fine too. I'll see how sharp my blade is. Li Qie looked up and smiled before glancing at his weapon. For what reason are you actually going? Those three old men? The pond clearly questioned Li Qie's motives. It seemed capable of seeing the end of the world. There's a potential shortcut there. If there's a way in, there's a way out. Li Qie smiled. You're courting death, bringing a fat sheep straight to the tiger's jaws. The voice didn't hold back at all. Is that so? Why not? That's one way to bait the tiger, no? Li Qie chuckled. You're not strong enough. The voice eventually said, you might think you're strong and amazing, same with your Dao heart, but once you go in there, only eternal damnation awaits. I must be hearing things because it sounds like you're worried about me. Makes me a little scared from being loved so much. Li Qie joked. You're bringing a streak of tigers here, a calamity will turn everything to ashes. The voice snorted. I'm aware, you're afraid that once broken, 3 immortals is such a fat piece of meat. You'll be the same. Li Qie said. It's unclear in this last line whether Li Qie is saying that the pond will join in and feast on 3 immortals or it'll become a target too. Die if you want, but don't drag the entire world down with you. The voice coldly uttered. Who says I want to do that? Stagnation is the most fatal choice. Nothing stays the same forever, not in the past, present, and future. 3 immortals are certainly impregnable right now, this might not be true later. Li Qie said. The 3 geezers screwed it up, humph. The voice scowled. Maybe, but even without this issue, you don't think something else will happen in the future? Li Qie said, nothing is unbreakable nor eternal. You and they are ancient enough to know this logic more than me. The voice didn't respond this time. A lull took over. Of course, if you are willing to help me, I'm sure it'll be good. This is the best opportunity. Li Qie leisurely said. No, I have no interest in falling down together with you. The voice refused right away. Then you can keep on hiding in your shell like a cowardly turtle until you're found, and that's inevitable. Li Qie smiled. Hiding and fighting, the result is the same. You can't change anything, the same with me. The voice said. Not necessarily. There are many unknowns in the world. Li Qie said. None. I know more and they know more than you. The voice said. I won't deny that. Li Qie nodded, but I am me and they are they, there's a clear difference. All the same. Some had the same thoughts as you in the past. What happened in the end? They still became lackeys. The voice responded. Yes, it's not surprising at all. Nothing is scarier than the heart of men. Li Qie agreed. Truly terrifying. The voice emphasized. But you're not men, we are. Because of this difference, you all will never be able to become true immortals, but we still can. See, now that's the difference, one superior to the other. Li Qie smiled. Humph, insects, after all is said and done, are still insects. The voice scowled. Then you need to be careful and avoid being bitten by them. Insects might be small but they can multiply, you all can't. When you die, your kind will end. Li Qie said. Look at this world and history. So many epochs have ended, but in the present day, the so-called insects are still alive. People have changed, same with the methods, but they keep on struggling beneath the sky. Li Qie paused for a bit before continuing. On the other hand, when one of you dies, that's one fewer, so you tell me, who is the real ruler of this world? The voice also understood this particular train of thought and didn't respond. Have you thought of the day when you become a fat piece of meat? It's not unprecedented. Li Qie went on. And? The voice said. I can see that you do not wish to take action, but there are other ways. For example, me. Don't you think someone as handsome as me will always win? Do it right and I'll become the only true immortal. Li Qie smiled. Stop fantasizing. The voice coldly uttered. That's one way to put it, but think about the possibility. What if I become a true immortal? Or, we can take one step back and assume that I'll fail. Nevertheless, my going all out is still a good thing for all of you. You reap all the rewards without doing anything, able to live and see the sun again. Li Qie continued. Are you threatening me? The voice questioned. Feel free to see it however you want, but calling it a threat is rather shallow for people like us. It's more of an investment. I'm definitely worth it. Li Qie smiled. You'll die. The voice said with absolute certainty. But if I don't? Li Qie put on a serious expression, the same with his voice. What do you want? The voice paused for a bit before asking. I know you all still have some good stuff. Li Qie let out a satisfied grin. No, I don't, my resources are limited. The voice became vigilant. No, I said you all, not just you, you all. Just you alone is not enough. I might be poor but not that poor, Li Qie smiled. Humph, don't win an inch and want a foot, being too greedy will only result in trouble. The voice didn't like this. False, if this is considered greedy, then how are you going to invest in me? We're considered big shots, right? So if we're going to play, then do it big. Don't be so small-minded now. Li Qie said. Even if I agree, it doesn't mean the others will. The voice contemplated for a bit before speaking. You can tell them my intent. As you can see, I'm quite busy, I don't have time to go visit each one. Trust me, don't miss this great investment, there won't be another. Li Qie said flatly. I understand. The voice replied. It's a deal then. One day, you will all be joyous, for this will be the most fruitful investment of your life. Li Qie smirked. The voice scowled but didn't bother to retort this time around. However, right at this second, a pair of eyes seemed to be opening in this deep space. It gazed towards uncrossable ocean. It's coming. The voice said. Li Qie stopped refining his weapon and stood up, also gazing towards the expanse. Yes. His eyes turned cold after penetrating the void. Chapter 31-34, the title of fiercest once again echoed across immortal lineage after the battle. Everyone knew him and how strong he was by this point. They believed that he was the strongest and most brilliant progenitor in this generation. Some took it a step further and thought that he would be the greatest progenitor in history. Serenity returned to immortal lineage. All geniuses immersed themselves in training. A while ago, these top cultivators would like to go outside to show off their achievements. Alas, watching that battle made them realize the gap between themselves and the apex. Because of this, the prideful and arrogant ones no longer dared to act haughty or cause trouble. Fiercest aside, even Luminous Master was far superior to them. Thus, they began to cultivate without giving up, hoping to catch up to these two. Unfortunately, this peaceful period didn't last long. Something happened in uncrossable expanse again today. Something flashed brightly on the ocean and moved with great speed across. It pulsed from the rotation between submerging and emerging. Each jump left behind bright spots on the ocean that would last for a long time, akin to heavenly scars. Remember, heavenly scars were caused by a supreme power, virtually indelible. Now, this jumping light had this destructive capability as well. What's that? As the light moved closer to the shore, it was finally spotted by a master. He reported this to the others. The news spread quickly. It didn't take long before the people in Sky Ruins, Sky Pass, and the rest of immortal lineage heard about it. The spotlight returned to uncrossable expanse and the jumping light. Too many things have been happening in this once quiet expanse. Definitely not a good thing. An ancestor felt something ominous happening. The mighty emperors and everlasting sensed the sky being surrounded with thick, black clouds. A terrible darkness has begun engulfing immortal lineage. The jumping light finally made it out of the ocean and landed on the sandy beach. Buzz. The light emanated into a large circular formation with loud detonations. Numerous stone pillars merged and assembled something akin to a large fortress, enough to accommodate a great army. At the same time, the spots left behind on the ocean also lit up and formed their own formations, resulting in what looks like numerous connecting bridges. What's going on? Even a fool by this point knew that something strange was happening. Spatial leap at the ultimate level. An everlasting noticed this and took a deep breath. A terrible character wants to open a traveling path using coordinates there. They want to return. There have been numerous legends regarding the expanse. One constant remained: no one who went there had returned or sent any message back. People speculated that returning was very difficult. Why? Because the space there was extremely chaotic and always changing. Even a progenitor would find this prohibitive. Incredible. Creating multiple coordinate points on that ocean, this is an enormous project that must have taken hundreds of thousands of years or even longer. Because the coordinates there are always changing, making a path required consolidation after each step. This meant spending immense resources and manpower. Now, someone had just opened so many at the same time to complete this spatial leap, but who? A supreme existence deep in Five-Element Mountain wondered. Not even the members of the Decemvirate can do this. Another invincible everlasting got chills in an ancient abyss. These reclusive supremes haven't shown themselves for a long time. They were virtually unstoppable but still felt dread after seeing the wondrous spatial leap. The person capable of doing this far exceeded their imagination. Someone's returning from the expanse. This shocking news spread across immortal lineage. The world erupted with clamors, so many inhabitants were shaken. A progenitor? An ancestor said. Maybe it's our progenitor, that would be great. One youth became excited and loudly said. Don't be so quick to celebrate. The ancestor had a more pessimistic approach. Even a progenitor returning might not be a good thing. Who knows what had happened in the long period of time? His group found this chilling statement reasonable. Their progenitor had entered the expanse for so long. Why return now? Who knows what happened in the expanse to cause this? The floating ships a while ago showed something bad happening there. Thus, the excited youths felt as if someone had just poured cold water over their head. I hope it's not something evil. One expert quietly prayed. It didn't take long before most became dejected from the ominous development. Oh dash, a war horn sounded in Sky Pass and echoed across the entire sky moat. It traveled far enough to reach the shore of the expanse and sky ruins. Cultivators outside of Sky Pass need to return now. Sky Pass will close in one day and will not allow entry. Be aware of the consequences by staying out. Tai Inshi declared. The Legion of Sky Pass mobilized with haste, entering a state of battle. The soldiers returned to their post and various gates. Let's go back now. The experts outside immediately retreated. They knew that this wasn't a joke. Something earth-shattering was about to happen. They wouldn't be able to return to immortal lineage once the sky moat closed. Thus, they moved with their fastest possible speed to return. It's really coming. All the systems in immortal lineage knew the gravity of the situation since it has been years since the Legion of Sky Pass entered a state of battle. Chapter 31-35. Many systems prepared by ordering all of their disciples to return and entering a state of battle. Rumble. Deep and low explosions came from deeper inside the expanse. The entire place seemed to be quaking. Many felt that immortal lineage was quaking along as well. I don't like the looks of this. One guy was afraid of immortal lineage toppling over, resulting in immense destruction. Fortunately, this state didn't last long and eventually halted. Look now. One frightened spectator shouted. Of course, numerous masters all over immortal lineage were already looking. Black dots appeared all over the vast ocean, seemingly coming from the depth. No one knew how they got there before the entire sky was blotted out. Buzz. The dots followed the bright coordinates and started leaping, gradually drawing closer towards the shore. The powerful masters became slack-jawed as a result. That's a legion, right? One ancestor shuddered. These black dots were none other than numerous battleships shrouded in black fog, perhaps originating from a realm of death. Thousands of ships floated on the water and continued moving through the existing coordinates. A while ago, the ships coming out of the expanse were damaged from fierce battles. Now, these ones were as new as can be. Their sheer amount and close vicinity made the whole thing look like a continent covered in a black fog. Boom! They eventually made it to the shore but didn't immediately head for immortal lineage. They camped near the existing fortress as more and more ships docked. This great army painted the beach black. The ships didn't exude any powerful aura, but one could still sense that this army could destroy a world. What kind of military strength is this? Many felt their legs trembling with fear. These spectators couldn't get a good view of the armies, only the ships. However, the content of the ship should be obvious. Sky Moat, activate. Tai Inshi shouted, knowing that retreat wasn't an option. Rumble. The sky moat became resplendent enough to illuminate all of immortal lineage and the space above Sky Pass. Countless ancient runes of varying sizes appeared on the walls. Some were as big as mountains, others as small as boulders. Boom! These heavy runes stacked on top of each other and assembled a great barrier. This barrier was 100 times taller than the actual physical walls that make up the sky moat. Thus, this immediately separated immortal lineage from the outside world, a perfect seal of sorts. Boom! A boundless power emanated from the ground of the moat and all of immortal lineage. It seeped into every corner of the barriers, firmly stabilizing each rune and brick. Both the physical and energy walls seemed to be one, an impregnable defense without a single gap. Visual phenomena emerged as a result. Golden dragons were on top of the walls. Phoenixes guarded the sides and other primordial beasts guarded the gates. The moat had a majestic aura and became the toughest defense possible for immortal lineage. True to its name. Those seeing this for the first time became amazed. As long as this barrier was activated, no one inside could come out and no one outside could come in. Is it really unbreakable? One cultivator asked. In theory, not even a progenitor can break it. Who knows if there's a way? An ancestor solemnly said. Then we don't need to worry about anything. The cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. We don't know what's over there in the expanse. An everlasting saw more ships gathering by that black fortress and became nervous. Activate our defenses. The kingdoms and sects back in immortal lineage also activated their Dao sources to start the barriers. Though Sky Pass was fully activated, they didn't know who they were facing or what might happen. Open a communication line with all Dao systems, keep it on. These systems began working together. Some even had Dao portals at the ready. Systems who once fought against each other temporarily put aside their difference, choosing to become allies when necessary to face the disaster together. Rumble. Meanwhile, more ships still gathered by the beach. The fortress had plenty of pavilions and encampments, becoming a world of war with a majestic aura that could be sensed from immortal lineage. The world became silent after the great army had fully gathered. The bowstring has been drawn, the swords unsheathed. Everyone held their breath, aware that a war was about to start. There's someone at last. Someone shouted while looking at the beach encampment. One man finally showed up from that camp, the first. His face remained shrouded by black fog and darkness just like a messenger of death. His pace remained leisurely as if he was taking a stroll. People could feel that he was unfathomable despite not exerting any aura, as vast as an ocean with no end in sight. No, it would be more accurate to view him as a bottomless abyss, capable of pulling anything or anyone down there. One fallen, it would be eternal damnation, never to see the sun again. Chapter 31-36. From the east came a floating figure shrouded in black fog, seemingly a part of the darkness and capable of devouring everything. Strangely enough, he didn't give off an evil presence but rather an independent and transcending temperament. He seemed to come from an outer realm and unstained by the mortal coil, an independent existence from everything else. Even if he were a devil king, the first impression one would get was not of his evil affinity but how special he was, a crane among a flock of chicken. This was a strange feeling, to say the least. Theoretically, a being coming from the darkness or representing evil should be vile and frightening. This person didn't give off that feeling in the slightest. He seemed exceptional wherever he went and the fog didn't affect his aura. This feeling was ridiculous but still manifested before everyone. Definitely an incredible character. Even the powerful Everlastings didn't dare to look down on this opponent. The guy remained unfathomable but just this unique aura alone spoke plenty of his might. Who is he? Definitely not an unknown if he came from 3 immortals. An ancestor began speculating. No one dared to throw out a name since it would be disrespectful to accuse the wise sages and progenitors of the past. Thus, they could only think about it. This person went to Sky Pass and stood before the gate with great patience and calmness. "Who might you be?" Tai Yinshi asked. "A friend returning from abroad. Are you the guardian of the sky moat?" This person slightly bowed and asked. "Returning." This made it clear that he came from 3 immortals. His actual identity remained unknown. Everyone started hoping that their ancestors could recognize this person. "I am the commander of Sky Pass Legion, responsible for protecting the sky moat. May I have your name?" Tai Yinshi narrowed his eyes, focusing on figuring out this person. Unfortunately, his piercing heavenly gaze couldn't even see the person clearly, let alone finding out anything. Remember, he was a supreme everlasting. Very few people in immortal lineage were above him in power, yet he still failed. This made him shudder because he knew that this guy was far stronger than him. That's the only reason why he couldn't guess his power. "No need to be so polite, I am only a speck of dust, completely insignificant and can't reach the apex. I'm merely here as a messenger, so my name doesn't matter," the person said. He spoke with sincere humility. This didn't seem like an act at all. This made people take a deep breath. People this strong usually weren't humble unless they were forced to act this way from experience. "Then what is your message?" Tai Yinshi said with a solemn expression. So many ancestors in immortal lineage were watching this conversation at the moment. The messenger glanced over at Sky Pass and immortal lineage right behind it, seemingly immersed in reflection, and forgot to answer. Tai Yinshi patiently waited. After a while, the messenger withdrew his gaze and said, "Some friends wish to return to this beloved land, please open the gate and welcome them." The listeners became shaken while exchanging glances with those nearby. They then shifted their attention towards the fortress by the beach. They understood that their wise sages were returning, and not just 1 or 2. Numerous were on those ships right now. So many progenitors, everlastings, and emperors have entered the expanse in the past. Some of them were definitely back along with their followers. A while ago, the cultivators in immortal lineage would find this exciting and celebrate. After all, these men included their old ancestors or even their system's progenitor. This was worthy of celebration, to say the least. This was no longer the case. A terrible feeling struck the listeners after hearing about these friends returning. To be perfectly blunt, many didn't wish to see this at all. They actually hoped that these wise sages have died in expanse rather than returning. They feared for the worst, that the darkness has taken over these progenitors and wise sages. Just think about it, the descendants had nothing but pride in their progenitors and ancestors. If one day, these men were no longer worthy of this, these descendants would instantly lose their totem of hope. Tai Yinshi knew this long ago, but while actually facing this moment of truth, his heart grew heavy. After all, he wasn't facing primordial beasts or devils from the darkness, but rather, the well-respected seniors of the past. Sky Pass pertains to the safety of immortal lineage, and I bear a heavy burden. It's different today. I and the rest of immortal lineage naturally welcome old friends returning. However, in order to enter Sky Pass, they must undergo a thorough investigation. I hope you understand and forgive us, senior. Tai Yinshi spoke with as much civility as possible since he was talking to the old sages. "And if we refuse?" the messenger said softly. "Then I'm afraid that no one will be able to enter Sky Pass." "My apology," Tai Yinshi said. "I get it." The messenger nodded without becoming angry. "Just know that it doesn't matter how tall and thick these walls are, they won't be able to stop the inevitable." This wasn't a blatant threat, but the meaning was as clear as can be. The listeners back in immortal lineage felt their hair standing on end with dread. The thing they worried about has finally happened. "Senior, forgive me for being presumptuous, but I must ask, is it really just a visit, or do you have other plans?" Tai Yinshi remained firm with a cold gaze. "It's all the same. We illuminated this world in the past and we are returning to give it hope," the messenger said. This casual comment frightened the crowd. It seemed to indicate that these men were certain progenitors coming back. Who knows which ones and how many? They then thought about the terrible prophecy years ago and became even more dejected. What kind of hope are you talking about, senior? Tai Yinshi said. Embrace an entirely new world and break new ground for a vaster horizon. The messenger said. Chapter 31-37. Everyone held their breath after listening to the messenger. What new world do you speak of? Tai Yinshi asked. An eternal world originating from the deepest part of your heart, from a desire to build this world. It will let you see the true source. The messenger spoke in a flowery manner. Many everlastings shuddered. There was temptation in such words to them. This eternal world you speak of is the darkness? Tai Yinshi naturally understood. He had more knowledge of this than others. It's just a name, a word, nothing more. The messenger said, light and darkness are classifications of ordinary men, there's no right and wrong, no justice and evil. They're both just a form of power coming from the heart. The affinity itself has no morality, it is dependent on the user. The messenger said. This confirmed the existence of the darkness and shattered many people's hope. Some ancestors had a pretty good idea of what was going on, but they still held on to a sliver of hope that this might not be the case. Alas, the messenger destroyed this little hope. The worst had happened. Their most respected progenitors might have fallen to the darkness. Darkness is darkness, no excuses. Those who fall to the darkness are no longer one of us and certainly harbor treacherous thoughts. They deserve death. Tai Yinshi coldly uttered. Since he was in charge of the first line of defense, his attitude, to a certain extent, also represented immortal lineage's stance. People have different perspectives, there's no forcing it. The messenger calmly said, if you won't obey, then let's settle this with force. I'm afraid you won't like the outcome though. The powerful listeners trembled again. They might have to fight against their own ancestors until death. I don't understand something, senior. You are a progenitor and I'm sure your side has more capable combatants. You all have become unbeatable and dominated your eras, even contributing long-lasting achievements. You have seen everything, all the trials and tribulations. What made your Tao heart wavered? Tai Yinshi put it tactfully. The others wanted to ask the same question. In their era, progenitors were the top existences that have done it all. In fact, becoming a progenitor showed how firm one's Tao heart was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone so far on the path towards the Tao. Alas, these determined progenitors have fallen to the darkness and now, they were here to attack their own world. How did it come to this? The world is too vast, there is always a better man and a higher mountain. We're nothing more than regular people, no, insects. The messenger said. He spoke with neither happiness nor sadness, only stating a mere fact. Unfortunately, the listeners didn't take it well. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit. If progenitors were mere insects, then what about them? No one knew what these progenitors have experienced in the expanse, but it must have been something unimaginable. Senior, I'm not trying to be arrogant here, but a vaster world and more powerful enemies still can't conquer our three immortals. We had experts appearing in waves, brilliant progenitors and mighty masters, the Decemvirate and 10 Radiance. Tai Yinshi wasn't intimidated. Some of the listeners nodded in agreement. 3 immortals had produced so many masters and could handle any disaster. Yes, we had some brilliant geniuses indeed, the golden age of men and competition, always surging forward with great momentum. The messenger became slightly emotional again, seemingly recalling his high-spirited past. His expression said it all, so everyone, including Tai Yinshi, became startled. This messenger was clearly a progenitor and a top one at that. The group immediately had an assessment of the guy's cultivation level, maybe an immortal level progenitor. An immortal level progenitor becoming a hound of darkness was a terrible thing to think about. Some everlastings felt their legs shaking after finding this out. No one could stop an immortal-level progenitor in their world. Moreover, there were more than just one. All of them started praying and hoping for the sky moat to stay strong. Otherwise, all of 3 immortals were done for. But so what? The world is larger than your imagination. A supreme everlasting like you is impressive in immortal lineage, but in that vast world, you're nothing more than a speck of dust. When that day comes, our 3 immortals is nothing more than a fat piece of meat. The messenger stopped reminiscing and said. He paused for a bit before finishing. Instead of struggling in futility, it is not too late to surrender. This is the only way out for our world. The listeners fell into silence. A progenitor falling into darkness should be spurned. This still didn't change the grim reality that such a powerful being was converted. Some felt despair as a result. I might be a speck of dust, but I still won't give up. I, the commander of Sky Pass and a member of 3 immortals, will protect my home instead of letting invaders trample on it. I will die fighting without taking half a step back. Tai Inshi took a deep breath and powerfully responded. This declaration woke the ancestors drowning in despair up like the morning bell, driving away their confusion. He's right, this is our home. We can't let evil trample on it. Many ancestors and everlastings agreed. We can't yield or we'll have no place to go, our descendants won't be able to live. Others clenched their fists. Let's fight to the very last man, don't let the future generations become slaves to the darkness. Their battle spirit surged. Their opponents might be powerful and dangerous, some might be their progenitors and forefathers. However, they had no other choice but to fight for the sake of future generations. Very courageous, I'm proud of you all. The messenger nodded slightly, then let's fight. I hope you can persevere till the end. Chapter 31-38. The messenger didn't linger after speaking his part and returned to the beach fortress. Maintain your guard, men, be ready to fight. Tai Inshi gave the order afterward. The soldiers received the order and let out an echoing battle chant. They unsheathed their weapons, ready for the battle. It's happening. The spectating ancestors knew that the storm was coming. We're joining too when necessary to aid Sky Pass. Some ancestors also prepared. Numerous Dao systems began mobilizing in order to help Sky Pass whenever necessary. They have put aside personal interests by this point. Even a fool could see that the destruction of Sky Pass would leave immortal lineage vulnerable to the invaders. Moreover, no systems had a better defensive line than Sky Pass. That's why as long as Sky Pass was there was still hope for all of immortal lineage. Rumble. The ships back at the shore began flying towards Sky Pass, blotting out the sky and intimidating the spectators. The dark clouds of war have engulfed immortal lineage. Its inhabitants cowered in fear, not knowing how long it would last nor how it would end. However, they knew that the wails of lamentation would echo across the land. Many sects and kingdoms would turn to ashes. No one was lucky enough to avoid this disaster. The only path right now was to unite and fight. As the ships approached, an austere air took over. They didn't directly attack Sky Pass right away or try to catch it off guard. They simply declared war first before marching. This clearly showed how confident they were in their own strength. It didn't matter how powerful immortal lineage was, the same with its defenses. Thousands of ships have arrived, but this was less than half of their full force. The rest continued to stay at the fortress. This perplexed many ancestors and everlastings. Why did they only mobilize half of their troops? Were they confident in conquering immortal lineage without going all out? If that's the case, what's the point of mobilizing so many troops in the first place? What were they meant for? Boom! The warships have completely surrounded the airspace above Sky Pass in numerous layers. Immortal lineage suddenly turned into a chilling prison in hell. However, the massive and impregnable walls still gave everyone solace and hope. One last warning, surrender, or you will be shown no mercy. A powerful voice came from one of the ships. Just his voice alone resembled millions of lightning bolts exploding, fully frightening the listeners. Everyone could tell that he was a progenitor. At least 2 progenitors. One ancestor shuddered and said. The messenger earlier was one, now another had shown up on that ship. However, more than just 2 were returning. Everyone knew this much. The soldiers of Sky Pass Legion gripped their weapon tightly while gazing at the battalions of ships. Some started sweating but maintained their post. They knew that they were the first line of defense and also the most important one. It would be a lie claiming to be fearless at this moment since they were about to face their forefathers and perhaps several progenitors. Most knew that this would be their last battle. Alas, behind them was their home. Yielding was not an option. Tai Yinshi felt the same way and was prepared to die. We'll never surrender regardless of how many waves of us fall down. Sky Pass will still stand strong after our death. Tai Yinshi said with resolution. So be it. The voice spoke again. Buzz. One of the ships lit up and out came a monstrous creature. This was a gigantic dragon that looked like a lizard with fleshy thorns protruding on its back. It had thick armor on top of possessing a hammer-like tail. It was as tall as several dozen mountains stacked on top of each other. Its eyes looked like 2 suns brimming with lightning. One could hear continuous crackles from the lightning bolts moving across its body. This lightning was comparable to that of a heavenly tribulation. This is a power at the progenitorial level. Everyone became afraid. A light lord dragon, a hybrid offspring of a true dragon and a thunder lizard in the primordial era, a true monster. One everlasting recognized it and took a deep breath. Boom! The dragon swung its tail hammer on the wall with the force of 3,000 worlds. Countless lightning currents came together to form a beam as well. These 2 separate attacks ravaged this particular section. This magnificent scene intimidated all spectators. The explosions temporarily deafened them. No! So many cultivators fell to the ground since all of immortal lineage was shaking. Is it down? They were scared out of their mind after witnessing this incredible power. Once the dust settled, that lightning attack couldn't break the barrier, only managing to disrupt the light ever so slightly. It's fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. The sky moat lives up to its fame. Most were in awe after seeing the toughness of this defensive line. Boom! Unfortunately, another monster teleported out of a ship, a massive armadillo, slightly smaller than the Light Lord Dragon. It seemed to be wearing the sharpest armor. Its scales flashed with a frightening glint. Its head looked just like a large drill that could pierce through anything in existence. The area became filled with the stench of blood. Its red eyes were nightmarish, to say the least. This creature must have killed numerous beings to have this aura. A heavenly armadillo, a legendary beast that can kill the gods and devils. A knowledgeable ancestor shouted in horror. Chapter 31-39. This heavenly armadillo was another ferocious ancient beast also possessing the power similar to a progenitor. Its aura made heaven and earth tremble. Rumble. Its drill-like head began rotating and instantly struck the wall. Sparks went flying like waterfalls with enough power to destroy the world. Boom! 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 Everyone felt the sky moat being pushed back by this devastating drill. This was also the case for immortal lineage. The ground beneath was being pushed downward. Everyone felt nervous at this development, even their energy was churning from the chaos. Meanwhile, the dragon continued smashing the wall without taking any break, using both its body and tail. These ancient beasts have robbed the peace from immortal lineage. Remember, they were as strong as progenitors, so this offense was as devastating as can be. The inhabitants below turned pale as a result, as if doomsday was incoming. Many have lost hope because the progenitors and the army on the other side haven't even attacked yet. No one in immortal lineage could stop them. They started praying for the sky moat to miraculously stop the enemies. This was the only way. Rumble. The light of the sky moat continued to disperse in the impact areas, but the runes on the bricks would gather again. They condensed into layers to stop the drill and the dragon, preventing the crystal barrier from being damaged while rebuilding as well. Thus, the actual walls remained untouched. In short, the sky moat had two lines of defense, the actual walls then the crystal barriers made from the power underground. It was extremely tough to take down the crystal barriers due to its regenerative property. Rumble. The two beasts continued their onslaught to no avail, so everyone started relaxing a bit. We're so lucky that the sky moat is there. Many placed their palms together and quietly prayed. The consequences would have been unimaginable without these walls. Just these two beasts alone would have been enough to destroy systems. The forefathers were so wise to create the sky moat. Some experts became grateful, on the verge of crying. On the other hand, they felt that there was something wrong with this statement. The sky moat was created by their forefathers, but now, their forefathers were also the ones attacking immortal lineage. Not all ancestors have fallen to the darkness. One insightful spectator said, "The peace we have today is still thanks to our ancestors. Maybe they're still fighting the darkness right now back in uncrossable expanse. That's our actual first line of defense." Many suddenly became spirited and found hope again after hearing this. It was quite a blow at the start to know that their well-respected ancestors were their enemies. If these great men fell to the darkness, how were they going to stop it? Now, just thinking about the possibility of some ancestors still fighting back and potentially risking their lives gave everyone courage and determination. Their battle spirit surged once more. Rumble. Meanwhile, the two beasts still didn't accomplish anything. Nonetheless, the soldiers in Sky Pass didn't dare to be careless. They maintained their post and added their power to the important areas of the wall. Tai Inshi still had a serious expression despite seeing the beast's failure. He knew that this was only the beginning, the worst was yet to come. He didn't know how much longer the walls would last. He was certainly very confident in the sky moat, but also knew that there was no such thing as an unbreakable defense. Unbreakable only applied when the enemies were weak. However, they were facing progenitors. These men would eventually find the weak spots. Suddenly, one ship left the rank and started flying towards the sky moat. No one noticed any potential danger outside of Tai Inshi. It was drifting on the barrier as if searching for something. Since the two beasts were attacking, various runes were rippling and moving in order to replenish the crystal barrier. Thus, the ship was following the movement of the runes in order to find something. Damn! Inshi immediately thought of one problem. The ship stopped right after his shout by a section of the wall. Buzz! A large platform appeared on top of the ship. Resplendent light emerged with a pure and terrible power. It eventually created a mirror with a convex surface. The protruding part of this mirror was set against a tiny gap on the wall. Shit! We didn't fix that hole? Tai Inshi shouted. Sir, we couldn't fix the last brick. The last batch of materials is en route. A vice-general's expression soured. Tai Inshi knew that this was a terrible development but couldn't do anything about it. Li Chia had told him about the numerous flaws in the walls before. He also listed the positions and methods of fixing them. Moreover, five-element goddess Hui Qingxian gave her support and her system gave him numerous resources. Alas, the sky moat was an insane project. Just fixing one hole required immense expensive resources. Their legion couldn't have finished without the help of Five-Element Mountain. They have tried their very best during this period of time to fix all the holes except this final one. The materials were still on the way. The enemies clearly didn't rely on the two beasts to break the wall. They only needed strong enough destruction to force the runes to move. These returning forefathers clearly knew about these flaws, and this was how they were going to break down this defensive line. Buzz! The mirror gathered the brightest light in existence and illuminated all of space. This light eventually came together to form the most terrible beam. Chapter 3140, What is it doing? Those capable of seeing the assault wondered. This isn't good. An ancestor who had participated in the fixing effort became alarmed. Sky Pass won't be able to stop it. The knowledgeable ancestors understood the enemy's intention right away. Boom! A frightening beam instantly shot straight towards the wall. It felt as if the wall was being flipped over by this terrible force. So many people back in immortal lineage got swept off their feet and fell on the ground. This particular section of the crystal wall couldn't stop the beam and instantly crumbled. Remember, on the actual wall itself was a missing spot. That's why the beam also shot through the wall and entered immortal lineage. This was akin to a wall having a tiny hole with light passing through. Not like this. One ancestor bellowed, paled. Buzz. The beam instantly sent back the right coordinates and opened a Dao portal. A massive gate instantly floated above the sky of immortal lineage. Enter. The powerful voice from one of the ships spoke again. Rumble. Explosions detonated without pause before anyone could react. The thousands of ships entered the mirror, including the massive Light Lord Dragon and Heavenly Armadillo. Boom. Sure enough, they appeared on the other side, immortal lineage. These ships blotted out the sky and instilled fear into the natives. They have successfully made it through Sky Pass. Alert, activate our defenses. The members of many systems became scared out of their mind. One could hear gong clanking all over the world as all systems entered a defensive state. Boom! Divine lights soared to the sky and became barriers. Panic and anxiety overwhelmed the land since the enemies appeared too quickly. A while ago, these systems have made preparation, but this still caught them off guard. The battalion of ships separated into 4 groups and rushed towards their destination, east, south, west, and north. They wished to outflank all defenders by extending and making sure that their firepower could reach any place in immortal lineage. They're trying to overwhelm us. Many ancestors could read their intention. Allowing them to spread out would result in utter defeat for immortal lineage. There would be no place to hide or to consolidate a retaliation. Everyone assumed that Sky Pass would bear the brunt of the assault. Who would have thought that the enemies could skip through it with such ease? Of course, some everlastings weren't too surprised at this. Taking down the sky moat would require immense resources and power. Thus, focusing on immortal lineage first was the right choice. They could take their time with the wall later. It wasn't going anywhere in the first place. Commander, are we mobilizing to assist the systems? One general asked for guidance. No, we're staying in Sky Pass. Give the orders to expedite the material transportation. We need to repair that last brick. Tai Inshi refused since his focus was still on the expanse. Though thousands of ships have made it to immortal lineage, there were still more back on that shore. This majority has yet to act. Who knows what they were trying to do? Thus, Tai Inshi believed that this remnant force was even stronger than the vanguard. He simply wanted to fix the hole while preserving his men. This would allow the sky moat to be effective again, or immortal lineage would be done for. The next step after that would be to prevent any reinforcement from entering immortal lineage. Rumble. The ships flew towards the various directions with insane speed, crushing space in the process. Cultivators and mortals cowered in fear as the ships were flying through their systems. They prayed that their system wasn't the first target. Though they knew that a broken nest wouldn't have unbroken eggs, the ones targeted first wouldn't even have the chance to run. The more time, the better. At the very least, they would be able to run away. Boom! The southbound ships finally stopped and picked a system, Metalkin Divine Court. The spectators shuddered after seeing this. Metalkin Divine Court wasn't only a system. It was also the headquarters of the Metalkins. Billions and billions of this race lived there. The court itself was only one part of this system. The previous battle with Fiercest weakened them since they lost Metalkin War God and an army. However, in the grand scheme of things, this wasn't too big of a deal for their race. It consisted of tens of thousands of lineages. The war god and his group were only the current representatives. It's not too late to surrender to me. A supreme voice came from one of the ships, enough to make others tremble. Boom! Golden pillars flew out of the ground from the divine court. Beast totems were carved on the pillars and exuded immense strength. At the same time, their ancestral hall also sent out a massive totem. When this figure appeared, a murderous aura instantly took over the realm. The heavenly pillars and the soaring cicada Tao source. Some said softly, feeling a little bit of hope. These pillars were the ultimate ace card of the Metalkans. They had been around since the start of this race and allowed it to prosper by protecting them. As for the Tao source, it was left behind by their soaring cicada progenitor and was their strongest entity. I know the pillars and the Tao source more than any of you, they are useless against me. Surrender is your only path or prepare to die. The voice sternly said. It paused for a bit before declaring, you have the time of 3 incense sticks to figure it out. The ships have surrounded the divine court by this point. It would be difficult for anyone to escape. Boom! Meanwhile, the northbound ships have also chosen a target, a system filled with treasure lights of various colors. It seemed easy to find precious stones and metals here. 8 treasures. Many became startled because this was also one of the strongest systems in immortal lineage. They were the best at creating treasures, rumored to possess the most treasures in the world. Chapter 3141, Many treasures in immortal lineage originated from 8 treasures system. The ancestors here didn't expect to be the first target. Clank. 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 The alarm bells rang. Regular disciples and mortals became drowned in confusion and chaos. However, the masters and ancestors remained relatively calm. Boom! The system became resplendent and seemingly turned into a gigantic treasure. More rumbles could be heard as 8 treasures flew out from 8 different spots. Progenitorial auras emerged as if there were 8 progenitors present. This made the system seem impregnable. Sure enough, they were indeed treasures left behind by 8 progenitors. They had been protecting this system all along. A gigantic sword specialized in offense, a divine tripod meant for defense, a celestial spear meant for piercing through the enemies. They created a gigantic momentum, virtually unstoppable. This was the system's true ace card. The experts here started praying after seeing the activation, hoping that their system could last for a while. This is futile. We're welcoming a new era, surrendering is the wise choice. A tough voice came from a ship. No, 8 treasures system only has proud warriors who die on the battlefield, no cowards who surrender. A cold response came from the system. An old man wearing a regal robe appeared, looking as old as can be. Nonetheless, he still had a peerless imperial aura around him. 8 treasures ancient emperor, he's still alive. Some ancestors were pleasantly surprised to see this old man. The grandson of 8 treasures progenitor. Looks like there is still hope for 8 treasures. They'll be able to stop the enemies for a long period. Others rejoiced. The ancient emperor was quite mighty, already a 12-palace emperor back in his era. He stopped appearing later and was mistakenly presumed dead. He and their 8 treasures together should be enough to put up a good fight. It's not easy for you to live so long. The tough voice spoke again, you should be wise after all the years, make the right choice. Think about the inhabitants of your system, not just yourself. The speaker sounded gentler this time compared to before. Who are you? The ancient emperor's eyes lit up like 2 divine lamps, wanting to see the person inside the ship. You have the time of 3 incense sticks, no mercy will be shown after that. The voice ignored the question. Rumble. The emperor's system became dazzling. Numerous divine swords formed a great formation around their Tao source. This was as direct as can be, 8 treasures had refused to surrender. The ships have also stopped to the east after crushing through the spatial fabrics. Academy of Light. Everyone in Immortal lineage took a deep breath after seeing their target. They naturally became nervous. In terms of system, Academy of Light was definitely top 5, perhaps even top 3. Very few systems had the same resources, foundation, and power as the Academy. Now, it was still targeted first. This wasn't a good development. If the Academy were to fall, then no other system should be able to stop the invaders. The destruction of this system meant that it wouldn't be long until the rest of the world is done for as well. Can the Academy handle this? This question popped up. It had a pivotal role, serving as the symbol of light. Losing this spiritual leader would cripple Immortal lineage's morale. Should we help them? An ancestor asked. This wasn't the case when Metalkin Divine Court and 8 Treasures system were surrounded. No one wanted to mobilize to help these two systems. Outside of relationships and ties, the two just weren't that special in the grand scheme of things. Their destruction wouldn't have a huge impact on Immortal lineage. On the other hand, everyone's mentality would be shot after the Academy went down. It represented the light. As long as it was around, the guiding torch was still there for Immortal lineage. This spiritual torch being extinguished was akin to a total loss of hope. Moreover, numerous masters from the other systems were students once at the Academy. That's why they felt the urge to help. Alas, they still hesitated because helping the Academy meant weakening the defenses of their own system. What if the enemies attacked their systems instead? Academy of Light, surrender and be spared. A majestic voice echoed from a ship. It was as if there was a great ocean of sounds appearing in the sky. Fuck your sister. A domineering and rather vulgar response came from the Academy. A huge black bull appeared on Sacred Mountain and shouted, "God damn, are you blind to not know where this place is? It is my territory, yet you're foolish enough to want and take it? Your group of bastards must be tired of living." All along, it said that it would be the first to run when the calamity came. It showed nothing but contempt for Desolate Saint and the Academy, the same with all the students from there. It viewed them as hypocrites and fake gentlemen. Yet, it was the first to respond to the invaders. Boom! Boom! 2 monstrous creatures landed from above, causing the entire Academy to tremble. The Light Lord Dragon and Heavenly Armadillo. The spectators became afraid. The invaders have assigned these 2 powerful ancient beasts to deal with the Academy. It clearly showed how serious they were about taking down the Academy. Rumble. The armadillo didn't waste time before drilling into the ground and disappearing from sight. Boom. In the next second, it drilled back out and sent the bull flying. Bang. 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 The bull smashed several mountains along the way before getting back up. Asshole, you dare to ambush me? You're courting death. The furious bull roared and shook its body to reveal its true form. Boom. It became massive, enough to crush the entire Academy. Its black hair looked like heavenly waterfalls. Just one body slam from it was enough to rend the earth. Rumble. The Light Lord Dragon began running forward while dragging its tail on the ground with surging currents. Chapter 3142, Rumble. Rivers and mountains fell victims along with countless living beings. The massive dragon simply crushed everything in its path, killing numerous cultivators, mortals, and animals in the process. Its hammer tail released a wave of lightning, enough to drown the 8 directions. The ground became scorched in the process. Ah! So many turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. This dragon was simply too strong. Although the Academy was releasing light energy from the ground, it still wasn't enough to protect the land. Its defense cracked from the tail. Activate. Someone finally came out to stop the dragon. The light erupted and illuminated the world, refining the myriad creations. This majestic force oozed out of the ground in resonation. A woman descended from above, wielding a light shield with her wings spread wide. Her aim was to protect the escaping victims. Holy Frost, true Emperor. One ancestor shouted. Great Emperor. The people in the vicinity saw her descending and rejoiced. Boom! The lightning tail smashed down again on her holy shield. The latter emitted a progenitorial aura. This was an ancestral artifact left behind by desolate saint. She bathed in this ocean of light, and the power of the land was solely meant for her. Her power surged with the help of the Tao system. Alas, this still wasn't enough to take on the Light Lord Dragon. Boom! Her lower half got pushed into the mud. Boom! The tail came down again along with a torrent of lightning bolts. Though the Emperor's shield was fully activated with the light affinity, he still vomited blood from the impact. Both the people from the Academy and experts from the other systems gasped in astonishment. The Emperor, with the help of her system, still wasn't enough to take on the dragon. Enough. A voice came from a remote region of the Academy, Repentant City. Boom! A supreme light resembling an ultimate dragon tore apart the sky vault. The light affinity erupted to an insane level. It was filled with progenitorial aura, as pure as can be. Each strand was filled with boundless life force. This new power was purer and more powerful than Holy Frost's. Who is it? Many didn't recognize the figure appearing in this light. Clank! An ancestral sword left its scabbard and let its murderous intensity loose. This judgment of light was enough to make the gods shudder. Repentance sword. People might not know the sword users, but many ancestors recognized the sword. Du Wenrui. Someone finally called out the name of the user, the Dean of Repentance Institution. The sin is mine. The voice of a progenitor echoed across the realm. A mighty figure emerged, desolate saint, ready to unleash a slash to threaten the myriad realms. Even the strongest ancestors took a deep breath after seeing a progenitor using his personal sword. Ra! The dragon roared and swung its long tail again. Deafening blasts of thunder sounded as numerous lightning bolts came forward. Go! Another combatant joined the battle at this moment. A man rode a tiger-eagle hybrid with lightning detonations around him, looking just like a god capable of controlling the elements. His light was also capable of saving all existences. The Sacred Director. Many students shouted. This normally stern and harsh director chose to fight during this perilous moment. Boom! The power of the system continued to support Holy Frost, Du Wenrui, and the Sacred Director. Armors made out of light wrapped around them. This majestic force successfully stopped the Light Lord Dragon. This was their home territory, so they had the empowerment of the Tao source and the protection of their progenitor. Thus, their light affinity became several times stronger. Alas, they could only stop the dragon at best, unable to inflict any substantial damage. On the other side, the terrains were still being ravaged despite defensive runes stemming from the system. The bull and the armadillo were too much for the Tao land, resulting in devastating destruction. The armadillo's drill could pierce through everything. It could leave a gigantic abyss in the academy in a single second. The bull didn't relent at all, using its resources and vitality to the limit. Its horns could peel the land like two divine sabers. They continuously slashed the armadillo's head without break. The watchers were naturally scared out of their mind. Many knew the bull or had suffered to it in the past. However, they didn't expect the bull to be so strong once it went all out, contending evenly against something like the armadillo. It normally acted arrogant and imperious. Now, this seemed completely justified since it possessed such terrible power. Others simply didn't know. Boom! While the two beasts were causing chaos, the entrances to the ships above opened and numerous black figures jumped off. These powerful beings were shrouded in black fog and brimming with darkness. They spread out to the various sects and academies in the system. Ah! Thousands of powers were being attacked at the same time. The victims' blood stained the ground. The enemies were just too fast and powerful. A few academies couldn't last a single round before being annihilated. Boom! A grand formation of light emerged in the sky and imprinted itself on the system. One could see several hundred gray-haired ancestors standing in the center. The deans and elders from the 4 great academies. Many recognized them. The imprinting process from the seal stemming from the formation didn't negatively affect the land. On the other hand, the light affinity in the soil immediately surged. This resulted in a suppression coming from both the sky and the ground. Zzz, the invaders suddenly had smoke coming out of them. The power of light was burning them. Light and darkness were mortal enemies. The former had the home court advantage and began judging these dark entities. Nonetheless, some of these dark invaders raised their weapons and roared against the grand formation of light. The mightiest combatants were strong enough to resist and make the arrays tremble. Chapter 3143, Academy of Light was a top system in immortal lineage. They successfully stopped the invaders for now. However, not all were as lucky. The Eastern group had picked their target and fully surrounded one particular system. Buzz. The system naturally activated a crystallized barrier in order to halt the intruders. Sky High system, many became dejected after seeing the Western target. Sky High was an exceptional system, always on the move. Most couldn't find its location. However, this battalion managed to spot it quickly and stopped it from escaping. The enemies clearly had a good idea of the system's movement. It wasn't lucky enough to have a waiting period like the Divine Court and 8 treasures either. Boom! An extremely thick root stretched out of a ship. It was the size of a mountain and easily crushed the crystallized barrier. This root was also covered with dark energy while pouring out primordial chaos. It seemed to have been growing for millions and millions of years. Each branch of this root had a progenitorial presence. After successfully infiltrating the system, it instantly dug into the ground and absorbed the energy there. 10,000 miles of land and forests instantly withered. Hair-sized tentacles came out from the ground and attached themselves onto the living beings there. The animals, mortals, and cultivators were drained and became dried corpses. Even the mighty true gods weren't spared. The land started cracking. Nothing was left but countless corpses. This became a scene of hell or something even more terrifying. Poof! The root finally showed itself, a black lotus tree growing on top of Sky High. It blotted out the sun, still shrouded with black fog. Most importantly, the progenitorial energy strands emanating from it could crush anything. This bamboo, its bamboo progenitor. One everlasting recognized it and blurted out. So many shuddered after figuring out the origin of this black bamboo. This was a progenitor ravaging an entire system. Ah! The same agony spread across 10 million miles of land. Screams could be heard everywhere. Thousands of bamboo trees began growing and sucking the land and its inhabitants dry. The entire system was drained at an insane pace. The greenness of life disappeared in no time at all. Buzz. Numerous portals and divine bridges were summoned around the system. Run, run. The lucky survivors and ancestors no longer cared about protecting their system. Why? They couldn't stop this progenitor in the first place. Their Tao land was already lost. That's why escaping seemed like the best choice right now. Unfortunately, black figures descended from the ships. Rumble. The ancestors had no choice but to fight the mysterious invaders. Ah! More screams resounded. The fleeing ancestors had no plans to speak of and were caught off guard. The majority got massacred in just a short time. It's over for Sky High. The spectators from the other systems watched in horror. No one could help the system now. Time's up. Both the southern and northern regions were warned. Metalkin Divine Court and 8 Treasures system needed to make a choice now. We're not surrendering even when there's only one of us left. 8 Treasures Ancient Emperor firmly answered. So be it. A snort could be heard. Buzz. The ships opened their portals and black figures rained down again all over the system. Die. The Emperor himself personally used the strongest of the 8 treasures, a divine tripod. Inside the Tao source, this tripod shot out a blinding light with the force of 1,000,000 volcanoes erupting. Meanwhile, more than 1,000 ancestors worked together to control the other 7 treasures, using them against the dark figures. Clank. 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 The sounds of war and explosions pervaded the system. Its inhabitants were ready to fight to the death by offering their energy to the 8 treasures. Dazzling lights and explosions drowned out the place along with splashing blood and screams. The flames of war reached every corner of this system. Someone emerged on top of a heavenly pillar back in Metalkin Divine Court. He coldly uttered, "Bring it on. Till death." Another figure pulsing with solar fire next to the court's Tao source declared, "Ice Nether God and Solar Mad God." The morale of the members of the system rose after seeing these 2 ancestors. Ice Nether God wasn't a member of the Divine Court but was still a Metalkin. He was another powerful lord of this race. Solar Mad God was considered the strongest ancestor of this system. He was lucky enough to survive the encounter with Li Chia since he didn't participate in the last fight. A very long time ago, these 2 competed over the system. Finally, Ice Nether God lost to the Solar God by a single move. One of them was Yang and the other Yin. They were natural-born enemies, always fighting on sight. Today, they let go of their personal feud in order to fight against the foreign invaders. The Ice God led the Metalkin experts to activate their heavenly pillars while the Solar God and the ancestors of the Divine Court focused on using their cicada totem and Tao source. "You're courting death." A cold, murderous voice came from the ship. People could smell the stench of blood after listening to it. "Kill them all." Thousands of dark figures leaped out of the floating ships. Their dark energy could consume everything. They aimed for the various powers and sects all around Metalkin Divine Court. The same terrible fate occurred here. Wails of lamentation traveled across the realms. The heavenly pillars and the cicada totem were finally activated. A metallic storm took form in the Divine Court and started flying towards the Dark Masters. "It's useless," the cold voice said, undeterred. More and more Dark Masters fearlessly jumped out of the ships. Strangely enough, the initial defensive barriers of the system couldn't hinder these invaders at all, seemingly ineffective. There are 2 words here: to hear, news, well-known, famous, reputation, fame; to smell, to sniff at, plus, bamboo. The former doesn't matter too much, I'm guessing it's famous. Famous bamboo doesn't sound that great, just omitting that part. Chapter 3144. The invaders had no problem landing on Metalkin Divine Court and were teleported to various regions. The defensive barriers of the system were fully activated. Both spatial coordinates and portals shouldn't be working at this moment. However, they were all useless against the invaders. The latter could move freely after leaving the ships. The ancestors from the Divine Court didn't know what the hell was going on. What nullified their defenses? Alas, it didn't take long before 100 sects or so were destroyed after the attacks. The 2 gods were occupied with using their pillar and Tao source, unable to fight in other places. Thus, they had a disadvantage of passiveness and could only watch the destruction. Moreover, the enemies moved so quickly as well. The 2 gods and other ancestors wouldn't have been able to help in time. Millions and millions have died to the dark invaders. The thick stench of blood engulfed the air and wouldn't disperse. Rivers of blood and mountains of bones were formed in the system. Many sects had been annihilated and reduced to ruins. However, this wasn't as bad as the current state of Sky High. Bamboo Progenitor had created countless bamboo trees, completely taking over this system. The floating system had turned into a dark forest, fully occupied by the bamboo trees. The massive Progenitor poured down dark laws, the same with the trees. The whole place was shrouded in dark fog. The land itself had withered with dried corpses everywhere. The cultivators and mortals were dead. The animals and birds weren't spared, even the tiny ants have been killed. Anything with life was drained of their vitality by the progenitor. This place became a tragic sight, one even worse than hell. The powerful ancestors shuddered at this sight and stopped thinking about helping since it was too late. Sky High was as dead as can be. Moreover, this progenitor was too terrible. Sending any legion, regardless of how powerful they were, seemed suicidal. Boom! The large tree dragged out the Tao source from deep inside the system. This source was still pulsing with majestic Tao power. Boom! The thick root pierced through the Tao source's defense and started draining its essences. Sky High is finished. An everlasting turned pale. There was always hope for a system as long as the Tao source was still around. The descendants could always inherit the system again even after a complete massacre. However, the destruction of the Tao source spelled doom. From now on, everyone knew that Sky High was no more. This was a mighty system, yet it couldn't stop a progenitor at all. Alas, this shouldn't be surprising. A progenitor could create a system, so they could also destroy one with ease. Crack! The floating continent started crumbling and separated into numerous pieces. These remnant pieces would be the only thing left of Sky High henceforth. Boom! Blood rained down in 8 treasures. This system was a sanguine mess now, with chaos and flames everywhere. The majority of the sects and kingdoms here have been massacred. One could hear cries of despair and unwillingness everywhere. Boom! Dark entities exploded with blood splashing everywhere like the waves. The only person left struggling was 8 Treasures' ancient emperor. He was powerful indeed, being such an old existence with 12 palaces. Before losing to the dark entities, he chose to go all out and fuse with the Tao source. This gave him a power boost enough to control all 8 treasures by himself. He started sweeping through the area and killed everyone in his way, enough to make the gods and devils lament. Heaven fell and the earth broke down from his attacks. Unfortunately, he wasn't faring too well despite taking down many enemies with bloody wounds from top to bottom, nearly being dismembered in some spots. Alas, the power of the Tao source kept him moving. The reason why he could withstand the Tao source was simply that he was the progenitor's grandson. The spectators admired his tenacity and willpower. They saw some hope with his prowess as he dealt with waves after waves of fighters. After all, a 12-palace emperor with the help of the Tao source should be able to reach the power of the progenitor. Enough. The tough voice in the ship lost patience after seeing their failure to take down the emperor. Bam! Space was crushed as this person came out of the ship, hovering above 8 treasures. His progenitorial aura filled the land along with a proud dark affinity. Flames oozed out like the sun itself. He looked like the lord of all realms, virtually undefeatable. People couldn't help wanting to prostrate. No, no. The frenzied emperor staggered backward as if he had just seen a ghost. He fought fearlessly despite the insurmountable odds. Alas, he turned pale after seeing this newcomer, unable to believe his own eyes. What? The spectators became confused. The emperor shouldn't be afraid of a progenitor at this point. In fact, it became abundantly clear now that every battalion should have a progenitor there in charge. That's why the appearance of one now wasn't that surprising. That's 8 treasures progenitor. A time-worn everlasting pointed out, also becoming shocked. This revelation struck everyone hard like a hammer smashing down on one's chest. They became frozen at this development. Chapter 3145, 8 Treasures Progenitor built this system on the ground up. He expended immense effort and time in order to do so. It became the home of his descendants as well. In a sense, the members of this system had some ties with him. For example, the emperor was his actual grandson. Today, he brought these dark experts here in order to destroy his own system that he worked so hard to build. To kill his own descendants. This cruel reality did a number on the spectators, causing them to gasp. No wonder why the emperor had such a strong reaction after seeing his grandfather. He wasn't afraid of a progenitor but couldn't accept the fact that his grandfather was attacking his own system. Impossible. The emperor shouted in disbelief despite having thought of this possibility previously. His numerous experiences in life weren't enough to prepare him for this. "Grandpa, is it really you? Are you still my grandpa?" he asked. The spectators knew that according to the legends and records, this progenitor truly loved his grandson. Now, he wanted to kill his own grandson. This is too much. One spectator shuddered with fear. Just think about it, the emperor's role model, the one he looked up to the most, has become a devil. No one would want to face this grim reality. "Yes, it's me." The progenitor stared at the emperor with a calm expression. There was no sense of shame. This can't be." The emperor roared. Tears still streamed down his cheek despite his age and experience. He didn't fear death, but to see his idol like this? He spent his whole life idolizing his grandfather and took pride in being his grandson. Now, his grandfather has become an abomination worthy of contempt. This was too painful for the emperor. The observers could sympathize with him since they viewed their progenitor with the same pride. They would crumble if put in his shoes. It's true. The progenitor wasn't muddle-headed nor being under someone else's influence. He simply made a different choice. Why did you do this?" The emperor sounded like a disappointed child. "The times have changed, this is my choice. Death is not that scary compared to what awaits in the future, that's why I'm sending you all away ahead of time." The progenitor said. "I always saw you in my dream but I don't want to see you right now." The emperor bellowed. He could withstand the worst injuries without letting out a single groan. Alas, this made him scream in agony. In the past, the emperor had always thought about his grandfather after the latter entered uncrossable expanse. Now, his grandfather was the last person he wanted to see. This was naturally the case for everyone in a mortal lineage. They definitely did not want to see their progenitor again. To not see them today would be the luckiest blessing ever. "Surrender, this is the only way," the progenitor said. "No. I rather die than surrender to you, die." The emperor furiously roared like an injured beast, his voice filled with indignation and rage. He became resplendent as he added all of the Tao source power onto his body. This made his physical form begin to crumble. After all, even a 12-palace emperor couldn't handle the full power of a Tao source. He simply didn't give a damn by this point and performed his strongest merit law. Boom! All 8 treasures flew out at the same time. Numerous ships in the sky blew up from the incoming force. The system itself broke into multiple sections and started to disintegrate. He still didn't give a damn, ready to bury the whole system. He was hell-bent on one thing only, killing his grandfather. The stars above shattered, the system turned into hell. Meteors fell down and ravaged what's left of the land. The progenitor was instantly swallowed by the lights of the treasures. All of the mortal lineage felt a great detonation. The shock waves emanated far enough to affect the nearby systems. This was a last-ditch attempt, a world-destroying blow delivered by an emperor ready to die. Unfortunately, he didn't get the result he wanted. The 8 treasures were created by the progenitor, the same with the system. There was no way these things would be able to kill him. He understood the Tao source's power and the treasures more than the emperor. After the loud detonation and once the light dispersed, the progenitor still stood there, untouched. "How can my own creations kill me?" the progenitor said softly. Everyone expected this. After all, who could better control a system than its progenitor? And using his own weapons to kill him was impossible. Buzz! The progenitor raised his hand and the 8 treasures returned to his control. The emperor couldn't regain control despite trying numerous times. "I'll see you off, may you have peace." The progenitor had a gentle expression. "Die." The broken emperor turned ablaze before exploding. He chose to blow himself and the DOA source up and deliver a terrible force towards the progenitor. Unfortunately, the 8 treasures blocked before him and exuded a mighty aura. Boom! The emperor and the Tao system turned to ashes while the progenitor remained standing, still untouched. Some spectators forgot to breathe while watching the climax of this battle. 8 treasures' ancient emperor died an honorable death. Also, his foe was extremely strong. However, the thing that robbed everyone's breath was the possibility of them experiencing the same fate. What if their progenitors were to return and attack their own system? What choice would these spectators make? Most believed that they would rather fight to the bitter end just like the emperor instead of yielding. Chapter 3146, 8 treasures. Ancient emperor fell in battle. The Tao source exploded and that signaled the end of his system. The destruction of 8 treasures was more magnificent and tragic than Sky High's. Sky High couldn't put up a fight, it was a complete massacre. On the other hand, 8 treasures lasted a while. Its emperor also went wild and would have destroyed many ships if it wasn't for the appearance of 8 treasures' progenitor. Of course, the battle between this duo also struck the crowd hard, leaving them with anxiety and sorrow. Boom! An explosion from another part of the world woke the crowd up from their rumination. The ships above the divine court started exploding like fireworks at night. Rumble. A large cicada made from divine metal had wings large enough to blot out the area. Their thinness only made them sharper. Just a slight movement left behind spatial scars. Blood splashed everywhere it went. Numerous dark invaders were taken down and their corpses fell. This cicada could open its mouth and devour heaven and earth on top of possessing a frightening progenitorial aura. This was the totem of the divine court's cicada progenitor. It had fused with the Tao source on top of being harmonized with tens of thousand ancestors. Virtually all the top experts in the divine court had become a part of this metal cicada. This was the amazing aspect of this race. They could instantly disassemble into something as small as powders. Next, the individuals could rebuild into one entity. In this case, the metal cicada. The body of the Metalkins was extremely tough. Thus, the accumulation of all these experts created a wondrous weapon. The cicada possessed a power infinitely close to a progenitor, capable of breaking through several ships in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, a metallic storm was also tearing numerous ships into little pieces. Many invaders got unlucky and were caught in its wake. This storm was made from the heavenly pillars under the control of the ice god. He and the other powerful Metalkins utilized the pillars in order to turn into this devastating storm. The ice and solar gods didn't care about the invaders attacking the various sects in the system. They were focusing on the ships instead. There would still be hope for their system if they could break down the blockade. Some of their disciples would be able to escape and live on. They knew that the dark enemies were simply too strong. Their utmost effort wasn't enough to stop the invasion. More than half of the sects and kingdoms in the divine court have been annihilated already. Thus, recklessly focusing on attacking the ships was the only choice. Boom! The cicada and the storm from 2 different directions took down a dozen ships or so, successfully breaking a part of the spatial blockade. This gave them a sliver of hope. Of course, they paid a great price. Thousands of them have fused fully into the cicada and the storm. They would never be able to return to their initial form. This was a type of death. Alas, they didn't have time to mourn the fallen combatants. The only thing on their mind was to bring some lucky survivors out of here. The spectators saw this and became ecstatic. Maybe there is hope for the divine court. One ancestor murmured. Boom! Unfortunately, a progenitorial aura ravaged the escape path and stopped them. Both the cicada and the storm were blown backward as a result. This gave the ships enough time to reform the blockade. One person stood there now to stop the escapees, a cicada with a humanoid form with numerous wings that seemed to belong to the gods. Their metallic shimmer looked as murderous as can be. What's that? People shuddered while looking at this figure with 99 wings. Those wings, the ice and solar god nearly lost their mind as they staggered backward in disbelief. The two of them shared the same thought about one particular figure, Cicada Progenitor. Only one man in the legends possessed these wings, their progenitor. Cicada Progenitor, one ancestor revealed. No, it must be someone else. The solar god shouted, unable to face reality. They knew exactly who it was but denied it in order to not go insane. Only one metalkin in history possessed wings like these, the person who created their divine court. I created the divine court, so I shall be the one to destroy it today. The man with the 99 wings said. The ancestors and everlastings in immortal lineage took a deep breath, feeling a chill coursing through them. They already thought about this possibility the moment 8 treasures progenitor appeared. These progenitors have returned and wanted to destroy their own systems. Why? The ice god bellowed with bloodshot eyes. His voice was filled with rage and despair. You all won't accept the new era, so I must cross you over. The progenitor slowly said. Perish. The solar god furiously roared and the cicada turned into a heavenly saber, slashing downward to sever everything. Boom! The ice god also ordered the raging storm forward. It's over. The progenitor spread his wings and also unleashed a perfect, snow-white slash. This slash was immaculate, a flawless work of art. Chapter 3147, Clank. The perfect slash separated both the storm and the cicada into 2 halves. Cicada Progenitor was at the immortal level, so he was simply too strong. The 2 gods had no chance of stopping a single move. Moreover, he just had perfect knowledge regarding the moves of his own system. That's why the cicada and the storm were mere moths rushing towards their death. Blood and corpses rained down from the sky, including the 2 gods. The duo's eyes were filled with despair and hatred along with tears as they were on the verge of death, never expecting to die to their progenitor. Their pride had become a butcher that massacred the entire system. They still didn't understand up to their last moment why their progenitor raised his sword against his own people. Why did this supreme and invincible being fall to the darkness? In their mind, he should have been able to deal with all dangers and powerful foes. Nothing could ever force him to submit. They had no idea why the progenitor willingly chose the darkness. Alas, they wouldn't be able to get an answer anyway. Everyone became silent while watching the 2 gods' corpses fall from the sky. This was truly traumatizing. 8 treasures was first, then Metalkin Divine Court. What would be next? Which progenitor would personally destroy their system? The most powerful ancestors in immortal lineage no longer dared to entertain this thought, afraid that their system might be next, and that they would need to face their progenitors. Alas, they knew that this was only the beginning of the nightmare. There was still a long way to go. They could only hope that these tragic and dark days would end soon. Rumble. Academy of Light was the only system out of the 4 successfully resisting. The bull was furious while fighting against the armadillo and became even stronger. It had the advantage and showed the world its abilities. On the other hand, Holyfrost's group barely managed to stop the dragon. They wouldn't be able to last longer. Fortunately, the combined efforts of the Academy's ancestors and the powerful light formation stopped the dark invaders. After all, light had a purifying effect against the darkness. Thus, these invaders experienced immense pressure. Desolate Saint's light was something else, managing to repel one enemy after another. The Academy is our only chance of victory. The ancestors who wanted to help the Academy prior further had this thought. Boom! A legion of beasts arrived from the horizon and rushed towards the dark invaders like a tsunami. Myriad Beast Monarch is here. A Beast King raised his axe and took the vanguard. Clank. A sword god led more than 10,000 swordsmen. They unleashed an ocean of sword energies towards the common enemies. I will fight to the end with the Academy. The sword god landed next to a group of disciples from the academy. The reinforcement is here. Many ancestors felt their blood boiling, wanting to rush there as well. We'll turn to ashes too if the academy falls. Other systems began preparing their troops. They knew that losing the academy would be a fatal blow for immortal lineage. Academy of Light never disappoints. A torrential voice suddenly came from one of the ships. In the next second, his progenitorial aura engulfed the area above the academy. Boom! The celestials trembled, all existences needed to bow. This progenitor attacked right away with a palm strike, creating a tidal wave of energy. Rumble. Layers of defenses crumbled in no time at all. Ah! Numerous cultivators were crushed into meat paste by this attack. Their screams echoed across the academy. Shit, a progenitor. Now, the systems that wanted to help changed their mind. The power of this progenitor could instantly reduce a true emperor into a bloody mist. Screw you. The bull roared and became resplendent. A spirit bell emerged. Ring. The sound of this bell surpassed the temporal affinity. Time came to a stop. The tidal wave from the progenitor also stagnated as a result. At the same time, everyone in the academy felt themselves being lifted up into the air. In the next second, they landed and heard a deafening blast. They looked behind and saw the tidal waves exploding past them. This was thanks to the bull utilizing its strongest weapon, the spirit bell born with it. This took a lot out of the bull. It staggered backward and gasped for breath. God damn it, I'm at my prime, there's no way I'll go down so fast. The bull looked quite heroic right now despite its vulgarity. Senior, your style is greater than before. A voice answered. A progenitor floated in the air, his robe fluttered to the wind while waves emanated from him. He looked like the shore of salvation while the rest of the world was a boundless ocean. No one could reach him nor hope to get past him. The bull's eyes lit up as it looked at this progenitor. It eventually recognized the guy and laughed, and here I thought a big shot was returning. Hee hee, little bratswa, you're back to show off today? Yes, it's swollen. Please excuse me today. The progenitor remained polite. Left bank progenitor. Many ancestors took a deep breath. This was a progenitor from imperial lineage. Not bad, an immortal level progenitor now. The bull glared at the progenitor. When I entered Sacred Mountain back then, the answer was clear, yet I was too blind and foolish to see. Later on, I broke through my bottleneck thanks to the guidance of my lord. The progenitor said. Two different thoughts surprised the crowd right now. First, the bull's actual power. Second, this progenitor reached the immortal level because someone else taught him. This, Lord, must be the dark existence behind all of this. Seems like you have found a good master. It still doesn't change the fact that you have no moral backbone. The bull laughed. You're right, senior. I am shallow indeed. The progenitor didn't become angry, it's just that this is a new era. You're an insightful and experienced master, you should know that there is no changing the outcome. Otherwise, I and the other Dao brothers wouldn't be here right now. Is that so? Don't be so quick to assume. The bull snorted. Chapter 3148. There's nothing else I can say to convince you, senior. However, we will capture the academy today. Left bank progenitor said. A being of this level wouldn't bluster baselessly. The academy would really fall if it had no other ace cards. Quite confident, aren't you? I'll give you one piece of advice, leave along with your ruffians before it's too late. The bull uttered coldly. Senior, I know just how unfathomable you are, but one tree alone can't build a pavilion. Even if you gather everyone against us, you won't be able to stop me and the other Dao brothers. The progenitor glanced over at the direction of the other 3 battalions. The ancestors from the academy and all observers took a deep breath after hearing this. The academy was mighty and could actually stop left bank progenitor. However, 8 treasures progenitor, cicada progenitor, and bamboo progenitor have destroyed 3 systems so far. If they were to come here to assist left bank progenitor, the Academy wouldn't be able to stop these 4 groups regardless of their foundation. Destruction seemed inevitable. We have to help now, right? Even the ancestors who had no ties with the Academy said. The Academy served as the bulwark of immortal lineage at the moment. They couldn't let it fall. Yes, we should mobilize. Many Dao systems started discussing mobilization. Come try and see. Remember, I've warned you once, don't blame me when you die. The bull snorted. Thank you, Senior. I still remember your guidance back then. It's a shame that I was too foolish to understand. Today, I'm also ashamed of attacking my own benefactor. Unfortunately, orders must be obeyed. Left bank progenitor cupped his fist. There's no way to save the suicidal. The bull said with contempt. The crowd thought that this progenitor was ungrateful for attacking his own benefactor. However, this was no big deal compared to the other 3 progenitors who personally destroyed their own system and descendants. Forgive me, Senior. I'll overestimate myself today and fight you. The progenitor said. Everyone watched with bated breath. They understood that as long as the bull survives, there was still hope for the Academy. Thus, this battle became the key. Though the bull had taught the progenitor before, the latter was at the immortal level now. He was qualified to challenge anyone. Bring it. The bull arrogantly said, let's see what amazing things you have learned from the hell hole. The bull stood on top of a peak in Sacred Mountain, brimming with power. This was its home so it could exert its top form. Very well. The progenitor cupped his fist first before taking action. Boom! He clenched his fists and everyone felt as if they were within his grasp, the same with all of immortal lineage. The bull acted disrespectfully to this progenitor, but it didn't underestimate the guy at all. He knew how serious it was to fight against an immortal level progenitor. Its chest lit up just like a seal. This seal spread and it became filled with Dao runes in the form of crystallized lines. Sacred Mountain lit up as well with Dao runes coursing through the mountains and rivers. People could see that the Dao runes from the bull and the land were exactly identical. The light from the runes eventually converged on the bull as it became one with Sacred Mountain. Rumble. Dao laws from the ground shot to the sky next. These laws were ancient and surrounded by chaos. They emitted a mysterious and time-worn presence. Each inch of this land seemed to have been blessed by immortals in the archaic era. These laws also wrapped around the bull, eventually culminating in a full set of armors. It looked so gallant and peerless with an immortal aura, like a divine beast hailing from a world of immortals. People quickly forgot how foul-mouthed it was and viewed it as a wondrous being. Moo! The bull's roar echoed across the realms. Forgive me. The progenitor said before unleashing 2 punches. Boom! His aura erupted into the sky and surpassed everything. This alone was enough to force people down on their knees. Tsunami Fist. He roared the name of his technique. The world itself seemed to be lifted up. Both time and space squeezed together into a chaotic mess from the impact. The tidal punches drowned out space itself. Numerous stars turned to dust to the horror of the crowd. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this single move could destroy a system. The bull remained fearless. Its 2 horns became as shiny as can be, like 2 divine sabers leaving their scabbards. Their snow-white light illuminated the whole world. These were clearly 2 horns, but everyone felt as if they were looking at 2 blades. They could even hear the clanking of sabers. They instantly tore space apart, reducing the spatial fabrics into primordial chaos. Boom! The tsunami was instantly split into 2 halves in a magnificent manner. Some unfortunate spectators close by couldn't handle the impact of this move. Their body violently shook before exploding into bloody mists. The initial explosion had finished. Now, it became a stalemate between the progenitor and the bull. The former's hands were pushing against the horns. Thump. Thump. The bull staggered backward from the pressure exerted by the progenitor. It couldn't stand straight while leaving 4 deep lines on the ground, caused by its hooves. Still not enough? The spectators gasped at this sight. Chapter 3149. Just when everyone thought that the bull couldn't make it, Sacred Mountain became even brighter and exuded endless light. The Tao runes turned into a series of words that drowned out the entire area. The bull started flashing with immortal light as if it was shouldering a supreme immortal Tao. This seemingly immortal form of the bull astonished the crowd. No wonder why it kept saying that it had the bloodline of the immortals. A while ago, they assumed that the bull was just bragging for fun. This no longer appeared to be the case. Boom! The empowerment turned the bull into something divine. Clank! The horns exuded endless saber energy and stopped the punches from the progenitor. It actually moved several steps backward while the progenitor was forced back. Of course, Sacred Mountain was trembling from their duel. It did it, everyone's mouth was wide open in disbelief since an immortal-level progenitor was stopped. A supreme immortal land. Left Bank progenitor praised after seeing the unending brilliance coming out of Sacred Mountain. He could obviously see through the great mysteries in this place. Even progenitors covet a treasure of this level. Rumble. During this stalemate, the heavenly armadillo roared, jerking back and forth to gather momentum. Numerous mountain ranges got crushed as a result. Boom! It aimed its drill towards the bull again while piercing through the spatial fabrics. However, the runes from the mountain instantly formed a massive barrier around the bull. The drill hitting the barrier caused fiery sparks to destroy the surrounding areas. At the same time, the Light Lord Dragon abandoned attacking Holyfrost's group and instantly rushed over to slam its thunderous tail on the barrier. The ground beneath instantly sank while lightning bolts continuously struck the barriers. Both the bull's radiance and the barrier pulsed unstably while dimming down because of this powerful attack. Activate! Left Bank progenitor roared and grew larger in size, gathering power in his fists. The sheer pressure around them caused various affinities to crumble right away. Crack! Though Sacred Mountain was mighty, the barrier still couldn't handle the attacks from the trio. Cracks appeared everywhere on the barrier. The ground beneath the bull was also crumbling despite being empowered and blessed. This isn't good. Everyone became nervous after seeing this. No one could come to help him because this was a battle at the progenitorial level. They would just turn to dust from the remnant shockwaves. Senior, I apologize for this. Left Bank progenitor said seriously. Crack. The barrier was on the verge of crumbling, the same with the ground beneath. Everyone could see that the bull wouldn't be able to handle the trio right now. Geezer, I'm screwed if you don't come out. It shouted. Boom. The barrier finally collapsed into bright particles that scatter away. The bull got hit by the explosion and continuously staggered backward, vomiting several mouthfuls of blood and becoming heavily wounded. Raw. Both the dragon and the armadillo didn't let up, leaping forward in order to finish the deed. The progenitor, on the other hand, simply watched. He felt very confident about victory. It's all over. Numerous members of the academy cried out. The lights suddenly erupted in this crucial moment and blinded everyone. The world fell into momentary darkness before light took reign again. It illuminated the 3,000 worlds and became omnipresent. Boom! A massive light force emerged and blew the 2 gigantic beasts away. What? Left Bank progenitor was astounded and took out a peerless treasure to protect himself. Laws poured down around him like multiple waterfalls for a full protective barrier. Nonetheless, he still got blown flying for very far before stabilizing. Who is it? A powerful progenitor back on the shore of the expanse looked towards the academy, shocked. So strong. Everyone couldn't believe it. This was their first time sensing such a powerful force. Every corner of 3 immortals was affected by this light. It felt like mercury, able to seep to the nooks and crevices. This soft light felt like the most comforting thing in existence, truly an enjoyable moment. How beautiful! Many praised the wondrous light. The invasion of the darkness and the progenitors have left everyone in fear. However, this light chased away the darkness in their heart along with all negative thoughts. They were willing to bathe in this light forever. Ah! The invaders around the academy were screaming in pain. Those who aren't as strong as Left Bank Progenitor were being purified. Smoke appeared all around them, a result of darkness being eradicated. Go! The survivors instantly fled back to their ships, not daring to linger in the academy. Just who is it? By this point, people could tell that the source of this light originated from deeper in Sacred Mountain. They eventually saw an old man slowly walking out from the brightest location. He wore a hemp robe, face full of wrinkles. Time had done a number on him. However, his eyes were still as bright as ever. Millions of years didn't seem to do a thing to them. Chapter 3150, A pair of unfathomable and profound eyes, full of insight. Brighter than the stars above, older than time itself. The old man stood within the light at the top of Sacred Mountain looking like the Lord of all. Everyone took a deep breath and felt great admiration. Even the immortal-level progenitors became serious. 8 treasures, cicada, and bamboo progenitors along with the others back on the shore all gazed at this old man. They have swept through their era yet still took this new foe very seriously. So strong. Three-eyed prodigy murmured. He has seen this old man before but didn't expect him to be strong enough to blow a progenitor flying. This was the old tree demon always brought up by the bull, the real lord of the academy. The rumor is true. Left Bank Progenitor quietly said. He heard stories back in his era about a supreme existence staying in Sacred Mountain. Alas, this being was so reclusive and mysterious, never showing himself to others. Today had confirmed the rumors. His strength wasn't an exaggeration either. The guy was truly mighty and terrifying. Of course, other regular people had no idea about this old man. Is that Desolate Saint? One ancestor even speculated. His seemingly liquid light had reached all of 3 immortals. This made people think of Desolate Saint right away. In history, Desolate Saint was the only person possessing a light affinity of this level. I don't think so, he looks different, an old everlasting wasn't too sure. Many have seen the portrait of Desolate Saint and it didn't match this person. Then who is it? Since when did the Academy have such a terrifying being? Everyone wondered. How did the world not know of this great existence? The Academy was truly unfathomable. Not to mention the outsiders, even the students and experts of the Academy thought that their progenitor was still around. Progenitor. Many including the ancestors got on their knees. The older ones, on the contrary, were stunned due to the old tree demon's power. They have heard about the legends of Sacred Mountain before but this surpassed their expectations. They started questioning themselves, thinking that this has to be their progenitor. How should I address you, senior? Left Bank Progenitor cupped his fist respectfully. He assumed the role of a junior since the bull had taught him before and this being looked even older. I'm only an old tree taking root in this world, I've long forgotten my name. The tree demon shook his head. I see, your mentality is far above mine. The progenitor responded. Withdraw your troops, don't cause needless trouble and sadness. The tree demon waved his hand. I'm afraid I can't listen to you, senior. I'm under command either to die in battle or defeat the enemy. Please excuse me. The progenitor shook his head. You're not my match. The tree demon nonchalantly said. He's incredible. This earned him some points from the crowd. He acted so leisurely even when facing an immortal-level progenitor. You're right. The progenitor said, I can't last long given your cultivation, but you won't be able to stop the waves regardless of your might. 3 immortals' fate has been determined. Really now? Looks like you're very confident in your expedition. The old demon smiled. Of course not, I'm simply telling the truth. For millions of years now, so many people have planned only to fail. So many brilliant progenitors couldn't pull against the unceasing tides. The progenitor earnestly responded. He paused for a bit before continuing, I am nothing more than a firefly on this path. I once shined in the darkness, unfortunately. He stopped there without finishing. Those who don't understand the implications didn't think much of it. However, the powerful everlastings shuddered. They could imagine the terrible battles he must have faced and the cruel developments. These progenitors didn't fall to the darkness in the beginning. They must have struggled only to lose in the end. No weakling could become a progenitor, the same with those possessing a feeble Tao heart. These progenitors have experienced everything and eventually won to reach their current level. Alas, they eventually made a choice. Now, they even brought a dark legion back to invade immortal lineage, going as far as destroying their own systems. No one could imagine what they have seen or the terrible foes they have fought. Your Tao heart just wasn't firm enough, that's all. The tree demon remained unperturbed. You're right, senior. Our Tao heart really wasn't strong enough. The progenitor nodded. We once hoped that someone would be able to stop the tides. Unfortunately, tomorrow has been determined. Not to mention you, senior, but even someone stronger than you won't be able to change anything. Right now, you still aren't the strongest cultivator around. He continued. The tree demon's appearance gave everyone hope. They believed that the academy could stop the Dark Legion. Only he could defeat these immortal-level progenitors. However, Left Bank's comment instilled fear into them again. He clearly implied that there was someone stronger than the tree demon in their Dark Legion. Many looked over towards uncrossable expanse. A stronger progenitor was still waiting there. Just who could it be? They immediately thought about the members of the Decemvirate. As for Holy Frost Emperor and the others with more information, they knew that Fire Ancestor had fallen to the darkness and was dead now. So, a master stronger than the tree demon must also be a part of the Decemvirate. But which one? The group got cold sweat all over. This meant that at least 2 members of the Decemvirate have fallen to the darkness. This was a terrible and shocking piece of information. I'm indeed not the top expert, my little arts aren't worth mentioning. However, the top one right now isn't in your group either. He nodded before glancing over at the expanse and smiling. Someone in the fortress narrowed their eyes right away after hearing this. Left Bank progenitor couldn't believe it either. He thought that no one else in immortal lineage could be stronger than this tree demon. But now, the tree demon said that they didn't have the strongest cultivator either. Who else could it be? Chapter 3151. I have made up my mind and will not withdraw, no matter what. Left Bank progenitor said with a solemn expression. Make your move then. The old demon became serious and gathered the light from all of 3 immortals to his fingertip. It eventually turned into a pulsing ray. The entire process happened so quickly and effortlessly. On guard. Left Bank progenitor's expression soured after seeing this light ray. In the next second, his aura erupted and a tsunami appeared again, ready to drown out the world. A massive and ancient gate emerged from the bottom of this tsunami to block in front of him. It was created from numerous turtle shells. The surface had the Tao of the stars. Profound Shell Divine Gate. He roared and the gate exuded boundless light. One could hear the cry of a black divine tortoise guarding there. The presence of this divine beast engulfed the area. When the 2 auras combined, the gate became unbreakable and able to stop any offense. It appeared just in time to stop the pulse unaffected by time and space. Boom! Everything seemed to be exploding. Numerous cultivators were forced to the ground from the pressure. When they looked up, they saw the progenitor being blown away. His unbreakable gait was penetrated by the pulse. The progenitor flew for a while before stabilizing. He then vomited a mouthful of blood. Good! The astonished crowd eventually shouted. Many became ecstatic, pushing back a progenitor with just one finger strike. This old man must be unbeatable. I am lost in admiration for your power, senior. Left Bank said while wiping away the blood on his lips. Can't reach the apex, this is just the accumulation of power from the academy. The tree demon calmly said. Sure, this pulse came from the academy indeed. However, he was the only one qualified to control this power. Oh dash, Left Bank then blew his battle horn. In fact, the other progenitors have been watching the whole time. Thus, the three instantly ordered their battalions to fly towards the academy to answer Left Bank progenitor's call for reinforcement. Shit, they're meeting up. The crowd became nervous. Sirens could be heard all over the academy. Their members once again grouped up and entered a state of battle. Defense barriers emerged once more. There's no way the academy can handle this. The world lamented with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Tai Yinshi back in Sky Pass has been paying attention to the enemies at the fortress. Though they have yet to make a move, he still didn't let down his guard. Another wave was definitely coming if these 4 battalions were to fail. Commander, the immortal material is here. A general came in to report this good news. Hurry, let the elders fix this last brick. Tai Yinshi excitedly said. This was the best news he heard so far since the Dark Invasion. If they could fix this last brick, then maybe they would be able to stop the rest of the army from coming into immortal lineage. Thus, as long as all the systems back there could work together to destroy these 4 battalions, they wouldn't need to worry about dealing with any reinforcement. Rumble. Space trembled from numerous explosions. It didn't take long before the other 3 battalions appeared above the academy. Though they were immensely far away, these ships led by progenitors could move at an insane speed. The sheer number of ships blotted out the sky and instilled fear to those below. Fortunately, the academy was filled with the light right now, so the atmosphere didn't become as oppressive. 8 treasures, cicada, and bamboo progenitor joined up with Left Bank progenitor. They surrounded the tree demon in the center and sealed off any possible escape path. These progenitorial auras ravaged the firmaments. All the living beings at the academy cowered in fear. Just think about it, one progenitor alone was frightening enough. Now, 4 of them were here. The grand Tao of the academy's cultivators became suppressed. They were powerless to resist, this included the mighty ancestors. The systems who wanted to help started thinking otherwise. Just the 4 progenitors were enough to kill all reinforcements. This was before taking into account the dark invaders from the ships. Is there no hope? Despair overwhelmed everyone. No one could come up with a way to overcome this dilemma. With faith in our heart, let there be light. Suddenly, an ancient ancestor from the academy roared. The living beings here woke up from their despair and thought about this method. With faith in our heart, let there be light. All the mortals and cultivators, even the beasts with sentience, started chanting. This was an elementary chant of the light Tao. It has been carved in this Tao land, even a 3-year-old knew this chant. Buzz, strands of light emanated from the land and its inhabitants, culminating in a bright ocean. This boundless power eventually entered the old tree demon like fledgling swallows returning to their nest. He wasn't the one absorbing the light from these entities. They actively chose to give their light in order to empower him since he was their only hope. Rumble. The light continued to flow into him. Just imagine, all of the living beings at the academy bathed in the light since their birth, possessing the power of this affinity. Now, all of this was flowing into the demon. This was quite a magnificent scene. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.